Section 1 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Chapter 1. Egypt and the Nile. Quotaque fuit, campus, valum, discursus aquarium, fecit. Ovid. The history of the land of Egypt takes precedence, at all events chronologically, of that of its people. The Nile, unlike any other river on our globe, for more than the last 1,000 miles of its course, the whole of which is through sandy wastes, the valley of Egypt being in fact only the river channel, is not joined by a single affluent, nor in this long reach through the desert does it receive any considerable accessions from storm water. From the beginning of its history, that is to say, for more than 5,000 years, for so far back extended the contemporary records of its monuments, Egypt has been wondering, and from the dawn of intelligent inquiry in Europe, all who heard of Egypt and of the Nile have been desiring to know what and where were the hidden sources of the strange and mighty river, which alone had made Egypt a country and rendered it habitable. Nowhere, in modern times, has so much interest been felt about this earliest and latest problem of physical geography as in England, and no people have contributed so much to its solution as Englishmen. At this moment the whole of the civilized world is concerned at the uncertainty which involves the fate of one of our countrymen, the greatest on the long roll of our African explorers, who has, now for some years, been lost to the sight in the perplexing interior of this fantastic continent, while engaged in the investigation of its great and well-kept secret, but who, we are all hoping, may soon be restored to us, bringing with him, as the fruit of his long and difficult enterprise, its final and complete solution. Thoughts of this kind do not stand only at the threshold of a tour in Egypt, as it were, inviting one to undertake it, but accompanying one throughout it, deepening the varied interest there is so much everywhere in Egyptian objects to awaken. One of the first questions to force itself on the attention of the traveler in Egypt is, how was the valley he is passing through formed? This is a question that cannot be avoided. It was put to Herodotus more than 2,000 years ago by the peculiarities of the scene. He answered it after his fashion, which was that of his time. It was, he said, originally an arm of the sea, corresponding to the Arabian Gulf, the Red Sea, and had been filled up with the mud of the Nile. Those were the days when, as was done for many a day afterwards, the answers to physical questions were sought in metaphysical ideas. The one to which the simple-minded, incomparable old chronicler had recourse on this occasion was that of a supposed symmetrical fitness in nature. There is the Red Sea, a long narrow gulf, a very marked figure in the geography of the world, trending in from the south, on the east side of the Arabian hills. There ought therefore to be on the west side of this range a corresponding gulf trending in from the north. Otherwise, the Arabian Gulf would be unbalanced. That compensatory gulf had been where Egypt now is. The demonstration was complete. Egypt must have been an arm of the sea, which had been gradually expelled by the deposit from the river. This argument, however, is not unassailable, even for the fitness of things point of view. Had the fitness of things been in this matter, and in this fashion a real agent in nature, it should have made the valley of Egypt somewhat more like the Red Sea in width, and it should have interdicted its being filled up with mud. It should have been the same reasons and power for maintaining it, which it had originally for making it. In this way, however, did men, when they first began to look upon the marvels of nature with inquiring interest, suppose that metaphysical conceptions, creatures of the brain, were entities in nature, and would supply the keys that were to unlock her secrets. Egypt is the gift of the Nile, but I believe that it is the gift of the Nile in a much larger sense than Herodotus had in mind when he wrote these words. It is the gift of the Nile in a double sense. The Nile both cut out the valley and also filled it up with alluvium. The valley filled with alluvium is Egypt. The excavation of the valley was the greater part of the work. That it was formed in this way was suggested to me by its resemblance to the valley of the Plot, above Julesburg, as it may be seen even from a car of the Pacific Railway. You there have a wide valley, like Egypt, perfectly flat, bounded on either side by limestone bluffs, sometimes inclined at so precipitous an angle that nothing can grow upon them, excepting here and there a conifer or two, and sometimes at so obtuse an angle that the slopes are covered with grass. These varying inclinations reproduce themselves in the bounding ranges of the Valley of Egypt. The plot writhes like a snake from side to side of its flat valley, cutting away in one place the alluvium, all of which it had itself deposited, and transporting it to another. It is continually silting up its channel, first in one place and then in another, with bars and banks, which oblige the stream to find itself a new channel to the right or left. The bluffs, though now generally at a considerable distance from the river, must have been formed by it, when it was working sometimes against one, and sometimes against the other side of the valley, and sometimes also for long periods leaving both and running in a midway channel. Why should not the Nile have done the same? This supposition is supported by the fact that when you have a soft Cretaceous limestone, and rocks that may be easily worn away, the Valley of Egypt is wide. When, as you ascend the stream, you pass at Silsileh, into the region of compact, silicious sandstone, the valley immediately narrows. And when you enter the granite region at Assuan, there ceases to be any valley at all. The river has not been able, in all the ages of its existence, to do more than cut itself an insufficient channel in this intractable rock. All this is just what you would expect on the supposition that it was the river that had cut out the valley. We are sure, at all events, of one step in this process, for there is incontrovertible evidence that, in the historical period, the river flowed at a level 27 feet higher than it does at present, as far down as Silsileh. In several places, down to that point, may be found the Nile alluvium, deposited on the continuous high ground, at the height, above the highest level the river now reaches, in its annual inundations. There is, besides, the old deserted channel from a little below Philae to Assuan, in which the river cannot now rise. Here, then, is the evidence of nature. We have also the testimony of a man to the same fact, contemporary testimony, inscribed on the granite. Herodotus tells us that from the time of Moeris, the Egyptians had preserved an uninterrupted register of the annual risings of the Nile. This Moeris of the Greeks was Amenemhat III, one of the last kings of the primeval monarchy before the invasion of Hyksos. This register was preserved both in a written record, in which the height of the inundation was given in figures for each year, this is what Herodotus mentions, and also in engraved markings on suitable riverside rocks. Of these markings, we, fortunately, have a series at Semneh in Nubia. Sesortisan II, the father of Amenemhat III, had conquered Nubia. This event took place between 2,000 and 3,000 years before our era. To secure his conquest, he built at Semneh a strong castle on one of the perpendicular granite cliffs between which the Nile had cut its channel. His son, not content with instituting the written register Herodotus mentions, ordered that the height of the inundation should, each year, be inscribed on the granite cliffs of Semneh, which had been fortified by his father and where an Egyptian garrison was kept. This castle, little injured by time, is still standing. Here was the most appropriate place for such a register. It was the actual bank of the river, it was perpendicular, it was indestructible, it measured all the water that came into Egypt. Amenemhat must have been familiar with the place, for it was the custom of the princes to accompany the king in war. Now there are 13 of Amenemhat's inscriptions at this day on this cliff. Each gives a deeply incised line for the height of the rising, and under it is an hieroglyphic inscription, informing us that the line indicates the height to which the river rose in such a year of Amenemhat's reign. In every instance the date is given. In the reign of Amenemhat's successor, the invasion of Hyksos took place, terminated the old monarchy, and for 400 years threw everything into confusion. But what we are concerned with is the fact that in the reign of this king and his successor, the Nile rose on an average 24 feet above the level to which it rises now. Here then are two witnesses, nature and man. The coincidence of their testimony is as clear and complete as it is undesigned. It may therefore be accepted as an undoubted fact that the Nile is now flowing from Semneh to Silsileh at a level lower by at least 24 feet than it did at the date of the inscriptions. Nature says there was a time when it rose at least 27 feet higher than at present, for at that height it deposited alluvium. There is no discrepancy in these 3 additional feet, though there would have been something like a discrepancy had nature indicated 3 feet less than the markings. The only question for us to consider is how this was brought about. It could have been brought about only in one way, and that was by the river deepening its channel. As far down as Silsileh, it had been flowing at a higher level. Here there must have been a cataract, or an actual cascade. Whatever the form of the obstruction, the stream carried it away, and so, again and again, working backwards, it ate out for itself a deeper channel all the way up to Semneh. This is just how the Niagara River is dealing with its channel. It has undertaken the big job of deepening it, from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie, down to the level of Ontario. The stone it has to work in is very hard and compact. It has now done about half the work, and everyone sees it will eventually complete it. All that is required is time. The river Colorado, we are told, runs for 600 miles of its course in a canon, a mile in perpendicular depth, all cut through rock, and some of it granitic. This is what the Nile did in the historic period for at least 200 miles of its course. It planed down this part of its channel to a lower level, to what may be called the level of Egypt. Why should it not have done precisely the same work in the prehistoric period for, in round numbers, the 400 miles from Silsileh to Cairo, that is to say, for the whole valley of Egypt? That is just what I believe it did. Of course, there were aboriginal facilities which decided it upon taking that course. There may also have been greater depressions in some places than in others. There was harder work here and lighter work there. The planing was carried on rapidly in one district and slowly in another. But I believe that after making whatever deductions may be thought proper for aboriginal depressions, it is safe to conclude that the valley of Egypt was, in the main, cut out by the Nile. It did not begin to obtain its abrading power after the reign of Amenemhat III. There may have been a cataract once at Cairo. When this was carried away, another must have been developed somewhere above its site, and so on backwards all the way back to Silsileh, where we are sure that there was once something of the kind. In a still remoter past, the river may not have come as far north as Cairo, but may have passed through the Faioum, or by the Natron lakes, into the desert. This is a question which, to some degree, admits of investigation. The river would not always be bearing on the same side of the valley. A little change in any part of the channel, and which might result from any one of a variety of causes, would deflect its course. It is so with all rivers. These causes are always everywhere at work. The river would thus be always shifting from one side of the valley to the other, and impening in turn on the opposite bounding hills would always be widening the valley. The number of side canals, especially the Bahar Jasuf, which throughout most of the whole length of the valley is a second Nile, running parallel to the original river, must, during the historical period, by lessening the volume of water in the main channel, have very much lessened its power of shifting its course. But everyone who voyages on the Nile will become aware that this power is still very great. He will often hear and see large portions of the incoherent bank falling into the water. In many places he will observe the fresh face of recent landslips. On the summit of these slips he will occasionally have presented to him interior sections of some of the houses of a village which have been carried away by the stream. On the fresh faces of recent slips, I often observed that the stratification was unconformable and irregular. This indicated that the sand and mud out of which the alluvium had been formed had not been deposited at the bottom of a quiet lake-like inundation, but must have been formed at the bottom of a running stream, precisely in the same way as the sandbanks and mud banks of the existing channel are always at the present time being formed. This irregular stratification is just what we might expect to find in the alluvium of a valley through which runs a mighty river, always restlessly shifting its channel to the right or to the left. To experts in geology, there will be but little, or nothing, new in the above given account of the process by which the Nile formed Egypt. all river valleys have been formed, more or less, by the action of running water. It is, however, interesting both for those who are familiar and those who are not with such investigations, to trace out the steps of the process in such a manner as to be able to construct a connected view of as many of the details as can be recovered. In any case, this would be interesting, but here it has an exceptional and quite peculiar interest, for it enables us to picture to the mind's eye how the whole of the most historical country in the world was formed by the most historical river in the world. A physical operation on which much that man has achieved, and, indeed, on which that man is himself at this day very largely depended. Pictures of this kind are only one among the many helpful contributions which science can now make to history. I was not in Egypt during the time of the inundation. I can therefore only repeat on the authority of others that for the first few days it has a green tint. This is supposed to be caused by the first rush of the descending torrents sweeping off a great deal of stagnant water from the distant interior of Darfur. This green Nile is held to be unwholesome, and the natives prepare themselves for it by storing up, in anticipation, what water they will require for these few days. The green is succeeded by a red tint. This is caused by the surface washing off districts where the soil is red. The red water, though heavily charged with soil, is not unwholesome. With respect to the amount of red in the color of the water of the inundation, I found it stated in a work which is sometimes quoted as an authority on Egyptian subjects, that it is so great that the water might be mistaken for blood. This I do not understand, as the soil this water leaves behind has in its color no trace of red. By the time the water of the inundation reaches the delta, it has got rid of the greater part of its impurities. This causes the rise of the land in the delta to be far slower than in Upper Egypt. In winter, when the inundation has completely subsided, the water, though still charged with mud, in which, however, there is no trace of red, is pleasant to drink and quite innocuous. The old Egyptians represented in their wall paintings these three conditions of the river by green, red, and blue water. For myriads of years, this mighty river has been bringing down from the highlands of Abyssinia and Central Africa its freight of fertile soil, the sole means of life, and of all that embellished life, to those who invented letters and built Karnak. It is still as bountiful as it ever was, of old to the people who now dwell upon its banks. But to what poor account do they turn its bounty? How great is the contrast between the wretchedness this bounty now maintains, and the splendor, the wealth, the arts, the intellectual and moral life it maintained 4,000 and 5,000 years ago. The Egyptians have a saying, with which I think most of those who have traveled to Egypt will agree, that he who has once drunk the water of the Nile will wish to drink it again. End of section 1. Read by CBilson, Victoria, BC, Canada, December 2023.
Section 2 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Forster Barham Zincke. How in Egypt nature affected men. Continuo has leges, aeternaque foedera certis, imposuit natura locis, quo tempore primum. Deucalion vacuum lapides jactavit in orbem. Virgil. The physical features and peculiarities of a country are one of the starting points in the history of its people. If we do not provide ourselves with a knowledge of these matters before we commence our investigation of what the people were and did, the character of the people and of the events is sure very soon to make us feel the want of it. It is so in a higher degree with the history of the Egyptians than with that of any other people. They were emphatically a people that stood alone, and the peculiarities of the people were the direct result of the peculiarities of the country. Its environment by the desert gave it that security which alone in early days could have enabled nascent civilization to germinate and grow. It possessed also a soil and climate which allowed its inhabitants to devote themselves to some variety of employments and pursuits, and so prevented their being all tied down to the single task of producing food. The absence of these two great natural advantages elsewhere placed insurmountable difficulties in the way of advancement in other parts of the world, so long as the arts by which man battles with nature were few and feeble, and the organization of society, in consequence, only rudimentary. So was it, for instance, in Europe, at the time when Egypt was at the zenith of its greatness, where, too, for long centuries afterwards, nothing could have been done without the aid of slavery, which alone made mental culture possible for the few, at the cost of the degradation and misery of the many. Egypt was differently circumstanced. There one man might produce food sufficient for many. The rest, therefore, could devote themselves to other employments, which might tend in different ways to relieve man's estate and embellish life. In this matter, the river and the climate were their helpers. The river, manured with an annual warp, irrigated, cleaned, and softened the land, and the climate, working harmoniously with the river, made the operations of agriculture easy, speedy, certain, and very productive. What in other countries and in later times, the slow advances in arts and knowledge and in social organization, as the successive steps became possible, brought about for their respective inhabitants, nature did, in a great measure at once, and from the first, for the Egyptians. Another of the early hindrances to advancement arose out of the difficulties of communication, which prevented either a military force from maintaining itself away from home, or a single governing mind from acting at a distance. Of course, in matters of this kind, the effects of the want of sufficient means of communication are greatly aggravated by the want of foresight and the distrust men have in each other, which belong to such times and circumstances. Nothing but the organization of tribes and cities can be accomplished then. Egypt, however, had advantages in the great and varied gifts of nature to which our attention is now directed, which enabled her in some remote prehistoric period to emerge from this politically embryonic condition, and to form a well-ordered and homogeneous state, embracing a population of several millions who were in possession of many of the elements of wealth and power, and had attained to a condition that would suggest and encourage culture. Of these advantages, that which came next in order to the soil and climate was that its good fortune had conferred upon it a ready-made means of communication, absolutely complete and perfect, no part of the country, either in the valley of Egypt or in the delta, being more than a few miles distant from one of the most easily navigable rivers in the world. And that nothing might be wanting, this advantage was equalized to all by a provision of nature that, at a certain season of the year, the descending current of the river should, for the purposes of navigation, be overbalanced by a long prevalence of northerly winds, thus giving every facility by self-acting agencies to both the up and the down traffic. I may also observe that the river ran precisely in that direction in which it could serve most effectually as a bond of union, by serving most largely as a channel of commerce. If its course had been along the same parallel of latitude, that is, from east to west, or reversely, then throughout its whole length the productions of its banks would have been the same. It would, therefore, have been of little use as a means of commercial interchange. Where there was no variety of productions, there would have been no commodities to exchange, but as its course was in the direction of a parallel of longitude, its stream offered a highway for the exchange of the varying products of the different degrees of latitude it passed through. This difference in the direction of their courses already constitutes a vast difference in the comparative utility of the streams of the Amazon and of the Mississippi, and must ensure to them very dissimilar features. Another of the provisions that had been made for the early progress of the country was something quite unique. There was not by nature, and there could not be constructed by man, a single strong place in the whole of Egypt, such as would enable powerful and ambitious individuals, or malcontent factions of the people, to maintain themselves in independence of the rest of the community, or to defy the government. Nature had supplied no such places, and the conditions of the country were such that they could not be formed. This is a point which involves so much that I will return to it presently. I ought not to be unnoticed here, for it is one of the important peculiarities of the country that Egypt yields both a winter and a summer harvest. The overflow of the river and the warmth of the winter sun suffice for the former, which consists of the produce of temperate regions, and artificial irrigation for the latter, which consists of the produce of the tropics. This gives it the advantage of the climates of two zones, the one temperate and the other tropical, for though it lies to the north of the tropic, its winter, by reason of its environment by the heat-accumulating desert, resembles our summer, and its summer, for the same reason, that of the tropics. Egypt is thus enabled to exceed all other countries in the variety of its produce. Both its wheat and its cotton are grown beneath its palms. This variety of produce ought to contribute largely to the wealth and well-being of a country, and it was, we know, a very considerable ingredient in the greatness of the Egypt of the Pharaohs. The characteristics of surrounding nature had corresponding effects on the ideas, too, and sentiments of the ancient Egyptians. We may, for instance, be absolutely certain that, had they lived in an alpine country, although they might have had the power of commending the requisite materials on easier terms, they never would have built the pyramids, for then an Egyptian pyramid would have been but a pygmy monument by the side of nature's pyramids. But as these structures stood in Egypt, when seen from the neighborhood of Memphis and Heliopolis, and throughout that level district of country, they went beyond nature. There they were veritable mountains, and that is what the word means. There were no other such mountains to be seen. In that was their motive. Men had entered into rivalry with nature, and had outdone nature. So it was with one instance, and so it was on the whole, generally. The guise in which nature presented herself to the eye of the Egyptian was grand and simple. Nature to him meant the broad, beneficent river, the green plain, the naked bounding ridge on the right hand, and on the left, upon and beyond these, the lifeless, colorless desert, above, the azure depth traversed by the unveiled sun by day, and illuminated with the gleaming host of heaven by night. Here were just 5 grand natural objects, and there were no more. We, rehabilitating to our mind's eye the scene, must add a 6th, the orderly, busy, thronging community itself. But to them, these 5 objects were all nature. No dark forests of ancient oak and pine, no jutting headlands, no island-sown seas, no hills watered from above, nor springs running among the hills, no cattle upon 1,000 hills, no shady valleys, no smoking mountains, just 5 grand objects, everywhere just the same, and nothing else. Their thoughts and sentiments could only have been a reflection of nature, their mind as a glass reflected nature, and of the instincts which the form of society nature had imposed upon them gave rise to, and their acts could only have been the embodiment of their thoughts and sentiments, which must needs have been in harmony with the surrounding nature. And hence the character of the people, which was grand and simple, but withal sensibly hard, somewhat rigid and formal, without much tenderness, and with little geniality, solid, grave, and serious. Under such circumstances the individual was nothing. There could be no Homeric chieftains, no tribunes of the people, no eccentricities of genius. The community was an organism of which every member had its special functions and purpose, a well-ordered machine which did much work and did it smoothly. This complete organization of society, it was what the gifts and arrangements of nature had enabled them to attain to, had brought them face to face with the ideas of law and justice, but under their form of society, and it has not been different under other forms the world has since seen. It was understood that some laws which were necessary were not good, and that justice did not rule absolutely. We see it shows itself in all that they did, that their minds were too thorough and logical to rest satisfied under these contradictions. They therefore worked out for themselves, to its legitimate and complete development, the old Aryan thought of life beyond this present existence. This was that Western world of theirs, in which no law would be bad, and in which there would be no miscarriage of justice. And thus it came to be that their doctrine of a future life was the apotheosis of their social ideas of law and justice and right. And nature encouraged them in this belief. Every day they saw the sun expire in the western boundary of the solid world, and the next morning rise again to life. They saw also the mighty river always moving on to annihilation in the great sea, just as the sun sank every evening into the desert. But still it was not annihilated. Its being was lost and was recovered at every moment. It was ever dying, but equally it was ever living. These two great phenomena of nature, through our increased knowledge, they teach other lessons now, aided the idea which the working of society was making distinct in their apprehension, and confirmed them in the belief of their own immortality. With the Egyptian also death would not be the end. The renewal he beheld in the sun and in the river would not fail himself. The complete organization of the whole population had been rendered possible by the peculiar advantages of the country. The enterprising among the Pharaohs, availing themselves of this complete organization and of these peculiar advantages, were thereby enabled to command the whole resources of Egypt and to wield the whole community at their will, as if it had been but one man. I reserved for separate and fuller consideration the point that nature had nowhere provided Egypt with a single spot where the ambitious, the discontented, or the oppressed could maintain themselves, or to which, we may add, they could even secede. In this respect also, Egypt is quite unique. The configuration of the country, combined with the absence of rain, brought about this peculiarity. The valley of Egypt, speaking roundly, is 500 miles long and 5 miles wide, with a broad navigable river flowing through the midst of it. The government will always be in possession of the river. It follows then that before the disaffected can be drawn together in formidable numbers at any rendezvous, for the distances they would have to traverse would not admit of this, the government will be able to send troops by the river in sufficient force to disperse them, or, at all events, to prevent their receiving reinforcements. A second reason is that these handfuls of isolated insurgents must always remain within reach of the government troops sent against them. They would not be able to withdraw themselves from the flat open banks of the river, for there is nowhere vantage ground they could occupy except in the desert, and there in 24 hours, that is, before they could be starved, they would by thirst be reduced to submission. For from the absence of rain, there are no springs on the high ground, and from the same cause the nitre accumulates in the soil to such a degree as to render the well water brackish and unfit for drinking. A third reason is the dependence of the agriculture of Egypt on irrigation. The people, therefore, in any neighborhood cannot intermit their attention to their shadufs and canals for the purpose of insurrection or for any other purpose whatsoever. Were they to do so, starvation would ensue. The government, also being in possession of the river, could at any moment stop the irrigation by destroying the shadufs and canals of a malcontent district. Here, then, are three reasons, any one of which would, singly, be sufficient to make the government in Egypt omnipotent. What conceivable chance, then, can the people have when all the three are, at all times, combined against them? This explains much in the past and present history of the country. Nature had decided that in it there should be no strongholds for petty potentates, no castles for freebooters, no mountain fastnesses for untamable tribes, no difficult districts to harbor insurgent bands, no possibility of getting away from the bank of the river, no possibility of withdrawing attention for a time from the most artificial of all forms of agriculture. For long ages, the wandering Arab of the desert was the only possible disturber of the peace of this exceptional country. Nature first gave to it, in its singular endowments, the means of union, and then eliminated those physical obstacles to its realization, which elsewhere, for long ages, proved insurmountable. The point to be particularly noted here is that these circumstances have ever given to the government for the time being every natural facility for uniting the whole country into a single state and ruling it despotically. The delta is no exception, for the branches of the river and the canals by which this whole district is permeated, and the absence of defensible positions, reduce it, in respect to the points I have been speaking of, to the same condition as that of the long narrow valley above it. A time may come when the moral force of public opinion will outweigh and overmatch these natural facilities for establishing and working a despotism. But there is no indication in the existing condition of the country of such a time being at hand, and that this is the only force that can be of any effect in such a country is demonstrated by its history. In the remote days of its greatness, there was in some sort a substitute for it in the priestly municipal aristocracy or oligarchy of each city. The priests were the governing class and supplied the magistracy. They were an united and powerful body. Wealth, religion, knowledge, the habitual deference of the people made them strong. They thus became, to some considerable extent, a bulwark, behind which, in each separate city, some of the rights of person and of property could find protection from the arbitrary caprices of despotism. In this way, something that was in the mind of men was, at that time, counterworking the consequences of physical arrangements, and this only is the way in which a country so circumstanced can be helped in the future. Nothing, however, of this kind is now at work in modern Egypt. It has, therefore, but one ground for the hope of escaping from the despotism which so heavily oppresses it, and that is in the chance of external aid, which means the chance that some European power should assume the protectorate of the country. It must, however, be a power in which public opinion is in favor of liberty and political justice, and in which the economical value of security for person and property is understood. The Egyptians themselves desire such a consummation. They know how blessed to them would be the day which should relieve them from the grinding and senseless exactions of an Oriental taskmaster, and place them under the sway of good and equal laws. Their wish is that this beneficent protector should be England. They almost expect that it will be. I was asked, why do you not come and take possession of the country? In Egypt, this appears the natural conclusion of existing conditions. But a protectorate carried out thoroughly and unflinchingly and entirely for Egyptian objects would be far better for both parties than simple English possession. If we were to make a gain by ruling the country, we should always be tempted to go a little further. We should find it very difficult to stop at any particular point, or to be clean-handed at all, when everything was in our power. The motives for the interference are strong. How saddening is it to the traveller to see the poor good-natured Philæ, his naked limbs scorched by the blazing sun, bailing up the water from the river during the livelong day for his little plot of ground, and to think that all that will be left to him of its produce will be barely enough to keep himself and his little ones in millet bread and onions, all the rest having been cruelly swept away to support at Cairo unused and unusable palaces and regiments, and to make a Suez Canal for the furtherance of the policy of France, but for the naval and commercial benefit of England, and to build sugar factories for a trading Khedive. Of what benefit to the wretched cultivator are all the bounties of Egyptian nature, and all his own heavy moil and toil? This is one of the remorseless and purposeless oppressions done under the sun, which it would be well that some modern Hercules should arise in his might, and in his hatred of such heartless and stupid injustice, to beat down and make a fool end of. An Egypt in which every man might reap securely the fruit of his labour would be a new thing in the world, and a very pleasant thing to look upon. At present, the riches of Egypt mean wealth without measure for one man, and poverty without measure for all the rest of the world. The case of the poor Philæ is very hard, so also is that of his palm tree. It came into existence and grew up to maturity under great difficulties. It was hardly worthwhile to give it space and water, and to fence it round in its early days, for so soon as it could bear a bunch of fruit, it was to be taxed. Why then should the oppressed villager go to the cost of rearing it? He would be only toiling for a domestic despot or a foreign bondholder. How many a palm tree that might now be helping to shade a village, and beneath which the children might be playing, and the elders sitting, has by this hard and irrational impost been prevented from coming into being. And of all the gifts of nature to Egypt, this palm tree is one of the most characteristic and of the most useful. Its trunk supplies the people with beams, its sap is made into a spirit, its fruit is in some district a most useful article of food, and everywhere a humble luxury. Baskets are made of the flag of its leaf, and from the stem of the leaf, beds, chairs, and boxes. Its fibers supply materials for ropes and cordage, nets and mats. It has, too, its history in Egypt, for its shaft and crown, first suggested to the dwellers of the banks of the Nile in some remote age, the pillar and its capital. A wise ruler, whether his wisdom was that of the head or of the heart, would do everything in his power to induce his people to multiply throughout the land what is so highly useful and in so many ways. But the plan despotic wisdom adopts is to kill the bird that lays the golden egg, and by a process which shall at the same time cause a few as possible of the precious kind to be reared for the future. Every traveller in the valley of the Nile, who can think and feel, finds his pleasure at the sight of the graceful form of this beneficent tree, clouded by the unwelcome recollection of the barbarous and death-dealing tax that is laid upon it. If, when the Turkish Empire falls to pieces, England should shrink from undertaking on her own sole responsibility the protectorate of Egypt, the great powers of Europe, together with the United States of America, might, as far as Egypt is concerned, assume the lapsed suzerainty of the Porte and become the protectors of Egypt conjointly. End of Chapter 2. Section 3 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Forster Barham Zincke. Who were the Egyptians? Ex quovis ligno, non fit Mercurius. What were the origin and affinities of the ancient Egyptians? To what race or races of mankind did they belong? At what time, whence, and by what route did they enter Egypt? The answer to these questions, if attainable, would not be barren. We have just been looking at the physical characteristics of the country and noting some of the effects they must have had on the character and history of the people. The inquiry now indicated, if carried to a successful issue, will enable us furthermore to understand to some extent what were the aboriginal aptitudes the people themselves brought with them. These were the moral and intellectual elements on which the influences of nature had to act. The result was the old Egyptian. He was afterwards modified by events and circumstances, by increasing knowledge, and by the laws and customs all these led to. But the two conditions we are now speaking of were the starting points, and which never ceased to have much influence in making these people feel as they felt, and enabling them to do what they did. To have acquired, therefore, some knowledge about them will be to have got possession of some of the materials that are indispensable for reconstructing the idea of old Egypt. We feel with respect to these old historical peoples as we do about a machine. We are not satisfied at being told that it has done such or such a piece of work. We also want to know what it is within it which enabled it to do the work. What is its construction and what its motive power? 6,000 years before our own time may be taken as the starting point of the monumental and traditional history of the old monarchy. This inquiry, however, will carry us back to a far more remote past. There is but one way of treating this question, that is, to apply to it the method we apply to any question of science, to that, for instance, of gravitation, or to any other, precisely the same method applied in precisely the same way. We must collect the phenomena, and the hypothesis which explains and accounts for them all is the true one. This will act exclusively. In establishing itself, it will render all others impossible. Other hypotheses, however, which have been or may be entertained, must not be passed by unnoticed, in order that it may be understood that they do not account for the phenomena, or, to put it reversely, that the phenomena contradict them. When history begins to dawn, the first object the light strikes upon, and which for a long time alone rears its form above the general gloom, is the civilization of Egypt. It stands in isolation like a solitary palm by the side of a desert spring. It is also like that palm in being a complete organism and in producing abundance of good fruit. All around is absolute desert, or the deserts sparsely marked with useless forms of desert life. On inquiry, we find that this thoroughly organized civilization, fully supplied with all the necessaries and many of the embellishments of life, and which is alone visible in the dawning light, must have existed through ages long prior to the dawn. It recedes into unfathomable depths of time far beyond the monuments and traditions. Some salient particulars at once arrest our attention. The people, though African by situation, do not at first sight strike us as possessing preponderantly African affinities. If there be any, they are not so much moral or intellectual as physical. They appear to be more akin to the inhabitants of the neighboring Arabian Peninsula, from which there is a road into Egypt. But here also the resemblances are not great. Even that of language is far from conclusive. Their complexion, too, is fairer. On neither side is there any suspicion or tradition of kindred. There is even deep antipathy between the two. Their religion, again, and religion is the summa philosophia, the outcome of all the knowledge, physical and moral, of a people, is unlike that of their neighbours. The Greeks, however, and this is worthy of remark, thought it only another form of their own. They were laborious, skillful, and successful agriculturists, and there was no record of a time when it had been otherwise with them. They were great builders. They had always practiced the ordinary arts of life, spinning and weaving, metallurgy, pottery, tanning, and carpentering. They had always had tools and music. They had a learned and powerful priesthood. Their form of government was that of a monarchy, supported by privileged classes, or of an aristocracy, headed by a king, and resting on a broad basis of slavery and a kind of serfdom. Their social order was that of castes. We cannot ascertain precisely at what point in the valley this civilization first showed or established itself. Of 2 points, however, which are of importance, we are sure. It did not descend the Nile from Ethiopia, and it did not ascend it from the coast of the Delta. It is true that Memphis was the first great center of Egyptian life, of which we have full and accurate knowledge. The founder, however, of the first historical dynasty, and who appears to have made Memphis his capital, came from this, or Abydos, in Upper Egypt. We may almost infer from this that Abydos was an earlier center of Egyptian power than Memphis. The idea, then, of an unmixed African origin may, I think, be at once and summarily dismissed. Something may be alleged in support of a Semitic origin. Where, however, we may ask, is the theory on behalf of which nothing can be alleged? If it were so, it would never have come into existence. What we have to consider in this, as in every doubtful or disputed matter, is not what can be said in favor of certain views, or what can be said against them, but which way the balance inclines when the arguments on each side have been fairly put into their respective scales. To begin, then, with the language, which is the most obvious ground for forming an opinion in a matter of this kind, it happens that, in this case, nothing conclusive can be inferred from the language. First, because in it no very decisive Semitic affinities have been made out, and secondly, because had they been found to be much more important than some have supposed them to be, this would not of itself prove a preponderance of Semitic blood. Color is rather adverse to the Semitic theory. The Egyptian was not so swarthy as the Arab, whereas if he had been a Semite, he ought to have been, at the least, as dark. In the wall paintings, a clear red represents the complexion of the men, and a clear pale yellow that of the women. In this clearness of tint, we miss the swarthiness of the Arab. It is true he was darker than the Jew. Little, however, can be inferred from this, but the Jews were an extremely mixed people. Abraham came from Haran in Mesopotamia, and is called in Deuteronomy Assyrian. He must, in fact, have been a Chaldean. The wife of Joseph was a high-caste Egyptian. The wife of Moses was a Cushite, and when the Israelites went up out of Egypt, a mixed multitude went out with them. This can only mean that in the multitude of those who threw in their lot with them, there was a great deal of Semitic blood. Through the remnant of the Hyksos, which had been left behind when the great mass of that people had been expelled from Egypt, and also a great deal of Egyptian blood. From these sources, then, were derived no inconsiderable ingredients for the formation of what was afterwards the Jewish nation. The great-grandmother of David was a Moabitish woman, Solomon's mother was a Hittite, and one of his wives an Egyptian, and we know that a very considerable proportion of conquered Canaanites were eventually absorbed by their conquerors. No argument, therefore, can be founded upon the complexion of so mixed a people as the Jews. In features, taking the sculptures and paintings for our authority, the Egyptian was not a Semite. His nostrils and lips were not so thin, and his nose was not so prominent. In this particular, which is important, he presents indications of a cross between the Caucasian and the Ethiopian or modern Nubian. Their social and political organization, that of castes and of a well-ordered, far-extended state, was completely opposed to Semitic freedom and equality, in which the ideas of the tribe and of the individual preponderated over those of the state and of classes. Religion is the interpretation of the ensemble. It takes cognizance of the powers that are behind or within visible external nature, and of the reciprocal relations between these powers and men. The mind of man is the interpreter. As is the interpreter, so will be the interpretation. Now, from the hard simplicity of nature in the Semitic region, or from the simplicity of life and thought resulting from it, or from the early apprehension by that part of the human family of the idea of a creator, or from other causes not yet made out, though indeed it is the fact, and not the cause, that we are now concerned with, there has always been a disposition in the Semitic mind to think of God as one. In the earliest indications we possess of their religious thought, each tribe, each city, almost each family, appears to have had its own god. They never could have created or accepted a pantheon. The idea of polytheism was unnatural, illogical, repulsive to them. The inference, therefore, is that in the large hierarchy of heaven, which approved itself to the Egyptian mind, there could be nothing Semitic. The religion, the religious thought of Egypt, which so stirred the whole heart and swayed the whole being of the people as to impel them to raise to the glory of their gods the grandest temples the world has ever seen, was, in its whole cast and character, an abomination to the Semite. Next after religion, the most important effort of the human mind is law. Law is distinguishable from religion. It is not an effort to embrace and interpret the whole, but a general and enforced application of some of the conclusions of that interpretation to the regulation of the conduct of men towards each other. Its principles are those of justice and expediency, but with very considerable limitations. Not absolute justice, but justice as then and there understood, and not in every point in particular, but in those matters only in which evidence is possible, and the observance also of which can be enforced by penalties. Nor absolute expediency, but again, as it is then and there understood, and limited to such matters as admit of being carried out and enforced by public authority. This, it is plain, may be regarded, and as a matter of observation and history is still, and has in all times been regarded, either as something distinct from, or as a department of, religion. If treated as a part of religion, then either the very letter itself of the law, or else the principles on which it is founded, and of which it is an application, must be accepted as from God. In the former case, God is regarded as the actual legislator, and sometimes, going a step further, as the actual executor of his own law. In the latter case, he is regarded, because he is the primary source, at all events, of its principles, as ultimately their guardian and the avenger of their violation. The Semitic sentiment looked upon law in the former of these two lights. It formed this conception of it because the people held in their minds the two ideas, that God was one, and that he was the creator. A people who have come to regard God as one will necessarily concentrate on the idea of God all moral and intellectual attributes. Out of this will arise a tendency to exclude all merely animal attributes, and, to a great extent, such phenomena as present themselves to the thought as merely human, such, for instance, as were the attributes of Mars, Venus, and Mercury. God, then, being the perfection of wisdom, justice, and goodness, is the only source of law. He is also the actual lawgiver in right of his being the creator. The world and all that it contains is his. His will is the law of his creation. The gods of Egypt, however, like those of Greece, were not anterior to nature, were not the creators of nature, but came in subsequently to it and were in some sort emanations from it. The highest conception of them in this relation was that they were the powers of nature. Now, in this important and governing matter of law, the Egyptian mind did not take the Semitic view. God appeared to the Egyptian not so much in the character of the direct originator, as in that of the ultimate guardian of the law, in our sense of these words. They had had kings who had been wise legislators, and the complete punishment for violations of the law would be in the life to come. A review, then, of the whole field makes it appear highly improbable that the Egyptians were Semites. But if they were neither African nor Semitic, what were they? There are not many alternatives to choose from. The process soon arrives at a complete exhaustion. They must have been, there is no other possible race left, mainly Aryan, that is, of the same race as ourselves. There is no antecedent improbability in this. That an Aryan wave should have reached the Nile was indeed less improbable than that others, as was the case, should have reached the Ganges and the Thames. That one had not would almost have needed explanation. That the Egyptians themselves had not the faintest trace either of a tradition or of a suspicion that it had been so is only what we might have been sure of. No other branch of the race, from the Ganges to the Thames, had preserved any record of their ancestors' migrations, or any tradition of their old home or of their parentage. This only shows, which will explain much, that the migration took place at so remote a period, so long before the invention of letters, that we feel as if it might have resulted from some displacement or variation of the axis of our Earth in the glacial epoch. That the complexion of the Egyptian is not so fair as that of Europeans is a remark of no weight. Europeans may have become fairer by the operation of causes analogous to those which made the Egyptian darker. Among the Hindus, the Brahman, who is indubitably Aryan, is generally as dark as the Egyptian was. The color of the Egyptian may have been heightened in precisely the same way as that of the Brahman. First, by intermixture with the previous possessors of the soil, and afterwards by exposure through a long series of generations with but little clothing to the floods of light and heat of a perennially cloudless and all but tropical sun. They might, on their arrival, have found an Ethiopic race in possession of the valley of the Nile, and, having come from a distance with but few women, may have largely intermarried with the conquered and displaced aborigines. That there had been some intermixture may be inferred from the complexion of the Egyptians and from the thickening of their features. There is also a moral argument in favor of this supposition in the fact that the Egyptians never, even in their best days, showed repugnance to intermarriage with the Ethiopians, or even to being ruled by Ethiopian sovereigns. They followed Tehuka and Sabako into Syria just as readily as they had followed Cetus and Ramses. We see on the sculptures the Ethiopian queen of Amenophis. Had the language been manifestly Aryan in its roots and structure, this, under the circumstances, would have been conclusively in favor of our supposition. Its not being so is, however, not conclusive against it. The Northmen who invaded and settled in Normandy abandoned their own language and adopted that of France. Again, the Norman invasion led to a great modification of the language of England, but the new tongue was not that of the invaders. Indeed, it seems only in accordance with what might have been expected, that the non-Aryan element in the people having been so potent as, to a great extent, to cloud the Aryan complexion, and coarsen the Aryan features, the language which was ultimately formed should not have been, to any great extent, Aryan. We find caste existing in Egypt from the earliest times. This becomes intelligible on the supposition of an Aryan origin. It is a parallelism to what took place on the ground occupied in India by another, but later, offset of this race. Caste could not develop itself spontaneously in the bosom of an indigenous and homogeneous people. It is impossible to conceive such a phenomenon under such circumstances. It must be the result of two causes: foreign conquest and pride of blood. As to the former, we are sure that there could have been no other means by which the Egyptians could have been introduced into the valley of the Nile, as they were not indigenous Africans. And as to pride of blood, we know that this feeling exists so strongly among Aryan peoples that it may almost be regarded as one of the characteristics of the race. It was natural, therefore, that wherever they came to dwell on the same ground with a conquered and subject population of a colour different from their own, they should introduce this or some equivalent organization of society. If they had found a dark race in Europe, we should have had caste in Europe. But here, the hardness of the struggle for existence in all times, aided by the absence of difference in colour between the conquerors and the conquered, made it impossible. In all European aristocracies, whatever may have been their origin, we can detect traces of this old Aryan disposition towards exclusiveness founded on pride of blood. In religion, which is for those times one of the surest criteria of race, there was so close an approximation of the gods and of the whole system of Egypt to those of Greece, that, as has been observed already, the Greeks supposed that the two were identical. They were in the habit of speaking of the deities of Egypt as the same as their own, only that in Egypt they had Egyptian names. Of course, it is impossible for any people to suppose that the religion of another people is identical with its own, unless the fundamental ideas of the two systems are the same. This similarity, then, indicates that they were both offsets from the same stock, and that they parted from the old home after the fundamental and governing ideas of the mythology they carried with them had been elaborated there. But in this matter we may go much further than Greece. If we view all the Aryan religions collectively, we shall find that the one idea that was the life-giving principle in every one of the whole family was the belief in a future life. The Hindu and the Persian, the Greek and the Roman, the Celt and the Teuton, all alike, as if by a common instinct, agreed in this. This, therefore, is distinctly Aryan, and no religion from which it is absent could belong to that race. How then, and this is almost a crucial test, does the religion of Old Egypt stand in this matter? Exactly as it ought to do, on the supposition that it had an Aryan origin. This was its central, its formative, its vital idea. It was this that built the 1,000 mighty temples in which the living might learn those virtues and practice that piety which would be their passport to the better world to come. It was this that embalmed the bodies of the dead, whose souls were still alive. Without it, the religion of Old Egypt could never have been a living force, nor anything but the merest mummy of a religion. At all events, without it, it could have no origin in Aryan thought. Another point to be considered is that of artistic tastes and aptitudes. These are shown most conspicuously in the architecture of a people and the subsidiary architectonic arts of sculpture and painting. They may be followed also into the arts which minister to the conveniences and embellishments of everyday life, and which are chiefly exhibited in the style of the dress of a people and of the furniture of their houses. Here again, I think the working of the Aryan mind is seen in Old Egypt. Their ideas and tastes in these matters were singularly in harmony with the ideas and tastes that have in all ages developed themselves in the bosom of Aryan communities wherever settled. On the whole, our taste approves of what they did in these applications of men's creative power, the necessary deductions having been made for the trammels which the fixity of their religious ideas imposed upon them. and for the fact that all that they did were but first unaided essays, uncorrected by comparisons with the arts of other people. When we consider what great disadvantages in this respect they worked under, we must come to the conclusion that no nation ever showed so much invention or more native capacity for art. We cannot suppose that they borrowed from any other people the idea of the pillar with its ornamented capital, the arch, the ornamentation of buildings, with the sculptured and painted forms of men, of animals, and of plants, the use of metallic colors, the art of making glass, the forms of their furniture, the art of embalming the dead, the art of writing, and a multitude of other arts which were in common practice among them in very remote times. The same may be said of their aptitude for science, which has ever been a distinct characteristic of Aryans, and never of Semites. Science is a natural growth among the former, and has appeared among the latter only occasionally, and then evidently as an exotic. The mechanics, the hydraulics, the geometry, the astronomy of the old Egyptians were all their own. We also find among them evidences of a genius for organization in a high degree, and of a singular power of realizing to their thoughts, and of working for the attainment of very distant objects, both of which are valuable peculiarities of the Aryan mind, and in both of which the Semitic mind is markedly deficient. One point more. Herodotus observes that the Egyptians resembled the Greeks in being content each of them with a single wife. On our supposition, this is just what might have been expected. There are no practices among mankind so inveterate as those connected with marriage, and the ancient Egyptians, having been an offset from the race of mankind which had originally been monogamic, could not, although they had long been settled in the polygamic region, bring themselves to adopt polygamy. The primeval custom of the race could not be unlearnt. We see, too, from the sculptures that the affectionate relation between husband and wife was rather of the European than of the Asiatic pattern. The wife places her hand on the shoulder or round the arm of a husband to symbolize unitedness, attachment, and dependence. This is done in a manner one feels is not quite in harmony with Oriental sentiment. The last questions are, where did they come from, and how did they get into Egypt? I have at times thought that they came from the mouth of the Indus or from the Persian Gulf, and entered Egypt by the way of the Red Sea. If Abydos was the first center of Egyptian power, and the balance of historical argument inclines towards it, there seems to be no other way of accounting for its having been so than by supposing a landing at Myos Hormos, or Berenice, as they were afterwards called. In one of those harbours I can imagine the Mayflowers of that old world hauled up upon the beach, and the stout hearts that had crossed in them the Indian Ocean, preparing for their inland march across the desert hills to the wondrous river. The distance is not great. On the third day they will drink its water. The natives they are to encounter are gentle and industrious. They will dispossess them of their land and enslave them. They will take their daughters for wives. They will increase rapidly in their happy valley. The language they brought with them will be lost, and the new language formed by their descendants, which will be mainly that of the people they subdued, and with whom they intermarried. The religion, however, and the arts they brought with them, they will never forget. And as the centuries roll on, and they have increased greatly in numbers, and come to have many goodly cities, and much wealth, they will add largely both to their religion and to their arts. But by the time they have added to their other arts that one which will enable them to perpetuate the memory of events, so long a time will have passed that they will have lost all tradition of how their first fathers came into the valley and how they possessed themselves of it. For them, therefore, the history of Egypt will commence with the discovery of letters, but for us, who are able to recover something of the history of words, of races, and of mythologies, it will reach back into far more distant tracts of time. There is no reason which should lead us peremptorily to decide against their having come by sea. There is no antecedent improbability. The distant voyages and settlements both of the Phoenicians and of the Normans show what can be achieved in very small vessels. Evidence to the same point was again supplied by the insignificant capacity of many of the vessels employed by some of our early transatlantic explorers and circumnavigators, and in the spirit-stirring and invigorating era of the Aryan migrations, we may believe that some enterprises of this kind were undertaken. At all events, there is nothing to preclude our believing that in the prehistoric period, Indian and Arabian vessels were wafted by the reciprocating monsoons to and fro across the Indian Ocean. Nor indeed are we at all obliged to suppose that those vessels were of insignificant capacity. But this entrance into Egypt must have taken place at so remote a date that the physical features of that part of the world might then have been somewhat different from what they are now. The Dead Sea might not then have been 1,300 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, and the isthmus we have just seen canalized might then have been navigable water. But it will make the point in question more distinct if I endeavour to speak more precisely about it. The immigration into Egypt could not possibly have been an offset of the Aryan immigration into India, which resulted in the formation of the Hindu, or of its westward outflow, which resulted in the formation of the Greeks, Romans, and Teutons. These dispersions must, we know, speaking broadly, have been contemporaneous. Their date, however, as has been already observed, was so remote that no one branch of the race retained the slightest trace of a tradition of its original seat, or of the way in which they themselves came to their new home, or of any particulars of the occurrence. We will suppose, then, that the event to which they all belong, and of which each is a part, occurred 10,000 years ago. I merely use these figures to make myself intelligible. But the Aryan immigration into Egypt belongs to a still more remote epoch and to another order of events. In the stratifications of history, its place is far lower down. It is a part of what forms a distinct and more primitive stratum. Again, for the purpose of making my meaning distinct, I will say that it belonged to a series of events which took place 15,000 years ago. The peoples and civilization of Europe, as they now exist, are to be traced back to the first mentioned of these two world movements. To that which preceded, it may possibly be referred some fragments of a previous condition of things in Europe, which have been enigmas to historians and ethnologists, as the Etruscans, the Finns, the Lapps, and the Basques. The Egyptians may have been a part of that first original wave coming down freely of their own accord into Egypt, or they may have been driven out of Persia, or from the banks of the Indus, at the epoch of the rise and outflow of the second wave. At all events, this is clear that they were no part of the second wave itself, because their language was older than the Aryan tongue of that epoch, and if, as appears probable, it was also older than that of the Semitic peoples, they too must have come into being after the Egyptians. End of chapter 3.
Section 4 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt and the Pharaohs of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Egypt, the Japan of the Old World. Nec vero terrae ferre omnes omnia possunt. Virgil. Egypt was the Japan of the Old World. While nature had separated it from other countries, she had given it within its own borders the means for satisfying all the wants felt by its inhabitants. They acted on the hint. Their general policy was to seclude themselves, to which, however, their history contains some conspicuous exceptions, and to exclude foreigners, which policy, however, they ultimately completely reversed in the reign of Germanicus, as the Japanese have done in our own day, and from the same motives. They carried the mechanical arts and all that ministers to material well-being to a high degree of perfection. Like the Japanese, they did this with what they could win from nature within the boundaries of their own country and under what we are disposed to regard as very crippling disadvantages. Though indeed, in respect of absolute independence in the origination of characteristic trains of thought and of inventions, Japan, on account of the connection of its early civilization with that of China, is estopped from entering the lists against Egypt. The moral sentiments of the Egyptians and their social and domestic life were entirely their own, the results of the working of their own ideas. It is this originality that makes them so interesting and instructive a study of human development. All their customs and all that they did were devised by themselves to meet their own especial wants. They were self-contained and confident in themselves that they would always be able to find out both what would be best for them to do and what would be the best way of doing it. Their success justified this self-reliance. All the ordinary and many of the more refined wants of man were supplied so abundantly and in so regular and well-ordered a fashion among them that a modern traveler would find no discomfort, and much to wonder at and admire, in a year or two spent in such a country as was the Egypt of Rameses the Great. He would indeed be a very great gainer if he could find the Egypt of today just what Egypt was 3,000 years ago. There are no other moderately sized countries in the world so well prepared by nature for a system of isolation and self-dependence as Japan and Egypt. On a large scale, China and the United States possess the same advantage. The action of free trade is to place all countries, even those that may be able to produce but one commodity of the world once, be it wool or labor, gold or iron, or even the power of becoming carriers for others, on the same footing of abundance as the most bountifully supplied, but at the cost of self-dependence, which, in its highest degree, means complete isolation. Free trade equalizes advantages, making the advantage of each the advantage of all. It does for the world on a large scale what the free interchange of no inconsiderable variety of domestic products did on a small scale for old Japan of the modern and for old Egypt of the ancient world. With respect to the common arts of everyday life, I think general opinion is somewhat in error in the direction of being unduly disparaging as to the state in which they were throughout the East and on the northern shores of the Mediterranean at the period which precedes the first glimmerings of history. I believe that the knowledge of these arts was throughout that large area spread very generally. Man has no real tradition of the discovery of these arts any more than he has of the acquisition of the domestic animals and of the most useful of the kinds of grain and of fruits he cultivates. What is to the credit of the Egyptians is that they carried the practice of them to a high degree of perfection and rendered them singularly fruitful, and that they added to them much which circumstances made it impossible they could have borrowed from any other people. Everything done in Egypt was invested with an Egyptian, just as everything done in Japan has been with a Japanese character. End of section 4. Section 5 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Backsheesh, the Girl of Bethany. And who will say 'tis wrong? J. Bailey. One meets few travelers in Egypt who do not speak of the incessant demands for backsheesh as an annoyance and a nuisance. The word has become as irritating to their temper as a mosquito bite is to their skin, and it is quite as inevitable. You engage a boat, a porter, a donkey. In each case, you pay 2 or 3 times as much as you ought, and in each case, the hand that has received your overpayment is again instantly held out for backsheesh. While on the Nile, I gave one morning a cigar to the rais of the boat. On walking away, I heard his step behind me. I turned back and found that he was following me to ask for backsheesh. I suppose what passed in his mind was either that I had discovered in him some merit that entitled him to backsheesh, or that one who was rich enough and weak enough to give a cigar without any provocation would give even money to one who asked for it. A friend of mine rode over a little boy. The urchin, as he lay upon the ground writhing with pain and incapable of rising, held up his hand, crying out, "I die now! Give backsheesh!" An English surgeon sees a man fall and break his arm. He goes to his assistance and sets the broken limb. The man asks for backsheesh. If the wayfarer who, as he was journeying from Jerusalem to Jericho, had fallen among thieves, had been an Egyptian, he would, while the Good Samaritan was taking leave of him, have addressed to him the same request. An Arab helps you up to the top of the pyramid. You pay him handsomely, and he is satisfied. You enter into conversation with him, and he tells you that he is the hakim of his village, that he possesses so many sheep, so many goats, so many asses, so many camels, that the wife he married last, now 2 years ago, is 13 years old. You look upon him as a rich man, but while the thought is forming itself in your mind, he holds out his hand and asks for backsheesh. There is, however, nothing in such requests that need cause annoyance or irritation. These children, whether or not grown up, for they never arrive at mental manhood, have nothing in their minds corresponding to our ideas of pride, whether aristocratic or republican, of a kind that might dispose them to regard such petitions as humiliating. What pride they have is that of race and of religion, which suggests to them the thought that to get money in this way is only a justifiable spoiling of the unbelieving stranger. They look, too, upon you as quite inexhaustibly rich, while they are themselves generally very poor. And if you are satisfied with their services, and they certainly always endeavor to do their best, or if you have any good will towards them, with which they credit you, how is this satisfaction or goodwill to be shown? It is ridiculous to suppose that words will suffice. There is but one thing to do, and that is to give a little backsheesh. This rational way of settling the matter is the way of the East, and of old, too. We know that the little present figured largely in the manners and customs of that part of the world. In Egypt, then, to blaze up with indignation at the sight of a hand held out towards you is to misunderstand the people you are among. Moreover, indignation, whatever may be the prompting cause, is very un-Egyptian. I never met with one who had seen a native lose his temper under any circumstances or under any amount of provocation. You may abuse him, you may even beat him, but he still smiles and is still ready to serve you. In this way, he soon makes you feel that you are in the wrong. One cannot be angry with such people. This ever-present idea of backsheesh may be turned to some account. I found that the only way in which I could extract a smile or a word from the native women was to hold out my hand to them and ask for backsheesh. That the Hawaji, as he rode by, should turn the tables on them in this way and invert the natural order of things by constituting himself the petitioner and elevating them to the position of the dispensers of fortune was enough to upset their gravity and loosen their tongues. I had gone from Jerusalem to Bethany with a young friend late from Harrow, great in athletics and full of fun and good spirits. We were on foot, for who would care to go to or return from Bethany otherwise, and having arrived at the village, were inquiring for what is shown as the tomb of Lazarus. The women of the place soon collected round us. One of them, in the first bloom of youth, looked like a visitant to earth, come to enable hapless mortals to dream of the perfectness of paradise. Her figure would have given Praxiteles new ideas. Her face was slightly oval, her features fine and regular, and her complexion such as must be rare in an Arab girl, for her lips were of a rich, if of a dusky coral, and the rose envermeiled her nut-brown cheeks. Her eyes thought. Her beauty was about her as a halo of light. To look upon her was fascination. My admiration was speechless. Not so, however, my young friends. For, turning to our dragoman, he said, "Ask that young lady if she is married." My breath went from me at the sudden indignation with which she fired up. As she walked away, giving utterance as she went to some angry Arabic, I looked into the faces of the women about us. It was evident that they were impressed with, and approved of, the propriety of her conduct. It will, I thought, be long remembered and quoted in the village as an example of the promptitude and decision with which an Arab girl should guard her reputation. And now, I said to myself, we are in for it. She will go and fetch her father, or a brother, or some relative assumed for the occasion, and there will be a row. I suggested, therefore, to my young friend that the tomb was a transparent imposture, that it could only be an excavation in the rock made by some medieval monk, and that we should do better to go on and look at something else. And so we got away. As we left the party of women, I gave them a little more backsheesh than usual, and then told the dragoman that we would leave the place at once, but not by the road by which we had come. We had just cleared the village, and I was congratulating myself on our having got off so speedily when we encountered a flight of locusts. I soon became absorbed in observing their numbers numberless. They gave me, I thought, a new idea of multitude. They blurred the sunlight almost like a cloud. I began to capture some of them, which I now have preserved in spirits. While thus occupied, and with a feeling of wonder at the infinitude of living things around us growing upon me, the apprehensions I had lately felt dropped entirely out of my mind. In this way we went on. When we had got about 3/4 of a mile from the village, we came to a turn in the mountain path, far removed from any dwelling, and where all was solitude and quiet. As we approached the corner, a young woman stepped forward from behind a projecting rock, and with a gracious look and most engaging smile, presented my young friend with a carefully arranged and beautiful bouquet. Could my eyes be deceiving me? No, it was no other than the exemplary young creature who, only half an hour back, had shown so much and such becoming indignation. My apprehensions then and precautions had been unnecessary. But, in American phrase, how dreadful smart to combine in so prompt and graceful a manner the credit of being good with the pleasure of being good-natured. Could anything have been better imagined in London or Paris? So it seemed, but on y soit qui mal y pense. True, few can be as beautiful, few as keen-witted as the girl of Bethany, but also true that none could have been more free from thought of evil. 'Twas all for backsheesh. And where 2 rupees are a marriage portion, so much to them and so little to us, whose heart would condemn the barefooted young tactician? That day as she returned to the village, her step, I can think, was lighter than usual. Perhaps she did not observe the mischief the locusts were doing to her father's little plot of wheat. A few days afterwards, we were riding across the hills from Bethlehem to Solomon's Pools. Our path lay by the side of the rude old aqueduct. This is merely a trough of undressed stone, sunk to the level of the surface of the ground on the sides of the hills it winds its way among, for about 5 miles from the pools to the town. The sinking of the aqueduct, just to the level of the surface, was a way of saving it from the risks of being knocked over, or of falling to pieces, that was as wise as it was simple. If it had been raised above the ground, or buried in it, whenever it got out of order, the repair of damages would have been difficult and costly. Originally, it was carried on 5 miles further to Jerusalem. We had, in our ride, reached the spot were the large-hearted king, who, like Aristotle, Bacon, and Humboldt, had seen that all knowledge was connected, had, probably, his botanical gardens, in which he cultivated some of the plants he wrote about. And the genius loci had just brought into my mind his request, suggested to him perhaps by the interest he took in the fruit he was growing up here, to be comforted with apples, for that he was sick of love, when we came suddenly on a party of women washing clothes. If the daughters of Bethlehem were as good-looking in Solomon's time as they are in ours, it, we can imagine, must have strengthened his favorable disposition towards the place, and may go some way towards accounting for the aqueduct. Though indeed this seems a little inconsistent with his preference for apples. That, however, may have been only a temporary feeling, or it may have been the expression of his latest and more matured experience. But as to these daughters of Bethlehem now in the flesh, whom we had come upon while so usefully and creditably employed, they were much amused, as it appeared, at having been caught in such an occupation, and were laughing merrily. My young friend, as might have been expected of him, endeavored to increase the merriment. This he did by leaning over his saddle and saying, "Atini bosa." Had he spoken in English, though of course nothing of the kind could ever have been said by him in our downright tongue, the words would have been, "Give me a kiss." The one to whom he appeared more particularly to address himself blazed up with instantaneous indignation, just like the girl of Bethany. With angry glance and fierce tone she exclaimed, "May your lips be withered first!" But now I felt no apprehensions. My only thought was that if we came back the same way, and should by accident find her alone, she would then, perhaps, hold out her hand and say, "Your lips are a garden of roses. Give backsheesh." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Forster Barham Zincke. Antiquity and Character of the Pyramid Civilization. The Riddle of the World. Pope. That the 3 great pyramids of Giza were erected by Khufu, Shafra, and Menkares, the Cheops, Khafren, and Mycerinus of Herodotus, we now know with as much certainty as that we owe the Pantheon to Agrippa and the Colosseum to the Flavian emperors. We also know with equal certainty that they were built between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago. From these pyramids to the Faioum extends along the edge of the desert a region of pyramids and of circumjacent necropolis. Not far from 100 pyramids have been already noted. These were the tombs of royalty. The uncrowned members of the royal family, the ministers of state, the priests, and the other great men of the dynasties of the old monarchy lie buried around. Their tombs, excavated and built in the rock, are innumerable, some of them reaching 70 feet or more back into the mountain. The tombs of the new monarchy at Thebes were several times as large, are constructed of enormous pieces of polished granite, most exquisitely fitted together. Some are covered with sculptures and paintings, traced with much freedom and a grand and pleasing simplicity. They describe the offices, occupations, and possessions, and the religious ideas and practices of those for whom they were constructed. Great was the antiquity of Thebes before European history begins to dawn. It was declining before the foundations of Rome were laid. Its palmy days antedated that event by as long a period as separates us from the First Crusade. But the building of the Great Pyramids of Giza preceded the earliest traditions of Thebes by 1,000 years. In this pyramid region and its necropolis, we have a chapter in the history of our race, the importance of which everyone can comprehend. It is a history which, while in the main it omits events, gives us fuller and more genuine and authentic materials than any written history could give for a complete understanding of the everyday life and arts of the people. And the time for which it gives us this information is so remote that there is no contemporary history of any other people which we can compare with it, or with which we can in any way bring it into connection. It has nowhere any points of contact. It is a rich stream of history that runs through a barren waste of early time, like the Nile itself through the Libyan desert, with a complete absence of affluence. Having then made out the position of this epoch with respect to general history, the next point is to ascertain as distinctly as we can what were the arts, the knowledge, the manners, the customs of the period, that is, of those who were buried in these pyramids and necropolis, when they lived, and what they were, give to them their historic interest and importance. The mere naked fact that the Great Pyramid was built implies that at that time agriculture was so advanced and in consequence so productive, and that society was so thoroughly organized as to enable the country to maintain for 30 years 100,000 men while occupied in the unproductive labor of cutting and moving the stones employed in its construction, to which we must add the 100,000 men engaged for the 10 previous years upon the great causeway which crossed the western plain, from the river to the site of the pyramid, and over which all the materials for the pyramid were brought. Modern Egypt could not do this. We should find it an enormous tax even upon our resources. There is also implied in the cutting and dressing of this vast amount of stone the supply of a corresponding amount of tools, and as granite was at that time used largely in the construction of some of the tombs and pyramids, it implies that those tools were of the best temper. It must also be remembered that some of these pyramids had crossed the Nile. The unwieldy and ponderous stones of which they were constructed had been quarried in the Arabian range and brought across the river to the African range on which the pyramids stand. What granite had been required had been brought the whole length of the valley from Syene. How much mechanical contrivance does this imply? All these great blocks had to be lifted out of the quarry, to be brought down to the river, carried across, some even between 500 and 600 miles down the river, and then again across the cultivated western plain to the first stage of the Libyan hills. They had to be lowered into the boats and lifted out of them. The inclined causeway was made of dressed and polished blocks of black basalt, a kind of stone extremely difficult to work. It was 1 mile in length, and when the blocks for the pyramid had at last reached the further end of the causeway, they had to be lifted into their place in a building that was carried to a height of 480 feet. Herodotus mentions the succession of machines by which they were elevated from the bottom to the top. The mechanical arrangements, then, must have been well planned and executed. In these great works, we see that nothing was overlooked or neglected. Everything that could happen was anticipated and calculated with the utmost nicety and completely and successfully provided for. This would in itself alone imply much accumulated knowledge and habits of mind which nothing but long ages of civilization can give. No rude people can make nice calculations, can summon before themselves for consideration all the conditions of a problem, or take precautions against what may happen thousands of years after their time. If, then, we look at these structures, such as we have them now before our eyes, and work out in our minds the conditions, both contemporary and precedent, involved in the single fact of their having been built, we see distinctly that we are not contemplating one of the earlier stages, but a very advanced stage of civilization. All traces of the inception of the useful arts and of social organization are utterly wanting. We have before us a great community which, when seen for the first time, appears Minerva-like, full-grown, and completely equipped. This is seen with equal distinctness in the representations of the common arts and of the ordinary occurrences and practices of life as we find them on the tombs. they are such as belong to a civilized people. Among the former we may instance the manufacture of glass and the enameling of earthenware with coloured glazes, and among the latter the making of inventories for the property of deceased persons. The religion, too, we see, had already attained its full development. Its doctrines were matured, all its symbols had been decided upon, and an order of men had been set apart for the maintenance of the knowledge of it, and for the celebration of its services. The hierarchy also of society was now completely established, and had been long unhesitatingly acquiesced in. There are no indications here either of growth or of decay, or of any disposition to unsettle anything. The order of society is received as the order of nature, is administered by a regular form of government, and crowned by a splendid court. But, and this is as surprising as anything we meet with belonging to those times, they were already in possession of their hieroglyphical method of writing, and were using it regularly and largely in their monumental records, and, which is still more significant, had discovered how to form papyrus rolls, that is to say, paper, for its reception. Nor is there any indication of a time when their ancestors have been without it. In this, as in the other matters I have mentioned, there is no substantial difference between the primeval monarchy, before the invasion of the Hyksos, and the revived monarchy which flourished after the expulsion of the Hyksos. From whence, then, did this remote civilization come? Was it indigenous, or was it from abroad? Or, if derived from these two sources, in what degree did each contribute? Is there any possibility of recovering any of the early date, or of at all measuring roughly any of the periods of the early history? I have already said something on these questions, and shall return to them whenever we shall have reached any point from which there may appear to be emitted some ray of light which falls upon them. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, StageLeft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Labor was squandered on pyramids because it could not be bottled up. Faute de mieux. It is essential to the right understanding of any age that we have a general knowledge of its monetary and economical condition. This, which in ordinary histories is passed over with little or no notice, does, in truth, largely affect the character of men's works and deeds, their manners and customs, and even their thoughts and feelings. It had much influence on the history of the Old World. We see it distinctly at work in that of the Roman Empire, and we are now beginning to understand how largely it is influencing the course of events amongst ourselves at the present moment. With respect to the pyramids, who was to build them, the means by which they were to be built, and that they were to be built at all depended on the monetary and economical condition of the Egypt of that day. To elucidate this is to advance a step in the reconstruction and revivifying of the period. Herodotus tells us that he saw inscribed on the Great Pyramid how many talents of silver, 1,600 was the number, had been expended in supplying the hands employed on the work with radishes, onions, and garlic. He says he had a distinct recollection of what the interpreter told him on the subject. We believe this because he was no inventor of fables, but an accurate and veracious recorder of what he saw and heard. The idea of history, that is, of what is properly called history, which is exclusive of intentional deception and misrepresentation, was the uppermost idea in his mind. The internal evidence of his great, varied, and precious work demonstrates this. There is, however, another reason for our believing this particular piece of information he gives us about the Great Pyramid, which is that it is in strict accord with what we know of the period to which his statement belongs. Silver was at that time not coined but weighed, and therefore necessarily the inscription would speak of such a weight of silver and not of so many coins of a certain denomination. At that time, there were not in existence any coins of any denomination. In the history of Joseph, we have frequent mentions of money without any qualifying terms, but on the one occasion in the narrative where it becomes necessary to speak precisely on the subject, Joseph's brethren do so by saying that their money was in full weight. Money, then, we may suppose, as late as the time of the Pentateuch, was silver that was weighed and not coined. This is in accordance with another statement of Herodotus, that the Lydians, the most mercantile neighbors of the Greeks, were the people who first coined money. Now that the Egyptians had at this time no coined money proves that their taxes, as is very much the case at this day with their chief tax, that on land, were paid in kind. In an age when silver was so scarce that the idea of coining it for the purpose of giving to it easy and general circulation had not occurred, and it was passing from hand to hand of the few who possessed it by weight, the actual tillers of the soil, always in the East and not less so in Egypt than elsewhere, a poor and oppressed class, could not have had silver to pay their rents and taxes. The wealth, therefore, of Pharaoh must have consisted mainly of produce. The next point is that no profitable investments for what silver or precious things a few might have possessed were known or possible then. It was not only that there were no government stocks and no shares paying dividends, but that there was nothing at all that could be resorted to for such purposes. If a man had invested money in anything, he would have stood out before the world as a rich man, and so as a man to be squeezed. Doubtless there was less of this in Egypt than elsewhere in the East, but in those early and arbitrary days there must have been, at times, even in Egypt, somewhat of it. People therefore would not, as a general rule, have invested had it been possible. But it was utterly impossible for the double reason that there was nothing to invest and nothing to invest in. What people invest is capital. Capital is bottled-up labor, convertible again at pleasure into labor or the produce of labor. But in those days, labor could not be bottled up except by a very few in the form of silver ingots. In these days, every kitchen maid can bottle up labor in the shape of coin, which is barren bottling up, and invest it in a savings bank account or in some other way, which is fruitful bottling up. I ask permission to use these incongruous metaphors, one on top of the other. Every grown-up person in the kingdom can bottle up labor and invest it. And, as a matter of fact, there are few who at one time or another in their lives do not. Some have succeeded in doing it to such an enormous amount that they might, with the accumulated store, build a pyramid greater than that of Cheops. It is indeed with the labor that has been bottled up by private individuals that we have constructed all our railways, docks, and gasworks, and with which we carry out all our undertakings, great and small, in this country. There is no limit to our capacity for bottling up labor. It is one of our greatest exports. We send it all over the world, to Russia, to America, to India, and to Egypt itself. It is estimated that we store up somewhere around 150 million pounds worth every year. But in the time of Cheops, nothing of this kind was done, nor could it have been. It is true that the nation could then produce a great deal more food than it needed for consumption, but at the end of the year it was none the richer. Its surplus labor had not been fixed and preserved in a reconvertible form for future needs. Its surplus production had not been thus stored up for future uses. To repeat ourselves, there were, speaking generally, no ways open to them for bottling up this surplusage either in the temporary barren or in the continuously fruitful fashion. But there were ways open to them by which they might squander or consume their imperfect chances. They might, for instance, throw away their surplus food and capacity for surplus labor by doing no productive work for a portion of the year. They were engaged in this way in the long and numerous festivals of their gods, in their funeral processions, and other matters of this kind. The effect was the same when they made military raids on their neighbors. To this method also of using up their surplus labor and food, they had frequent recourse. To these matters they were disposed more than ourselves, because, unlike ourselves, they could not save what they were thus squandering. Or they might spend much of it in excavating, sculpturing, and painting acres of tombs, or in piling up pyramids, or in building incredible numbers of magnificent temples. This explains the magnitude and costliness of many of the works and undertakings of the Old World elsewhere, as well as in Egypt. The point which is essential to see is that they could not bottle up their surplus labor of any kind in the time of Cheops. While with us, every form of surplus labor, even every odd half hour of every form of it, may be bottled up, and the interest on what has been secured in this way may itself also be secured in like manner. The only approach to this among them was made by the king when he built a treasury, which we know was sometimes done by the pharaohs, and locked up in it his ingots of silver and what gold precious stones and costly stuffs he had acquired. But this form of bottling up labor, and which only one man in the kingdom could practice, had two objections. It was of the utterly barren sort. It paid no dividends. He had no enjoyment of any kind from it. This was the first objection. And the other was that if it was continued too long, and this might be the result at any moment, the man who was thus hoarding up his treasures would prove to have been hoarding them up for others and not for himself, and so he would get no particle of advantage from them. What then was he to do? How was what he had to be spent in such a manner as that he might himself get something from it? How was he to have himself the spending of it? A pyramid is utterly unproductive and all but utterly useless. It is a building that does not give shelter to any living thing, in which nothing can be stored up, excepting a corpse, and that cannot even be entered. Still, it was of as much benefit to the man who built it as leaving the surplus labor and food he had at his disposal and the valuables he had in his treasury unused would be. And those who built pyramids had at their absolute command any amount of labor and any amount of food. Here, then, was a great temptation to raise monuments of this kind to themselves. What treasure they had might as well be sunken stones as remain bottled up barrenly. They would, at all events, spend it themselves and get for it an eternal monument. They would have the pleasure of raising themselves their own monuments. They would have the satisfaction of providing a safe and magnificent abode for their own mummies. If they had had at home Egyptian 3% government consols, or could they have bought Chinese, Hindu, or Assyrian 5% stocks, or if the thought had occurred to them, which not long afterwards did occur to their successors, of reclaiming from the desert by irrigation the district of the Faioum, or if they had foreseen that in times to come the Hyksos and the Persians might invade Egypt, and that possibly a rampart from Pelusium to the metropolis, such as was afterwards constructed, might assist in keeping them in check in the desert, where there would be a chance of their perishing from thirst, or if Egypt had been, like Ceylon, a country in which mountain streams could be dammed up in the wet season for irrigating the land in the dry, or like Yucatan, where enormous tanks for the storage of the rainfall are indispensable, then it is evident that the surplus labor and food and the silver ingots in the king's treasury would have been spent in some one or other of these ways. But some of these things were not possible in Egypt, and the time for thinking of the others had not yet come. There was, therefore, no alternative. It must be something as unproductive as a pyramid or a temple. The intense selfishness of man, such as he was in those early days, prevented his having any repugnance to the idea of a pyramid all for himself. It rather, on the contrary, commended the idea to his mind. And so it came about that the pyramids were built. The whole process is as clear to us as it would be had we ourselves, in some well-remembered stage of our previous existence, been the builders and not Cheops and Khephren. We see the conditions under which they acted and the mental processes by which they were brought to the only conclusion possible to them. The question may be propounded, why was there given to these structures that particular form which from them has been called the pyramidal? Mathematics and astronomy have been summoned to answer the question, and lately the Astronomer Royal for Scotland has, in a large and learned work, endeavored to prove that the Great Pyramid of Giza was intended to perpetuate forever a knowledge of scientifically ascertained natural standards of weight, measure, and capacity. If this was the purpose of the Great Pyramid, will he allow an old friend to ask him, what then was the purpose of each one of those scores of other pyramids that were constructed before and after it? No two, probably, of the whole series were precisely of the same dimensions, except perhaps accidentally. All suppositions of this kind have their origin in the unhistorical, or rather anti-historical practice of attributing to early ages the ideas of our own times. The first requirement for enabling one to answer this question rightly is the power of, in some degree, thinking with the thoughts of the men who themselves built the pyramids. Though, of course, there is no more reason for doubting that every pyramid in Egypt was intended for a tomb and sepulchral monument, just for that and for nothing else, than there is for doubting that the Colosseum was built for the spectacles of the amphitheater and London Bridge for enabling people to cross the Thames. Sir John Mandeville, the greatest English traveler of the Middle Ages, and who, during his 33 years of wandering in the East, had served in the armies of both the Sultan of Egypt and the Emperor of China, writing between 1360 and 1370 of what he had seen about 25 years previously, tells us the pyramids were the granaries Joseph built for the storage of the corn of the years of plenty. This is instructive. It shows how readily in ages of ignorance, the same cause still has, where it remains, the same effect, men connect old traditions, particularly if there be anything of religion about them, with existing objects, being prompted to do this by a craving to give distinctness and a local habitation to such traditions. He anticipates and bars the objection that neither he nor anyone else had inspected the interior of the pyramids for the purpose of ascertaining whether they were adapted for granaries, by telling us that they were full of serpents. This is set down apparently without any other design than that of recording a curious fact, which it would be as well to mention. And doubtless, as far as the knight knew himself, he had no other object. But in matters of this kind, experience teaches us that such people do not know themselves. Here, then, we have an instance of the way in which extremes meet. The old knight accepts his theory without one jot or tittle of evidence in its favor, and directly in the teeth of all that had ever been recorded of the pyramids. It is a theory which allows at most 7 years for their construction, and which supposes them to have been designed for a purpose which is flatly contradicted by their form, and by all that is seen of their exterior and known of their interior, and too by the history itself. One grain of science of any kind in the old knight would have lost us the lesson to be drawn from his theory. What he did was to yield to what was to him a temptation, and this, and I say it with all due deference, is precisely what the Astronomer Royal for Scotland appears to have done. He too has yielded to a temptation. The old knight, 5 centuries and a half back, was tempted to find in these mighty monuments the biblical narrative, and he found it. The modern astronomer is tempted to find in them most unexpected and surprising indications, facts, and conclusion of profoundest science, and he finds them. Each was tempted after his kind. History, which had only an embryonic and potential existence in the time of the old knight, and which even now is only beginning to assume its proper form and lineaments and to become a living thing with power to teach, to guide, and to save from error, formerly what was taken for history often only misled, would readily have enabled each of them to have escaped the temptation that was besetting him. It is worth noticing, by the way, that Mandeville was one of the last who saw the original inscriptions on the Great Pyramid. The construction of Sultan Hassan's mosque, the materials for which were supplied by the outer flakes of the pyramid, was completed about the middle of the 14th century. Mandeville was in Egypt immediately before its commencement, and mentions the inscriptions. Notices of them are also to be found in several Arabian and other writers of earlier date. These were what Herodotus saw and refers to. Some others, both in Greek and Latin, had been added during the period of Ptolemaic and Caesarian domination. When the father of history saw and had them interpreted to him, they were more than 2,000 years old. The Knight of St. Alban, 1,700 years later, looked upon them in blank ignorance. Here we have brought together, as it were, in a single canvas, the primeval Egyptian, the inquisitive Greek, and the adventurous Englishman. What would not one now give to behold such inscriptions on such a building and with such a history? They had stood for nearly 4,000 years, and were capable, probably, of standing 4,000 years more. At all events, at this day we might certainly be reading what Cheops had inscribed, and Herodotus and Mandeville had seen, if, we need not say anything about Sultan Hassan, Mohammed had been less of an ignorant barbarian. What destroyed these inscriptions, just as it had overthrown a civilization it was incapable of reconstructing, was the grand and luminous formula that God is God and Mohammed is his prophet. This, which the true believer takes for a summary of all knowledge, is in fact nothing but the profession and apotheosis of all ignorance. It does excellently well for Mecca, and still better for Timbuktu. But, however, as it is the summary of all knowledge, those who utter it have attained, how easy then is the achievement, the highest point man can reach. They can have on intellectual sympathy or moral connection with the ages that preceded its announcement. So, also, the ages that are to come, why there should be such ages does not appear, can never be in anything one step in advance of them. God can never be anything but God, and he can never have any prophet but Mohammed. That is to say, men must never conceive the idea of God otherwise than as Mohammed conceived it. This was what destroyed the inscriptions Cheops had placed on the Great Pyramid and turned it into a quarry for mosques and palaces at Cairo. Religion, however, sooner or later has its revenge on the theology which endeavors to confine it within narrow and inexpansive limits of this kind. The day comes when the engineer is hoist with his own petard. That is, when the theology is strangled with its own formularies. History, too, which theologies generally ignore, has its revenge in pointing, as a warning, to the indications, scattered throughout all lands, of their former existence and of the causes of their decay and extinction. Religion is a living thing that, from time to time, advances into a higher form. Theologies are often only fossils of forms of religion that have passed away. But to return to our question, why was this particular form given to these tombs and sepulchral monuments? Of course, it was because this was the form which presented itself to the minds of the men of those times as the natural and proper form. But why did a thought which does not appear obvious and appropriate to us appear to them natural and proper? It was because in the ages that had preceded the times of the pyramid builders, and which had left some of the ideas that had belonged to them still impressed on men's minds, tools for quarrying and squaring stones had been scarce, and it had resulted from this scarcity of tools, sometimes it was an entire absence of them, and from the corresponding embryonic condition of the primitive ideas of art, that the tombs and sepulchral monuments of those ages had consisted merely of a shallow grave covered over with a pile of inartificially heaped up stones or earth. That was all that the natural desire in the survivors to perpetuate the memory of the dead had found possible. Such was, with the Aryan race, the primeval idea of a tomb and sepulchral monument throughout the whole Aryan world. Cheops and Khephren and their predecessors for many generations on the throne of Egypt had acquired tools and an unlimited supply of labor, but they had not acquired new ideas about tombs and sepulchral monuments. So when, with the vigor of thought and boldness of conception that belonged to a young world conscious of its strength, they resolved to construct such tombs and sepulchral monuments as should endure while the world endured, no other form occurred to them excepting that of the simple, antique Aryan cairn. They wanted a tomb and a sepulchral monument, and nothing but a cairn could be that. And so they built the cairns of Giza. Solomon's temple indicated that it had been preceded by a time during which the house of God had been a tent. The marble Parthenon, that it had been preceded by a time during which the ancestors of its architects had built with wood. Suppose that it were discovered that in the language of Old Egypt the word for sepulchral monument meant literally a heap of stones. Should we not be justified by the known history of the power words have over thought in feeling that, in those early times, there could not have been a man in Egypt capable of forming any other conception of a sepulchral monument? We have some little ground for presuming that something of the kind was at work in the minds of the builders of the pyramids. The force, that is to say of words, as well as the force of tradition, may have constrained them to adopt the pyramidal form. At all events, we know that the word pyramid may mean the mountain, perhaps the mound, perhaps really the cairn, the heap of stones. End of section 7. Section 8 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, StageLeft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Great Pyramid looks down on the Cataract of Philæ. Now I gain the mountain's brow, what a landscape lies below. Dyer. There is some interest in the comparison contained in the following figures. The Great Pyramid was originally 480 feet high. In consequence of the sacrilegious removal of its outer courses by the caliphs to provide materials for the construction of the Mosque of Hassan and other buildings at Cairo, its height has been reduced 20 feet, that is, to 460 feet. It stands at the northern extremity of the Valley of Egypt. The first cataract is at the other or southern extremity. These two extreme points of the valley are separated by a distance, following the windings of the river, of 580 miles. Throughout this distance, the river falls on an average 5 inches a mile. This gives an uniformly rapid stream. To ascend this distance in a steamboat, such as are used on the Nile, requires 7 days of continuous work, no time having been allowed for stoppages, except, of course, during the night. I need hardly say that the voyage is never accomplished in so short a time. But supposing a week has been spent in the ascent of the river, when, at the end of it, you land at the cataract, you are at very little more than half the height you had reached when you were standing at the beginning of the week on top of the pyramid. So it would be, supposing the pyramid stood on the level of the riverbank, instead of standing as it does on a spur of the limestone ridge that overlooks the valley. To think, when you are entering Nubia, that a building in the neighborhood of Cairo so many 100 miles away is still towering nearly 240 feet above your head, and that it has been there from an antiquity so remote that in comparison with it, the most ancient monuments of Europe are affairs of yesterday, an antiquity that is separated from our own day by more than 5,000 years, makes one feel that those old Egyptians understood very well what they were about when they undertook to set for themselves a mark upon the world which should stand as long as the world endured. Judging from what we still see of the casing at the top of the second pyramid, we feel certain that if the destroying hand of man had not stripped off its polished outer casing from the Great Pyramid, the modern traveler would behold it precisely as it was seen 50 centuries ago when the architect reported to Cheops the completion of the work. I have been speaking of the relation, in respect of height, of the Great Pyramid to the Cataract of Philæ only. It may, however, be noticed, for the sake of enabling the fireside traveler to picture more readily to his mind the peculiarity of the hyposymmetrical features of this unique country, that this pyramid looks down, and always from a relatively greater height, on every part of the cultivated soil of the whole land of Egypt. End of section 8. Section 9 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The wooden statue in the Boulak Museum. Vivi Vultus, Virgil. In the Museum of Egyptian Antiquities at Boulak, the harbor of Cairo, is a wooden statue of an old Egyptian. It was found in a tomb at Saqqara and belongs to one of the early dynasties of the old primeval monarchy. It is absolutely untarnished by the thousands of years it had been reposing in that tomb. There is no stain of time upon it. To say that it is worth its weight in gold is saying nothing, for its value is not commensurable with gold. It is history itself to those who care to interpret such history. The face is neither of the oval nor of the round type, but as it were of an intermediate form. The features and their expression are just such as might be seen in Pall Mall or in a modern drawing room, with the difference that there is over them the composed cast of thought of the wisdom of old Egypt. As you look at the statue intently, you cannot do otherwise, the soul returns to it. The man is reflected from the wood as he might have been from a mirror. He is not a genius. His mind is not full of that light which gives insight. He cannot communicate to others unusual powers of seeing and feeling. He cannot send an electric shock through the minds and hearts of a generation. He is no prophet whose lips have been touched with fire, no poet whose words are creations, no master of philosophical construction, no natural leader of men. And this piece of wood tells you distinctly not only what manner of man he was not, but also exactly what manner of man he was. How this Egyptian of very early days thought and felt and lived are all there. He was accustomed to command. He was a man of great culture. His culture had refined him. He was conscious of and valued his refinement. He was benevolent on conviction and principle. It would have been unrefined to have been otherwise. He was somewhat scornful. He was very accurate in his knowledge, his ideas, and statements. Very precise in his way of thinking and in all that he did. He shrunk from doing a wrong or from using an ill-placed word as he would have from a soiled hand. He was as clean and neat in his thoughts as in his habits. He was as obstinate as all the mules in Spain. Had there been any other party in those days, he would have belonged to the party of order. And if things had gone so far, he would not have shrunk from standing by his principles, but he would not unnecessarily have paraded them. If he had been called upon to die for his principles, he would have died with dignity and with no sign of the thoughts within. In his philosophy, nothing so became firmness of mind as composure of manner. His servants respected him. They had never known him do a wrong thing, and they had known him do considerate things, but they did not like him. They could not tell why, but it was because they could not understand him. He was an aristocrat. He cultivated and valued the advantages his position had given him, and was dissatisfied with those whom circumstances had forbidden should ever be like himself. He saw that this feeling was inconsequential, but he saw no escape from it, and this vexed his preciseness and accuracy. And he combated the disturbing thought with greater benevolence and greater accuracy, and became more precise where preciseness was possible. He was fond of art, of his books, and of his garden. He was not unsocial, still, in a sense, nature attracted him more than man, and he preferred the wisdom of the ancients to that of the moderns. Such was this Egyptian between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago. He was the creation of a high civilization. He could have been understood only by men as civilized as himself. That he was understood is plain from this piece of wood having been endowed with such a soul. In the Boulak Museum is also a statue in diorite, one of the hardest kinds of stone, carefully executed and beautifully polished, of Khephren, the builder of the second pyramid, with his name inscribed upon it. The features are uninjured, and are seen by us at this day just as they were seen by Khephren and his court 5,000 years ago. It was discovered by Monsieur Mariette at the bottom of the well which supplied the water used for sacred purposes in the sepulchral temple attached to Khepren's pyramid. This statue must have been, originally, erected in the temple, and we can imagine that it was thrown into the well by the barbarous Hyksos or iconoclastic Persians, where it lay undisturbed till brought again to light by Monsieur Mariette. Probably the well had been filled up with the rubbish of demolitions contemporary with the overthrow of the statue, and, having been thus forthwith obliterated, had been lost to sight and memory to our day. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Date of building with stone. When time is old and hath forgot itself, and blind oblivion swallowed cities up, and mighty states characterless are grated to dusty nothing. Shakespeare. Manetho tells us that in the reign of Sesotorsus, a king of the 3rd dynasty, the method of building with hewn stone was introduced. He reigned about 3600 BC. It will be observed that this date is about 13 centuries earlier than that assigned to the flood on Archbishop Usher's authority and which is placed on the margin of our Bibles, and only between 3 and 4 centuries subsequent to the date assigned, on the same authority, to the creation of the world. To examine, however, this date of Manetho's for the hewing and dressing of building stone is now our immediate object. A little investigation on this subject will, I am disposed to think, show that it is inadmissible and that it must be thrown back to a very much more remote antiquity. Manetho made this statement in the time of the Ptolemies. We are therefore, under the circumstances, justified in supposing that the author of the date, whether Manetho himself or some earlier chronographer to whom he was indebted for it, meant by it little more than an acknowledgment that he was not acquainted with any stone buildings earlier than the reign of Sesotorsus. A question of this kind was then very much what it is now, one of antiquarian research, it being necessary then, as now, to collect the evidence for its decision from the monuments. But if our acquaintance with the monuments of the primeval period is as extensive and profound as Manetho's was, or even more so, and if in addition we have advanced far beyond what was possible in his day in the direction of universal history, we may be able to show that there is some error in his date, or at all events, may be able to explain it in such a way that it may be brought into closer conformity with what is now known than it would seem to admit of if taken literally. It is then evident that he was unacquainted with any buildings of hewn stone earlier than the time of Sesotorsus. No surprise need be felt at this. Sesotorsus reigned more than 3,000 years before the time of Manetho. Let us recall what is the effect of 3,000 years upon ordinary stone buildings in a country that has, during that period, been growing and prospering. Our Saxon forefathers used stone largely in building. 1,000 years only have passed, and now there is not a building in the country we can point to and say with certainty that it was raised by their hands. There are a few doubtful exceptions in the form of church towers, but these, if authentic, are exceptions of the kind which prove the rule. For when everything else disappeared, they could have been preserved only by a combination of chances so rare that it did not occur in 1 out of 10,000 cases. It was much the same after 500 years had passed. The Roman world was covered in the time of Constantine with magnificent cities and villas, but how many of the houses that were then inhabited are now standing? The reasons of this are evident. First, there is the ever-acting disintegration of natural causes. Whatever man erects upon the surface of the earth, nature is ever afterwards busy in reducing to the common level. Then comes fire, the best of servants, but the worst of masters, which no dwelling house can be expected to escape for 1,000 years. Earthquakes, too, and war have, in any long series of years, to be credited with much destructive work. These are all, in the end, complete undoers of man's handiwork. But I am disposed to assign the greatest amount of obliteration to the ever-changing fashions and wants of man himself. The houses of one generation are not suited to the tastes and requirements of the generations that succeeded. They must, therefore, be pulled down to make way for what men wish to have. Perhaps they become quarries to supply the materials needed for the new buildings. Those who act in this way are only doing what their predecessors did and what their successors will do. Palaces and the chief public buildings in a city are, from a variety of causes, transferred to new sites. And the cities, of which they must be the centers, must correlate themselves to the sites of the new buildings. Or the capital or city itself may, from, again, a variety of causes, be transferred to an entirely new site. In either case, more or less of the old city is no longer inhabited. Sometimes the old materials are wanted, sometimes the ground upon which the deserted buildings are standing is needed for cultivation. If we sum up the effects of these causes, we cannot expect that the contemporaries of the Ptolemies should have found in Egypt any buildings dating from the first period of the old monarchy, that is, nearly 4,000 years old. They had before them the pyramids, which were then certainly more than 3,000 years old, and which, it is evident, had defied all the destructive causes we have enumerated, simply on account of their exceptional form and mass, and because the enormous stones of which they were constructed had been so nicely fitted together as to exclude moisture and air. And so, because they found no earlier buildings, and because the stones of these had been so carefully and truly wrought, they assigned, as the commencement of the practice of building with wrought stone, the reign of Sesortosis. That is, they carried it back 200 years beyond the date of the commencement of the Great Pyramid. This is altogether inadmissible. Men could not pass in 200 years from the first essays in cutting stone to the grandest stone structure and, in nicety of workmanship, one of the most perfect instances of stone joinery that has ever been erected. There were great builders long anterior to this date of 200 years before the commencement of the Great Pyramid. Some of the pyramids themselves, and many of the tombs, are older than the pyramids of Giza, and even than the time of Sesortosis. A pyramid had been built in Faioum as far back as the first dynasty of all, that of Menes himself. Their system of religion and their system of writing had both arrived at their perfected condition in the time of Menes, and each of these two facts imply considerable advance in the art of building, of course building with stone, of which there were such ample materials everywhere throughout the valley of Egypt. They could not have had a perfected religion such as was theirs without temples, nor is it possible that they could have advanced to the art of writing without having achieved previously as far as the art of cutting and dressing stone. And this is more obvious when we consider that the very peculiarity of Egyptian writing grew partly out of the idea that its characters were to be sculptured and incised on stone. This is what is implied in its very name of hieroglyphics. I do not imagine that the date we are considering was a mere fiction. To invent history was not an Egyptian custom. What might have been rightfully assigned to the time of Sesortosis might not have been rightly understood, and so came to be wrongly described. They had hewn and built with stone centuries before his time, but there was an architectural improvement which must have commenced somewhere about his reign, which we see perfected in the pyramids, and which the Egyptians ever afterwards retained, and that was the practice of building with enormous blocks of stone, cut and fitted together with the utmost care and precision. We can accept Manetho's statement when interpreted to mean this. The Egyptians had already had a long national existence. They were a very observant and thoughtful people. Of all people of whom we know anything, they had the strongest craving to leave behind them grand and, if possible, everlasting historical monuments. But they observed that all buildings constructed with small stones, sooner or later, but at all events in a few centuries, passed away without leaving a record. They fell to the ground, or they were taken down to supply materials for new buildings, or the stone they were built of was burnt for lime. The consumption of lime has always been great in Egypt, and although the limestone mountains are not far from the river and throughout the greater part of the country seldom more than 2 or 3 miles from it, old buildings have always been made to supply much material for this purpose. Muhammad Ali, notwithstanding that the limestone ridges of Thebes were close by, threw down one of the magnificent propylaea of Karnak to get lime for some paltry niter works he was setting up in the neighborhood. To secure, then, as far as possible, their great monuments and tombs against these causes of decay and overthrow, they, at about the time of the date we are discussing, changed their method of building and began to use such large stones that it would generally be less troublesome and costly to get new stone at the quarries for building and for lime than to overthrow an enormous structure, which could not be done without some machinery and much tackle and labor. But their ideas and the knowledge and the skill shown in these great buildings agree with other considerations in obliging us to carry back the art of building with hewn stone to a very remote epoch, far beyond any contemporary monuments, and far beyond Menes, whose name is the first to appear in the annals of Egypt, and who must have reigned not far from 6,000 years ago. At this period, we cannot now entertain any doubts on the subject. Civilization in Egypt was in a very advanced state, not very different indeed from what we find it at the date of the oldest of the still existing monuments. Upon the earliest of these, we see the public and private life of Egyptians sculptured and painted by their own hands. This, of course, must have required long antecedent periods of slow advance, for in this matter it is the first and not the later steps which require most time. No inference in respect to the point before us can be drawn from the preservation of buildings standing on such sites as those of Paestum or Palmyra. As soon as those cities began to decay, all temptation to use the stones of old structures in the erection of new ones or to burn them for lime completely ceased. They became useless and valueless, and this it was that saved them. During the 4,000 years that had elapsed between Menes and Manetho, Egypt had been a populous country, generally in a state of prosperity, and, during the whole time, building, which often implies pulling down, had been actively going on. Every stone, therefore, in every old, disused building of the early dynasties was likely, in one way or another, to have been reused. No one can suppose that in such a country as ancient Egypt, the pressure of this temptation would be long resisted. The object of these pages is to present to the reader the thoughts on Egypt as it was and as it is, which arose in the author's mind during a tour he made last winter through the country. Among these thoughts, as I intimated at the beginning of this chapter, a prominent place is occupied by chronological questions, for the dates of early Egyptian history do not accord with those of the popularly received system. It therefore becomes necessary to revert to the grounds of that system, as well as to examine and ascertain the particulars of the chronology of Egypt. In this indispensable department of primeval history, it is possible that we may have been misled by a very natural misapprehension as to the character of the earlier portions of the Hebrew Scriptures. We read them as if they were addressed to ourselves and as if their object was historical. These are, both of them, erroneous and misleading ideas. It is evident on the face of the documents that their writers had in view no readers excepting those for whose immediate behoof they were composed, and no objects excepting religion and patriotism. Their aim was to form the Israelites into a people by the instrumentality of a code sanctioned and enforced by religion. The writings, therefore, necessarily lay a foundation for the religion, give an exposition of it, and set forth the motives for its observance. The code is the point of view from which the religion and the formation of the people that from which the code is to be regarded. History is no more their object than science. They do, of course, contain a part, and that a most important part, of the history of mankind. For in carrying out their aim, they give much of the history of a people that was destined to have a great and permanent and ever-growing effect on the world. But it is important to observe that even this they contain only incidentally. To us, both their religious aims and their incidental history give them a value which cannot be overestimated. We shall, however, only fall into mistakes if we lose sight of their primary, limited, Hebrew religious purpose and regard them as universal history. This is a question of broad as well as of minute criticism, of the interpretation of the whole as well as of particulars. Are these scriptures to be regarded as containing the religion and the history limited to the point of view of the religion of one of the smallest of all people, or as containing the whole primeval history of man in such a sense that nothing but what appears to be in harmony with what has come to be their popular interpretation can be taken into consideration? It was for many ages an unavoidable mistake to entertain respecting them the latter assumption, that some of the elements of Hebrew religious thought were subsequently taken up into the religious thought of a very considerable portion of mankind, does not affect the question immediately before us. It may be, precisely, the attempt to maintain this misconception of their nature which is now causing so much confusion of thought and ill feeling. If regarded in their true light, no documents of the Old World are more precious to us historically. I am not speaking of them in any other sense now. For, to refer to that which is the chief concern of man, if the great lesson of history is to teach us that it has itself no meaning, purpose, or value excepting so far as it is the story of the intellectual and moral growth of the race, and that this double growth is the paramount object of national and of individual life, then how precious and how luminous a portion of history do these documents become? But this value is very much lessened, and this light obscured, by the determination to find in them not a part, but the whole of primeval history. The civilization of Egypt, which reaches back into so remote a past that the pyramids were monuments of hoar antiquity when Abraham saw them, and the civilization, perhaps contemporary with the date of the pyramids, which existed on the banks of the Euphrates, the Ganges, and the Yangtze Kiang, must be made harmoniously to find a place by the side of what is recorded in the Hebrew Scriptures. So must the mythology and the moral and intellectual aptitudes of the Aryan race of man. So must also the knowledge to which we have attained of the history of our globe itself and of the succession of life upon it. This process has already been passed through with respect to the discoveries of astronomy. Against them there was a long and fierce struggle. At last everybody admitted both that what astronomers taught might be believed and that the Hebrew Scriptures did not teach astronomy. There is no reason for confining to astronomy the rule that was established in its favor. It must be extended so as to include our knowledge of the greatness and the remoteness of Egyptian civilization and every other kind of knowledge. We need not and we must not so interpret the Hebrew Scriptures as to reject on their authority or even to feel repugnance to accept any clearly established facts. To make this use of them is to wrest them to a purpose for which it is clear they were never intended. Their historical value to ourselves is only an incident and accident of their design purpose. That was, to teach to the Israelites their code and to give them motives for observing it, which has come to be to us a part of history, and not to teach history to us. The idea of history, taking the word in the meaning it has for us, did not exist then. It could not indeed have existed then, for everything has its own place and time, and the time for history had not come then. First, the seed is deposited in the ground, then comes the tender shoot, next the stem and blades, after that the plant flowers, last of all comes the full corn in the ripe ear. Those early days were the time when the materials were in many places being collected, out of which we have to construct human history. It is fortunate for us that in those first times men did not forestall the idea of history. That would have prevented their attending singly to what they were themselves doing and to the thoughts that were at work in their own minds. End of section 10. Section 11 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Going up to the top of the Great Pyramid. How fearful and dizzy 'tis to cast one's eyes so low. The crows and choughs that wing the midway air show scarce so gross as beetles. Shakespeare. Of course, you listen to anything people have to say on a subject about which you are at the moment interested. Here are some specimens of what I heard about the pyramids when I was on the point of visiting them. A gentleman who had that day returned from making the ascent was, as he sat at the table d'hôte, overflowing with his impressions. His complexion and voice were somewhat womanly. As might have been expected, he strongly advised that everyone should attempt what he had himself just accomplished. There was, however, some novelty in the advantage he thought would result from the ascent, as well as in the logical process by which it was to be attained. "Go up," his words were. "Go up by all means. The religious effects are very good. Elevated to so enormous a height above the earth on so vast and imperishable a structure, you feel deeply and profitably the littleness, the feebleness of man." I asked the owner of a New York dry goods store, who was rushing all over the world for the purpose of adding to the stock of his ideas, a very creditable effort in a man of his antecedents and occupation, who was now half gray, what he thought of the pyramids. "Well," was his reply, "they are matter biggish, but I don't think much of them, for we can have just as good pyramids in Central Park, New York, if we choose to spend the money to have them. A pyramid is nothing but dollars. How many dollars do you say one would cost? Well, we have got all these and many more to spare. We have got the pyramids in our pockets, and we can set them up any day we please." These are specimens, and additional instances might be given, of the ideas of people who are eminently estimable and perfectly contented with themselves and with the world. Indeed, in holding and expressing them, they must think that their eyes are not quite as other men's, that they can penetrate a little further beyond the surface of things. Yet one meets with many a man quite as estimable, though perhaps not quite so contented with himself and with the world, who would be disposed to ask what good would his life do him if told that he must swap ideas with them. The prospect would be as little attractive to him as that of the exchange of his religion for the creed of an ancient Briton or Cherokee Indian. But variety is pleasant, and the world is a big place with plenty of room for honest folk of all sorts. An acquaintance, I trust he will allow me to quote him here, in whose mind at the moment artistic must have preponderated over historical associations, standing unawed and even unmoved in front of the Great Pyramid, relieved his mind to me by giving utterance to the following piece of honest profanity. "I can't bring myself to take the slightest interest in these pyramids. They don't possess one principle, one element, one feature of architecture. They are nothing at all but heaps of stones." On my first visit to the pyramids of Giza, it was too windy for anyone but an Arab to think of making the ascent. On my second visit, the day was all one could wish, and so 4 of our party went up to the top of the Great Pyramid. It was my 54th birthday. This seemed to myself rather a reason for not making the effort. My climbing days were done, but my young friend, late from Harrow and great in athletics, thought differently. "You mustn't give in yet," he urged. "You must go up. It is what everyone ought to do. What is the use of having come all this way if you don't go up? You will be sorry afterwards if you don't. One would come a long way to have a chance of doing it." As this was very much like what one used to think oneself some 30 or so years since, the exhortation seemed reasonable and good. We ought to endeavor to keep ourselves young in body as well as in mind. We ought not to give in by anticipation. It will be time enough when we can't help ourselves. And so I went to the top. By the way, a party for travel in Egypt, if pleasure, not work, is the first object, may be a large one, and need not be composed entirely of historians and philosophers. All liberal pursuits and reasonable ways of looking at things may be represented advantageously. A naturalist and a geologist are almost indispensable. A member of the Ethnological Society might at times turn up worth his salt. A Liverpool or Manchester man whose ideas are of commerce manufactures and machinery, of the value of things, and how to do things, would often serviceably recall speculation to the standard of present utility. But by all means have a young fellow late from Harrow and still great in athletics. He is always to the front like a cork to the surface of the water. He is never afraid of work or of roughing it. He is always good-tempered and merry, always glad to hear what has anything in it, is impatient of twaddle, and can't stand assumption. Some day he will himself be an Egyptologer, or a geologist, or something of the kind. At present, he is tolerant, and allows these things to those who like them. What he likes is a rousing gallop on a sheik's horse, a girl that has no nonsense in her, a champagne luncheon, a good cigar. Some things, and some chaps, he thinks slow, but the general rule is, all right. A Nile party is the better for this ingredient. We medievalists must not be over-reasonable. He will help us a little to keep this tendency in check. Besides, we were once young ourselves, while our friend was never, though we all hope he may live to be, an old fogey. 4 of us went to the top together, but place aux dames, and no young lady from the days of Cheops better deserved the first place than she who on an early day in January 1871 ascended his pyramid with eye as bright and foot as sure as a gazelle's. If he still haunts the mighty monument in which he was laid, after having bent his people to its erection for 50 years, he must have thought, as the lily of the north stood on its summit, that he was well repaid. For ne'er did Grecian chisel trace a nymph, a naiad, or a grace of finer form or lovelier face. A foot more light, a step more true, ne'er from the heath-flower dashed the dew. E'en the light harebell raised its head elastic from her airy tread. My young friend, late from Harrow and great in athletics, was, of course, one of the 4. And so was an older friend of mine, with whom, and another lad, in the year 1836, each of the 3 being then 17 years old, I had gone, I believe, the first open boat cruise on our home rivers. We started from Bedford, and went to York and Hull and back again, 700 miles in an open boat, pulling it all the way ourselves, and lying down in it at night to sleep, accoutred as we were in jersey frock and canvas. During the whole expedition we cooked our meals ourselves. From that boat we had looked forward into the unknown world before us. I can still recall the anticipations, visions, and resolves of that time. Now, from the top of the Pyramid of Cheops, we looked back on our course so far through the world. Well, just like other people, we had each of us, to make some discoveries for himself and to pay for his experience. But the fight had not been always against either of us. On the whole, we had not found it a bad world. We were glad, after 30 years of the chanceful life battle, to meet again on the summit of the Great Pyramid, if not quite unscathed, yet not crippled. I suppose we each thought that the time to come could not be as pleasant as the interval had been that separated our 2 excursions. The Great Pyramid is built of extremely hard and compact nummulific limestone. The third was cased, at all events, to half its height, perhaps completely, with enormous blocks of granite. A few are still in their places, but most of them have been thrown to the ground. A small portion of the external casing at the top of the second pyramid is still uninjured. It is of so pale and fine a limestone that it looks as if it were of polished white marble. I found the best way of getting an impressive idea of the enormous magnitude of these pyramids was to place myself in the center of one side and to look up. The eye then travels over all the courses of stone from the very bottom to the apex, which appears to pierce and penetrate the blue arch above. This way of looking at the Great Pyramid, perhaps it is a way which exaggerates to the eye its magnitude unfairly, makes it look alpine in height, while it produces the strange effect just noticed. While making the ascent, the hakim of the Arab tribe, which supplies guides and assistants to travelers, took the opportunity of a pause for breath to press upon me the purchase of some old coins. I told him I would look at them when we had done with the pyramid. "I am satisfied," he replied. "An Englishman's word is as good as his money." Many people shrink from ascending the pyramid from a fear of becoming dizzy and confused on seeing, as they fancy they must, that they are up so high without anything to hold on by. This sight need never be seen. You are going up against the face of the mountain. Attend, then, to what you are doing. Look where you are putting your feet, which you must do, each step being 3 feet high, more or less, and you will never see once, from the bottom to the top, how high you are above the earth, or that you have no supports except when you turn round on sitting down to get breath and when you reach the summit. The same is true to a great extent even of the descent, although your back is then turned to the mountain. Attend to what you are about, that is, to the place where you are going to set your foot, and there will be nothing at all to make you dizzy. One of the exhibitions of the place is that of an Arab climbing from the bottom to the top and coming down again in what appears to the spectators an incredibly short space of time. The charge for the performance is a few francs. As they are slim, long-legged, active fellows, they are well adapted for this kind of thing. One who was proud of what he could do in this way was challenged by my young friend to a foot race for half a crown. There was not an Arab present but thought it would be a hollow thing. It was not a hollow thing at all, but their man it was who came in second, Harrow winning by a few yards. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Chapter 12, Luncheon at the Pyramids. Gif. Mine eye hath caught new pleasures, whilst the landscape round it measures. Milton. On our first visit to the pyramids we had our luncheon in the large granite tomb a little below and to the south-east of the Sphinx. One feels that there is an incongruity, a kind almost of profanation in using a tomb, particularly such a tomb, for such a purpose. Its massiveness, at all events, makes you conscious of a kind of degeneracy in the present day. A sense of unworthiness and littleness comes over you. What business have we who send our dead to heaven, and have done with them, to disturb the repose of those on whose sepulchres a fortune was spent, if not by their relatives, at all events by themselves? But on this occasion there was little choice. Outside the sun was scorching, and the wind was high, and the only alternative was the hotel. But that was impossible, to shut up in a hideous, plastered, naked room of yesterday within a few yards of a great pyramid. One would rather go without one's luncheon for 6 months together than have to bear the stings of conscience for having so outraged the memory of Cheops and Chifron. And so we took our luncheon that day in the tomb of one of the great officers of the court of those old times. It was formed entirely of enormous blocks and monolithic piers of polished granite. I do not know of how many chambers it consisted, for, being considerably below the level of the surrounding sand-drift, and the roof having been entirely removed, a few hours' wind must always completely fill and obliterate it. The Arabs then have to clear it out again. When we were there, 4 chambers were open. These are all long, narrow apartments. The one by which we entered runs from west to east. At right angles to this are 2 other apartments, their axes being from north to south. The 4th we saw was at right angles to the north end of these 2 parallel chambers. It was in the southern extremity of the westernmost of the 2 parallel chambers that our party took their places. The comestibles were laid on a cloth spread on the sand, with which the floor, to the depth of some inches, was covered. The party reclined on the sand around, or sat on blocks of granite arranged for seats. The hungry Arabs perched themselves on the brink of the tomb, waiting for the fragments of the feast, like vultures. The pert popping of the champagne corks again disturbed one's sense of the fitness of things. How was it possible to be there and not feel the genius loci? The whole of this edge of the desert, from Giza to the Faioum, is one vast necropolis. The old primeval monarchy lies buried here at Giza, Saqqara, Dashur, Abusir, and throughout all the spaces between and beyond to the Faioum. No other empire has been so buried. In this wide field of the dead how much of early thought and feeling and life is storied, how much contemporary history in wood and stone, in earthenware and glass and paint. Contemporary history, not history composed heaven save the mark centuries after the events, often by authors, sometimes truly the authors of all they tell, who did not understand their own time, often merely for bread and cheese. Not composed 20th hand from writings which, even at their original source and fountainhead, were the work of men who were not agents in what they endeavoured to record, and who, not knowing truly the events, their causes, or their consequences, were but ill qualified to write the record. Not composed when the feelings and ways of thinking of a time were no longer living things, but had died out, and other thoughts and feelings come in their place, and when what the writer had to construct had become obscure by party prejudice in politics and religion, and by social misunderstandings. Nothing of this kind is here. What is here is contemporary history, presented in such a form that it is the actual pressure and embodiment of the heart and mind of each individual. Here are the occupations he delighted in, the sentiments that stirred him, the business that was the business of his life, the clothes he wore, the furniture he used, the forms religious thought had assumed in his mind, the forms social arrangements had assumed around him. No people have ever so written their history. Here is a biography of each man as he knew himself. Here every man is a Boswell to himself. It is a nation's life individually photographed in granite. We sat after luncheon, taking our kef, apparently absorbed in the contemplation of the little fantastic wreaths of cloud formed by our cigars. But the few remarks that were made showed that the thoughts of most of us were occupied in resuscitating the past, and repeopling the sacred terrain around with the grand impressive ceremonies and funeral processions of 5,000 years back. What a scene must this have been then! The mountains, for that is the meaning of the pyramids, not rugged and dilapidated as now, but cased with polished stone, each with its temple in front of it. The many smaller pyramids that have now disappeared, or are only seen as mounds of rubbish, then acting as foils to their giant brethren. Great pyramids reaching all along the foot of the hills, as far as the eye could see towards the south. Some of these still figure in the landscape. The Sphinx was standing clear of sand with a temple between his paws. Everything was orderly, bright, and splendid. The dark red granite portals of the 1,000 houses of those who slept in the city of the dead were standing out conspicuous upon the sober limestone area, uncheckered by a plant, unstained by a lichen. The black basalt causeways traversed the green plain from the Silver River to the Pyramid Plateau. The whole scene was alive with those who were visiting and honouring the dead, and preparing their own last earthly resting places. Above all was spread out the azure field of the Egyptian sky. The word kif is used everywhere throughout the East, from Constantinople to Cairo, to convey an idea that is not European. It is the idea of sensational comfort combined with mental repose, produced by the narcotic leaf when used under circumstances where the comfort and the repose are felt. There is no kef in its use as you walk or drive, or even talk with the usual effort and purpose. You must be seated, and in a kiosk or garden, or some pleasant place where the entourage feeds the fancy through the eye, spontaneously with delightful and soothing images. You must not be urging the mind to exert itself. Conscious mental exertion, equally with bodily, is destructive of kif. The thoughts must be pleasant, and they must come, too, of themselves, from surrounding objects. Bodily sensations must be so lulled, and yet, at the same time, so stimulated as to be in perfect accord with the stream of thought that is languidly and dreamily floating through the mind. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Abydos. series longissima rerum per tot ducta viros antiquae ab origine gentis. Virgil. In descending the river, we stopped at Bethany to visit Abydos. It was from Abydos, the primeval Thys, that Menes came, whose name stands first on the list of the Egyptian kings. From it also came the dynasty that succeeded that of Menes. The great extent of cultivable land, the valley here opening out to double its usual width, gave space enough for a rich and populous state, the rulers of which appeared to have overpowered their neighbors and, by consolidating their conquests, to have formed an enduring monarchy. As the great preponderance of population and wealth was thenceforth in the Delta and Lower Egypt, the head of the Delta became the center of gravity and so, by natural causes, the center of affairs and the site of the capital. Was this, in Upper Egypt, the first seat of Egyptian power, and if so, how came it to be so? These are questions of much interest, the important bearing of which on early Egyptian history has been indicated already. The landing place at Bethany is overshadowed by a grove of palms, the crowns of which are tenanted by turtle doves. Among the palms we saw that the ground was covered with crude bricks, lately molded and going through their first stage of desiccation. We were soon surrounded by a crowd of bare-legged idlers from the town, most of whom were boys. We had the day before dispatched a telegram to the governor of Bethany to request him to have donkeys in readiness for our party. The telegram, however, had not arrived. We therefore sent into the town to collect the beasts our party would require. Before long they came, but most of them were ill able to carry even their own wasted weight. Few had bridles or anything that could have been mistaken for a saddle. A piece of ragged cloth or matting, merely intended to hide their distressing sores, was all that was on most of them. The first I mounted sank to the ground under the weight of 10 stone 10. At last the 3 most impetuous of our party selected the 3 least emaciated and started for Abydos. Later in the day our telegram arrived, and the governor immediately sent down to the landing a dozen fairly conditioned animals, but it was then too late in the day for the rest of the party to undertake so long a ride. It was the 3rd of January. The wheat was about 2 feet high, and the beans were in flower. The word field would mislead. As we rode on mile after mile, there appeared to be no divisions of the land except the limits of the different kinds of grain growing upon it. We crossed 2 or 3 large canals by earthen bars which had been thrown across them. The use of these bars is, as soon as the river begins to sink, to retain the water with which the canals are then full. We also passed several villages. At the first of these, our dragoman engaged the services of a stout young fellow who came to accompany us, provided with a heavy staff about 2 inches or a little more in diameter and 5 feet in length. The villagers of Abydos have a bad character and are occasionally troublesome, and this young fellow was to be our escort and guide. We did not ride through any of the villages on our way, for the road was always made to skirt the outside of the walls. At the gate of one we passed, we saw a woman and a lad seated on the ground playing at a game resembling draughts. The board was marked out on the road, which had also supplied the men in the form of pieces of camel dirt. The sight gave one a little shock. These poor women, however, spend no small portion of their lives in converting the raw material of this natural product into manufactured fuel, and the whole of their lives in the odor of its smoke. In the open by the roadside, we saw some rectangular enclosures of about 6 yards by 4. In each of them a family was residing. I suppose they were engaged in watching the crops. As these enclosures consist of nothing but 4 thin screens about 7 feet high of wattled reeds, their inmates, if that is an appropriate term, must sleep wrapped in their burnouses beneath the stars. The reed fence can only be intended to keep out the wind, the jackals, and the eyes of curious passers-by. But Arabs do not mind exposure at night as long as their heads are wrapped up. I saw, at Aswan and Minyeh, several sleeping in this way in the open marketplace on their goods. At Suez, being out at dawn, I saw in the Arab town the men sleeping outside their huts on a morning when the mercury had sunk to freezing point. With us Europeans, the first thought is to keep the feet warm. About this extremity of his personal domain, the Arab is heedless. His care, like the nigger's, is for his head, just as the Eskimo dog, when sleeping, covers his nostrils with his bushy tail, or the pig buries his snout in the straw, so does the Arab, when he makes himself up for the night, envelop his whole head in some thick wrapper. Is this a consequence of his practice of never having his head uncovered during the day? I suppose they are none the worse for breathing and rebreathing the same air all night, with the exception of the little that may filter through the wrapper. The rubbish mounds of Abydos are, by their height and the extent of ground they cover, infallible witnesses to the importance of the old primeval city. From among these mounds, two grand structures of the days of Sethos and Ramses have been disinterred. One is a palace, the joint work of father and son. That the genius of Egypt was, as might have been expected at this culminating era of its glory, advancing and full of invention, is seen in the ceilings of the halls of this palace. They are vaulted. These vaulted roofs, however, are not arches of construction, but formed by placing the enormous slabs of sandstone of which the roof is made, not with their broad, but with their narrow faces on the plane of the ceiling. This gave the roof a vast thickness, from which the vault of the roof was excavated. The coloring of these roofs, as of all the decorations of these two grand buildings at Abydos, is remarkably good and well preserved. The other building, which was dedicated to Osiris, who was supposed to have been buried here, was once his most sacred and frequented temple. It was much enlarged and embellished by the great Rameses. The inner walls of the sanctuary were encrusted with alabaster, which still remains. I saw nowhere else Egyptian work in purer taste or sculptures so well preserved, both in form and color. One might have supposed that some of them had been chiseled and colored last week. I observed a figure of the great king so absolutely untouched by time that the color of every bead in his necklace or collar is quite fresh. It was here that was found the celebrated tablet of Abydos, which Ramses put up in the temple of Osiris, inscribed with the names of all the kings who had preceded him. This and its fellow tablet, placed at Karnak by Thutmosis III, about 200 years before the time of Ramses, are invaluable, as they show that the records preserved by the priests in writing, of which we have transcripts in the dynasties of the priest Manetho and in the Turin papyrus, are in accord with the monuments. The monumental evidence, it may be observed, is of two kinds. Speaking generally, it is absolutely contemporary, the record having been sculpted in the lifetime of the man, the memory of whose actions, possessions, and thoughts it preserved. There are, however, in these two tablets of Karnak and Abydos, most precious exceptions to the contemporaneousness of the monumental history. How strong and clear was the historical sentiment in the mind of these old Egyptians! We not only find each generation endeavoring to perpetuate a knowledge of its own day, but, in the 14th and 16th centuries before the Christian era, we find Egyptian kings endeavoring to transmit to posterity the names and the order of their predecessors. This tablet of Abydos is one of the glories of our National Museum. The cemeteries of Abydos were very extensive. Their extent grew out of the wish, very generally felt among well-to-do and educated Egyptians, to be laid themselves where Osiris, the judge of all, had once been laid. As I have intimated, the sight of this may perhaps cast some faint ray of light on the questions of how and where the first ancestors of the Egyptians had entered Egypt. It throws, however, a flood of light on the question of the antiquity of Egyptian civilization. We have seen that in Egypt, in consequence of the absence or scantiness of rain, there are no springs, and that another consequence of this want of rain is that the nitre, which the soil collects from the air, is not dissolved and washed away, but accumulates to such a degree as to render the water of the wells, which has percolated from the river through the soil, brackish and unfit for drinking. Now, the distance of this, in a direct line from the river, is 7 miles and a half. If, then, we put these points together, we shall see in them another argument for the extreme antiquity of Egyptian civilization, besides those drawn from the use of writing, the mythology, and from the absence of anything like a beginning in the history of the useful arts and of their social arrangements. The combined force of these arguments amounts to a demonstration that civilization was not in its infancy 6,000 years ago at the era of the Thinite dynasties. Here is the form of this contributory to the demonstration. An uncivilized people would undoubtedly have placed their town on the banks of the river close to the water. But a people among whom labor is organized and who will be willing, because they are civilized, to go to a great deal of trouble and expense for an adequate object, instead of giving up much good land for a large city, and on a site, too, where it would be troubled by inundations, would prefer to build it at a distance from the river, where the land was not suitable for cultivation and where it would be safe from inundations. But in order to do this, they must cut a canal 7.5 miles long at the least, and so bring the water of the river to the city. These thoughts the Egyptians had, and this work they accomplished in the ages which preceded Menes. No savage or semi-savage people would have entertained this scheme of the canal or would have carried it out. The site of Thebes is thus alone strong evidence of a very advanced contemporary civilization. No one can tell how many centuries before the time of Menes, but at least for a sufficient tract of time to allow of the growth of a powerful state capable at last in his time of imposing a dynasty on Egypt. The first cities in Egypt must have been on the banks of the river, or in places where the Hagar was near the bank. The first comers did not cut canals 7.5 miles long at least, and none but a people already powerful could protect such a canal upon which their existence depended. The people then were already civilized and powerful who placed their city on such a site as that of Thebes. There were kings in Egypt, we may be sure, before Menes. The Egyptians themselves spoke of his predecessors as the deceased, that is, those human rulers whose names had been lost. It was in the time of these prehistoric, we may even say pre-mythical kings, that this Thebes Canal, and indeed probably that of the great Bahr Yusuf Canal itself, which is throughout Egypt the second Nile, were constructed. There were, therefore, at that day, men who were as great in hydraulic engineering as any who came after them, but who yet lived at so remote a time that no trace of them could be found even in the far-reaching and tenacious traditions of Egypt. If the Bahr Yusuf, which passed by Thebes, was older than the city, so much the better for our argument. End of section 13. Section 14 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Faioum. Opera Basilica. Bacon. The history of the reclamation of the Arsinois Nome, or department, now the Faioum, would, if it had been preserved or could be recovered, throw much precious light on the antiquity and power of the civilization of the primeval monarchy. But the simple fact that its details had been lost, even in the remote days of Theban learning and magnificence when Egypt was at the summit of its greatness and glory, possesses of itself much historical value. For it shows at how much earlier a day the great undertaking had been carried out, and that, as we know, by such a system of hydraulic works, the newly won District 2 having been adorned with such cities and buildings as leave no doubt about the high character of its, were it not for the remains of these works and structures, prehistoric civilization. The Faioum is geographically a basin formed by a depression in the Libyan range about 60 miles to the south of the pyramids of Giza. The basin is about the size of Oxfordshire or Surrey, that is to say it contains about 750 square miles. More than 100 of these may be occupied by the Birket el Kairoun, a natural lake, which forms its northern and western boundary. This large piece of water resembles a rude crescent, with its convex side to the north and northwest, and its concave side to the south and southeast. On the former side, the contiguous desert rises into a hilly ridge this boundary being in fact an offset of the African range. The other side of the lake looks upon the dry and shelving descent of the basin, which from its southern summit down to the edge of the water has a fall of about 100 feet, being about 15 miles across. There are considerable discrepancies as to the precise amount of this fall, some measurements making it more and some less than the 100 feet given here. When things were in their natural state, undisturbed by man, the Birket el Kairoun was a lake as it is now. In those days, as in our own, it was supplied with water, just as the pool within the enclosure of Karnak and other pools and all the wells in Egypt, by natural infiltration. For the water of the river percolates readily through the porous strata and flows into any sufficiently deep depressions or excavations. The existence of the oases also in the desert must be accounted for in this way. The Bar Yusuf Canal had, at some unrecorded date, been brought along the foot of the Libyan range. Starting from Disopolis Parva by the airline 40 miles below Thebes, it had traversed the whole of the rest of the valley. Then, passing through the delta, it had reached the sea somewhere in the neighborhood of modern Alexandria, a distance again in the airline of 400 miles, though of course this falls very far short of giving the measure of its ceaseless sinuosities. This grand canal of old Egypt now carries off about a 28th part of the water that passes over the Cataract of Philæ. In its course it flows along the depressed range that forms the eastern boundary of the Faioum. In this depressed range there is a ravine through which, in early days, at the season of the inundation, some of the overflow of the Bar Yusuf found its way to the top level of the Faioum. It is not easy now to decide whether it got through naturally at first or whether the ravine was canalized to enable it to pass through. At all events, it is evident that, if there had originally been a natural passage, it was leveled and enlarged by man availing himself of natural fissures and depressions. But however this might have been, the inundation having found its way onto the upper level of the Faioum appears to have formed there an immense morass. The first condition, then, of the district had been a dry desert, precisely resembling any other part of the desert, except that it slanted from what may be spoken of as the rim of its mussel shell-like depression down to the spring-fed Birket el Kairoun. Its second condition, that now before us, is what was brought about by the water of the inundation that had, in some way or other, been let into the district. It formed, wherever it was retained, and chiefly on the upper plateau, a vast extent of morasses. We have the evidence of geology for the former, for we see that the original surface of the district consisted of thin layers of limestone alternating with layers of clay, and of tradition for the latter. We now come to the third, which is the historical stage. By a series of enormous dikes, some of them several miles in length, the enclosed space having a breadth also of some miles, the inflowing water was confined to certain portions of the upper plateau. Perhaps the whole of the upper plateau was by these means formed into a lake. The water thus retained and secured was amply sufficient for the perennial irrigation of the whole of the descent reaching from the upper southern plateau down to the Birket el Kairoun, and for a district to the west and south, and, when the effects of the inundation began to be exhausted in the valley of Egypt, for the contiguous departments of Memphis and Heracleopolis. In this way, the creation of the Faioum, the most fertile province in Egypt, was far from being the whole of the benefit derived from these vast waterworks. The lake, or series of connected lakes, formed on the summit of the plateau, may have been 20 miles long and 2 or 3 wide. This was the famous Lake Moeris. The water was made to enter the lake by a channel which probably commenced at the modern Hawara and was drawn off for irrigation outside the Faioum by a channel which appears to have passed out at Ilahun. In each of these, a sluice was constructed. The extreme costliness of opening and shutting these sluices shows that they must have been enormous structures. But this was only in proportion to the vast volume of water that passed through them. To fill such lakes during the time of the high water of the inundation, nothing less than a considerable river would have sufficed. We can only think it very much to the credit of these primeval engineers that they managed such sluices at all. Nothing like either the slats or the locks on some of our rivers for holding back the water would have answered their purpose. They wisely made the channel for letting out the water quite distinct from that for letting it in. For if one of the sluices got out of order, then the other might be used while the damages of the injured one were being repaired. In a matter of life and death to so many, it would not have done at all to have had only one string to their bow. But to revert to the gains of these vast hydraulic constructions, an entirely new department had been added to Egypt. It was called the Arsinoite, or Crocodilopolite nome, from Orsino, or Crocodilopolis, its capital, and turned out, from its more thorough exposure to air than was possible in the Valley of Egypt, the richest and most productive part of the kingdom. Its produce was better and more varied. For the 6 low water months also during which the stored-up treasure of its great lake flowed back into the valley, it maintained the irrigation of the continuous riverside departments. Some of the canals of India may have done as much, but no work of man was ever grander in its conception, more completely successful in all it aimed at achieving, or of greater and more undoubted utility. It must have brought into being and kept in existence more than 500,000 souls in the department it created, and in those whose productiveness it increased. For we are speaking of land which, we must remember, was not cultivated as our farms, or even as our gardens are, and which produced never less than 2 crops a year, and which, not being inundated, as the land of the valley, but irrigated and warped regularly and at will all the year round, was capable of yielding 3 crops annually. Every square foot of ground in the Faioum, all the conditions of warmth, fertility, and moisture being always present, was kept working at the highest power through every hour of the 12 months. In Lake Moeris the crocodile abounded, having come in with the water. It thus became to the inhabitants of the nome the symbol of the life-giving water, and, having become to their minds the representative of that upon which everything depended, as had been the case with other symbols, it was held sacred and eventually worshipped. Just so in the lower departments outside, where they had once had too much water and which had not become inhabitable till the water had been drained and diked off and regulated, not the crocodile, but the ichneumon, the enemy of the crocodile, had, by an analogous process, become an object of worship. They had suffered from water, and could only with difficulty keep it from overwhelming their lowlands, and so they made a symbol for the idea of regulating water that encroached and was destructive of that which was supposed to destroy what their neighbors had made a symbol of water itself. Here was a symbol upon a symbol, but these were people who thought in hieroglyphics, and to get an understanding of what they meant we must translate their hieroglyphical modes of thought and expression into our own direct modes. The lake so abounded in fish, more than 20 species were found in it, that the daily take, during the 6 months the water was flowing out, was sold for a talent of silver, about 200 pounds of our money. During the time the water was flowing in, the average of the amounts of the daily sales was the 1/3 of a talent. The king gave these proceeds of the lake fisheries to the queen for pin money. The quantity of fish taken was so great that there was at times a difficulty in pickling and drying it. Herodotus describes Lake Moeris as 450 miles in circumference. These figures are probably not those of an ignorant copyist, but what the historian himself set down in his original manuscript, for he gives the measurement in Shani as well as stadia. The statement, of course, is an impossibility, for the true Lake Moeris could not have been more than 20 miles in length or more than 4 in width. No one can suppose that Herodotus is here drawing a long bow to astonish his countrymen with a traveler's tale. If he had been at all capable of doing anything of this kind, he never could have written a book of such value as all competent judges have assigned to his great work, and whatever he might have written would soon have fallen into deserved contempt. It has occurred to me that we may explain his figures by supposing that he meant them to give the circumference of the whole water system of the Faioum. On the southern ridge of the mussel shell he saw the great Lake Moeris. Along its northern side he saw what we distinguish by the name of Birket el Kairoun. He saw the eastern extremities of the two connected by a broad canal, and in like manner their western extremities. And throughout the intervening descent he found a complete network of irrigating canals. As he makes no separate mention of the Birket el Khairun, the probability is that he considered it to be a part of Lake Moeris. Regarding then the two lakes as part of the same plan, and as equally the work of man, and finding them so intimately connected with canals, he looked upon the whole as one lake enclosing the cultivated Faioum, and so he speaks of the whole under a single name, and gives a measurement of the circumference of the whole as that of Lake Moeris. What he says of the difficulty he had in understanding what had become of the earth raised in excavating the lake would apply to Birket el Khairun, supposing it to have been artificially formed. This is almost a demonstration of his having regarded it as part of Lake Moeris. Of course, there could have been no difficulty of this kind with respect to the true Lake Moeris, for that had not been formed at all by excavation, but by dikes. It was a great dam or series of dams, and the earth required for the construction of the dikes was all the earth that had been moved. The difficulty, therefore, here must have been just the very opposite to that which occurred to Herodotus, because before the water of the inundation had deposited any or much mud in the district, the problem the engineer had to solve was where he was to get sufficient earth from to make the dikes. Some travelers have spoken of the broad belt of shingly gravel on the south side of Birket el Khairun as a phenomenon that needs explanation. They ask, where is the fertile soil that ought to be there? The answer, I suppose, is that it may be found precisely where it ought to be, that is, at the bottom of the Birket el Khairun. At times a great deal of water has passed through the canals, as formerly from Lake Moeris itself, into the Birket el Khairun. This must have been very great on the occasion of such a mishap as a break in the dikes, which doubtless occurred at times, especially when things were going out of order. The beach, therefore, of the Birket el Khairun has been very variable, having often been very considerably advanced. To whatever point the water rose, so far the wash of the waves breaking on the beach would float off the light particles of soil and transport them to the quiet bottom of deep water. What there would be a difficulty in explaining would be not the absence of, but the finding of Nile mud soil in the belt that margins the Birket el Khairun. In some parts of the old bed of the now dry Lake Moeris, we find deposits of Nile mud 60 feet thick. Again, this is what might have been expected. The water of the inundation flowed into the lake heavily charged with mud. The lake was still water. The sediment, therefore, was speedily deposited at the bottom. This process was repeated every year. Say that a film of the fourth of an inch was deposited each year from Amenemhat to Strabo. The whole of the 60 feet will be accounted for. But this deposition of mud must also have been going on during the antecedent unrecorded centuries of the morass period. This will also account for something more, that is, for the disuse and obliteration of the lake. The mud had at last taken the place of the water. The dikes had not been made of any great height at first, but as the soil rose both within and on the outside, they had, in the course of 2,000 years, been frequently raised correspondingly. Of course, the bed of the Nile, like that of the Po, gradually rises, but the amount of this rise is not great and would bear but a small proportion to the rise of the bottom of the lake. Lake Moeris, therefore, contained in itself, as so many natural lakes have done, a suicidal element. What made it a lake was destined to make it one day what it has long been, dry land. This was from the first only a question of time. Water could, of course, again at this day be dammed up upon the site of the old lake, but only by taking it from the river at a higher point than of old. Higher, that is to say, than the inlet of the Bar Yusuf Canal at the old Disopolis Parva. For instance, it might be necessary to take it now from above the Cataract of Philæ, though indeed, if that could be engineered, we cannot suppose that it would pay, for the Faioum, including the bed of the old lake, is pretty well irrigated now, though of course it has no storage of water for the needs of the adjacent riverside lands. It is obvious that we must connect with these vast and scientifically carried out hydraulic works of the Faioum the registration of the height of the annual inundation Herodotus mentions, and of which we have still existing evidence in the rock-cut records at Semneh, as we referred to in our first chapter. He says this registration was commenced in the time of Moeris. Now, Moeris was that Amenemhat III who constructed these great reservoirs of the Faioum, and after whom they were ever afterwards called. The connection between the yearly marking of the height of the rising at Semneh in Nubia and the reservoirs of the Fayoum might have been that the register at Semneh was a detective apparatus for showing how much water ought each year to have been brought into the reservoirs. It would also indicate what was the need for irrigation in the contiguous departments outside the Fayoum, and thus be a guide for the regulation of the amount of water that ought to be let out each year. In the waterworks of the Fayoum there was a grand utility with which our thought is more than satisfied. In the labyrinth was seen the architectural glory of the newly created province. It was the greatest construction of the old monarchy. The pyramids had been a rude introduction to it, and it suggested to the younger monarchy the chief structures of Karnak. If we could now behold it, as it stood at the time when the Hyksos broke into Egypt to become its masters for between 4 and 5 centuries, we should regard it as one of the most historically interesting and instructive buildings ever erected in the world. Its primary conception had been that of a place of assembly for the parliaments of old Egypt. At that time, one court, to which were attached 250 chambers, half being above and half below ground, appears to have been assigned to each of the 27 departments of the kingdom. Each of these chambers was roofed with a single stone slab. No material but stone had been used throughout the structure. Its pillars were monoliths of red granite and of a limestone so white as to have been mistaken for Parian marble, and of so compact a texture as to receive a good polish. The sculptures of the courts and chambers were singularly bold and good. Those of each court and its connected chambers had reference to the history, the peculiarities, and the religion of the department to which it had been assigned. Besides the chambers were numerous halls, porticos, and passages. The area of the roof, composed of the enormous slabs just mentioned, may have formed the actual place of assembly for the collected deputies of the departments. On the north side stood the pyramid in which was buried Amenemhat III, who, if he had not originally designed the labyrinth, had, at all events, been its chief constructor, for his scutcheon is frequently found in the existing remains. This pyramid was cased with the white limestone used in the labyrinth itself. The dimensions of the figures sculpted upon it were unusually large. This form having been incorporated into the general design, for it was placed in front of the north, which was the open side, must have gone some way towards breaking the monotony of the horizontal and perpendicular lines of the labyrinth itself. Herodotus saw it after its partial restoration by the Dodecarchs. They had restored 12 of its courts, one for each of themselves. Those were days of decadence, when what would contribute to the greatness, not of the kingdom, but of the individual ruler, was the governing idea in royal minds. It had first fallen into decay, because into disuse, during the long period of Hyksos occupation. And on the rise of the new monarchy, the place of assembly had been removed to Thebes, where Sethos had constructed his grand hypostyle hall for that very purpose. It had, therefore, at the time when the 12 kings took it in hand, been disused and dilapidated for a period of between 15 and 20 centuries, probably for as long a time as has elapsed from the days of Augustus to our own day. In that long period we can imagine to what an extent it had been resorted to as a quarry for limestone and building materials. This will account for the restorations of the 12 kings having been so considerable that Herodotus speaks of them as having been the builders of the structure he saw. Above 2,000 years more have since elapsed, the whole of which have been years of neglect and wilful dilapidation. And sad indeed is now the state of the grand building, once the grandest in all the world, upon which men had bestowed so much labor and thought, and of which those to whom it belonged had been so proud. An Arab canal has been carried through the center of it. What remains is buried in the rubbish heaps formed by its own overthrow and destruction. Still, there must be much within and beneath those heaps that might be disinterred. The whole ought to be carefully and critically examined. It is evident that these remains, from their extent and their connection with the old monarchy, of which the original structure was the chief and most historical alignment, are the most promising of all fields for Egyptological investigation. End of section 14.
Section 15 of
Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joy Dunne. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Section 15. Heliopolis. A sense of our connection with the past vastly enlarges our sympathies and supplies additional worlds for their exercise. Edinburgh Review. In going to Heliopolis, I turned out of the way a few steps to look at the old sycamore many a pilgrim visits in the belief that Joseph and Mary and the young child, during their flight into Egypt, rested in its shade. There is no intimation that the Holy Family went beyond Pelusium or Bubastis. To have gone so far would satisfy the requirements of the sacred narrative. As they were poor, probably they did not go far into the land, except that it might have been in the exercise of Joseph's trade. Though indeed I cannot imagine any one in Egypt, except a Jew, employing a Jewish carpenter. Of course, of the Jews who went down into Egypt, there would be some who would be desirous of visiting Heliopolis. The On of Genesis, which was very interestingly connected with Jewish history, and therefore it is just possible the Holy Family may have gone so far. But as to this tree, if one of its kind could possibly have lived so many centuries in Egypt, which is highly improbable, even under all the circumstances most favorable for the supply of water and protection from the wind, it would have required an oft-repeated miracle to have saved it from the axe. During the many long periods of disorder Egypt has passed through since Joseph's sojourn, the wood of a large tree is, in Egypt, too tempting at such times to be long spared. I do not know the date of the first mention of this tree, but I think 250 years would amply satisfy all the appearance of age it presents. Pocock, from whom I may observe in passing that a great deal of the information and many of the learned references contained in several modern works on Egypt have been borrowed without acknowledgment, and in some cases taken verbatim, tells us that at the date of his visit, which was in 1737, a tree, I conclude the one still standing, was shown by the copse as the one that afforded shelter to the Holy Family, but that the Latins denied its genuineness, affirming that they had cut down the true tree, that is to say, the one that had previously done duty in supplying a visible object for the legend, and had carried it to Jerusalem. This is probably false. Supposing it, however, to be true, it was a discreditable act, such as you might have expected from such monks. But we have arrived at the tree. It at once appears that the feelings of some of the party are too deep for utterance. On these occasions knowledge and reason have to fight, against something or other, a battle that is lost often before it is begun. Belief is so much more natural and pleasant than iconoclasm. If you would but let yourself alone, of course you say nothing that would disillusion other people, their devout and heart-contenting imaginations would be reflected in yourself. As it is, you cannot help feeling the contradiction. The upshot of the matter is, you are not altogether satisfied with your own unbelief, nor at all benefited by your half-disposition to participate in the belief of your friends. As to the believer, his emotions are every way pleasant and satisfactory to himself. But what took me on was not to see this tree, but that I might stand before the obelisk of Ordeson, the oldest obelisk in Egypt, which has been pointing to the sky now for more than 4,000 years, from the days of the old monarchy, previous to the invasion of the Hyksos. To them we may feel thankful for having allowed it to stand, and there was no international in those days. It had been erected for some centuries, when Abraham came down into Egypt. Joseph and Moses, who had both been admitted to the priest caste, and were learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, stood before it, and read the inscription, word for word, as the Urut Egyptologica reads in this day. Thales, Solon, Pythagoras, and Plato all studied here. Heliopolis was then the most celebrated university in the world for philosophy and science. Strabo was shown in the house in which Plato had resided. Herodotus found the priests here in better repute for their learning than any elsewhere in Egypt. All these, and a host of other well-known Greeks, Romans, and Jews, resided and studied here, during the many centuries of its renown. They all visited again and again, and walked round and deciphered, or had deciphered to them, the inscription on each side of this bit of granite. In those days it seemed to them a wonderful monument of hoar antiquity, far beyond anything that could be seen in their own countries. Everything they then saw at Heliopolis has been reduced to mounds of rubbish now, excepting this single stone. What a halo of interest invests in it! Who would not wish to see it? Who can be unmoved as he looks upon it? 50 centuries of history and all the wisdom of Egypt are buried in the dust under his feet. You shift your position and then smile at yourself. A sort of feeling had come upon you that you were obstructing the view of Joseph or of Herodotus, that you were standing in the way of Plato or of Moses. But through the carking tooth of time has in no way set its mark on the monument of Orostasson. A small fly has for the present obliterated on 3 sides of it the record he placed upon them. It has done this by filling up the incised hieroglyphics with its mud cells. Whether it be a mason wasp or a bee, I was unable to discover, the cells being out of reach. I saw the same temporary eclipse of the sculptures and hieroglyphics going on at Dendera and elsewhere. The venom of this little insect is, I was told, equal to what I saw of its impudence. The drive to Heliopolis is well worth taking on its own account. I found by the wayside a greater variety of culture and of plants than elsewhere in Egypt: oranges, lemons, ricins, which, with its spikes of red flowers and broad leaves, is here a handsome plant; cactuses, vineyards, olive trees, Australian eucalyptus, and many other trees and plants. Before I went to Heliopolis, I asked a Scotchman I found myself seated next to at dinner one day at the table d'hôte, whether it was worth one's while to go. "I will tell you just how it is," he replied. "I have been there. There is nothing to see, but it will give you a pleasant afternoon. It is like going out a-fishing. The day is fine, the country looks well. You have a pleasant friend and a good luncheon, with cigars and whisky. You come home without having seen a fish, but you are not dissatisfied with yourself for having gone." Having again met this gentleman after I had been there, he asked me how I had liked Heliopolis. He seemed so thoroughly satisfied with his own matter-of-fact and very intelligible way of regarding the world and all it contains, that I refrained from telling him what I had thought. In his presence I almost doubted whether any pearls, excepting his, were not counterfeits; at all events, I was sure they would not appear so to him. This, however, was not a momentary misgiving. There are some other sorts which, though not so common, are quite as genuine as his. Perhaps, too, but when one writes in English this must not be said without expressions of humility and a readiness to receive correction, they may have been formed by animals, the ingredients of whose food were somewhat more varied than is the case with the ordinarily mollusc. But, be this as it may, those that are of the rarer sort have the advantage that, while they do not in the least interfere with the enjoyment of the sunshine, the pleasant scene, the friend, the good cigar, and the old whisky, perhaps rather giving depth to the enjoyment because refining it, they are in themselves, and even without these agreeable adjuncts, a source of never-failing enjoyment. They are, as was said of such things long ago, as good for the night as for the day. They go with us into the country and accompany us on our travels. It may, however, be objected to them that, in this country, they generally make their possessor unpractical, and leave him poorer accepted ideas than they found him. There is no denying that it is so here very often. Is the reason of this that our governing class, whether we interpret those words to mean the class from which our legislators and administrators have hitherto very generally been taken, or the class that put them in their places, that is, the shopocracy? Can we hope anything better from our new governing class, that of the British artisan, have cared but little for these things? Influences of this kind have made us a money-worshipping people. Not that we have loved money more than other people, but that money has had too much power amongst us, so that too many of us, like my Scotch acquaintance, have learned to pooh-pooh everything which does not fetch money. that is to say, nature and history, which are the materials out of which truth is constructed, and art, poetry, philosophy, and science, which are the construction itself, everything but money and what will bring money in the market. And so, too, it came about that our highest education was merely a form of classicism, accommodated to a narrow and short-sighted theology. What both nature and history might have taught would have been inconvenient, or, be that as it may, was not needed. We know that in certain exceptional cases (they ought not to be so very exceptional) a man may possess the world that is to come, as well as the world my Scotch acquaintance had so tight a grip of. This is a difficult thing to do, on our system, and with our ideas a very difficult thing, still one that may be done. The difficulty, however, appears to be very considerably increased when the attempt is made to add to these two the possession of all the world that has been. It is hard to keep two balls up in the air and going at the same time, but to add a third, and to attend to all three properly, to give each of its due space and time, and to get them all to work harmoniously together, is a feat that reveals a very un-English mind, but still it is the master mind. What were the performances of Egyptian Protus to this? By turns he was many things, but here is a man who, at one and the same time, has three souls, and lives three lives. It is so, however, only in appearance. The interpretation of the parable is that the man has passed mentally out of the fat-fish stage of being, in which sight is possible only in one direction, and has reached a higher stage in which it is possible to look in every direction, and so to connect all that is seen all around, as that the different objects shall not reciprocally obscure but illumine each other. End of section 15. Read by Joy Dunne on January the 23rd, 2024, in Dublin, Ireland.
Section 16 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Chapter 16. Thebes, Luxor and Karnak. For all Egyptian Thebes displays of wealth, whose palaces its greatest store contain, that 100-gated city that sends forth through every gate 100 cars of war, well horsed, well manned. Homer's Iliad. Luxor, Karnak, and Thebes are three fragments of the 100-gated city of Homer. The landing, to which you moor your boat, is about 200 yards from the great temple of Luxor. The open space between the landing and the temple is a slight acclivity and is completely covered with sand. To the right and left of the open space are the mean buildings of a modern town. Those on the right cluster round and conceal the greater part of the temple, leaving only a grand colonnade visible from the water at the further side of the open sandy acclivity. As you enter this colonnade and stand in the roofed hall among the mighty pillars that support the roof, a feeling comes over you that you have shrunk to the dimensions and feebleness of a fly. The oldest sanctuary, of which there are any remains still standing here, was built by Amenophis III, who belonged to the dynasty that expelled the Hyksos. It was now seen that Thebes would be a safer capital than Memphis, which was too near the Semitic border. The close connection also that had now been formed with Ethiopia, sometimes being that of its complete subjection, made a more southern capital desirable. The erection of the splendid temple of Amenophis indicates the complete triumph of the new policy. This took place about 4,000 years ago. Rameses the Great, the most magnificent and prolific architect the world has ever seen, was not satisfied with the original structure. Following the example of his father, Sethos, he conceived a plan for investing Thebes with a grandeur and a glory that none of the empires that have grown to greatness during the thousands of years that have passed since his day have done anything to rival or approach. And this plan he carried out to a successful completion. Part of it was the architectural connection of Luxor and Karnak. For this purpose it was necessary to give additional height and massiveness to Luxor. This he did by attaching to the extremity of the temple of Amenophis, nearest to Karnak, a grand court, enriched externally with colossal statues of himself and two obelisks, one of which is now standing where he placed it, the other is in the Place de la Concorde at Paris. Having made the temples of Luxor and Karnak, by their height and massiveness, their lofty courts, propylaea and obelisks, reciprocally conspicuous and imposing from each other, the direct connection was effected by a broad straight road, or street, nearly 2 miles in length, guarded on either side by a row of sphinxes. Some of these, at the Karnak end of a connecting street, still remain. They are ram-headed. Fragments of others are found in the debris nearer Luxor. Along the line of this old street, which, however, except at its northern end, is quite obliterated by rubbish mounds, cultivation and palm groves, you ride to Karnak. As you pass no houses by the way, the distance seems great. Here was for many centuries the splendid centre of the most splendid city in the world. On nothing like it did the sun shine. The dwelling houses, many of them, Diodorus tells us, 4, some even 5 stories high, were, we may be sure, not allowed to approach so near as to interfere with the solemnizing effect of the long dromos of sphinxes. This effect was the very object of these avenues of sphinxes and colossi, which were prefixed to the temples. They shut out the world as the worshipper approached the temple, and prepared his mind for the services and the influences of the house of God. The area of the sacred enclosure at Karnak was a square of about 2,000 feet each way. The enclosing wall is still everywhere traceable. In some parts it is but little injured by time. There were 26 temples within the enclosure. It was a city of temples. The axis of the main series points across the river to the gorge of a valley in the Libyan hills, at the head of which were placed the tombs of the kings. Another series of temples reached down to the southwest entrance of the enclosure, where was the termination of the Luxor-Karnak street. These 2 series of temples may be roughly described as close and parallel to the northeastern and northwestern sides of the enclosure. The rest of the space was filled with more or less detached structures. Here was, if not the sublimest, for the mass and simplicity of a great pyramid may contest that, yet certainly the most magnificent architectural effort ever made by man. What prompted it? At what did it aim? Of course it was the embodiment of an idea, and that idea was, in its simplest expression, the same as the idea contained in the Greek temple and the Christian cathedral. It was the glorification of the builder's conception of the deity. The difference in the structures, in their fashion and effect, arose out of the differences in the conceptions these people had respectively formed of the deity. In the conception of the Egyptian awe was the predominant feature. Whatever else deity might be, awfulness was its first attribute. Beauty, if at all, came in a comparatively low degree. With the Greeks and the Christians it was very different. The gods of the Greeks were connected with and took delight in nature. The God of the Christians was the author of nature. With them, therefore, the recognition, the creation, and the exhibition of what was beautiful formed a part of the service of God. They felt that in religion a sense of, and the sight of, the beautiful disposed to love. The Egyptian beholder and worshipper was not to be attracted and charmed, but overwhelmed. His own nothingness and the terribleness of the power and will of God was what he was to feel. The soul of the Greek and of the Christian was to be elevated, not crushed, to be calmed, to be harmonized. One was the work of minds in which the instinct of freedom was operative, the other of minds which felt the powerlessness, the helplessness of man in the face of an unchangeable iron order alike of nature and of society. Moreover, as we have already seen, in Egypt nature herself did not originate and nurture the thought of beauty. In Egypt were no rocky, moss-margined streams, no hanging woods, no shady groves, no lovely valleys. The 2 paramount objects in nature, as they presented themselves to the eye and the thought of the Egyptian, suggested to him absolute power on the part of nature, and absolute dependence on the part of man. These 2 objects were a singularly dull and monotonous river, but without which the Egyptian world would be a desert, and the scorching sun, but without which all would be darkness and death. They did everything. Without them everything was nothing. These stupendous structures, then, express the feebleness of the worshipper by magnifying the power of the object of his worship. They awed him, as was intended, into a sense of personal nothingness, while they called into being and fed a sense of irresistible power external to man, the idea of which the peculiarities of everything Egyptian gave rise to. Moral ideas engendered by the structure and working of Egyptian society, and ideas of the physical forces which were ever before them, and to which they felt their subjection, were entangled in their minds in an inextricable knot, and that knot was their religion. On the walls of these stupendous structures is written and sculptured the history, as well as the religion, of Egypt, from Osirtasen I, who reigned 4,500 years ago, down to the Roman Augustus. These are the earliest and the latest names inscribed on the lithotomes of Karnak. The included space of time embraces the two last dynasties of the primeval monarchy, the Hyksos period, the whole of the new monarchy, when Egypt rose to its zenith of power, glory, art, wealth, and wisdom, the domination of Persia, the Ptolemaic sovereignty, and a part of the Roman rule. None inscribed so much history on these walls as the two mightiest of Egyptian conquerors and builders, Sethos, and the stronger son of a strong father, his successor Rameses the Great. These two pharaohs themselves made more history than all who had gone before them, and none who followed them attained to their eminence. The buildings they erected are history as much as their conquests. The Colosseum is a part of Roman history. Its magnitude and its purpose are history. It tells us that Caesar could issue a decree that all the world should be taxed, that Caesar found it necessary to dazzle and amuse the populace, that the amusements of a populace were brutal, that amusement, not religion, was the order of the day. So in the stones of Karnak we see the plunder and the tribute of Asia and Ethiopia. Many a city had been made a desolate heap, and many a fair region had been ravaged, and the silver and the gold collected, and the surviving inhabitants swept into the Egyptian net, and carried away captive into Egypt, to assist in building the grand hypostyle court of Karnak, the grandest hall ever constructed by man. In the direction of the axis of a connected series of temples, this hall is 170 feet long. Its width is 329 feet. It is supported by 134 columns. The central 12 are 62 feet high in the shaft and 36 feet in circumference. The remaining 122 columns are 42 feet in height and 28 feet in circumference. The lintel stone of a great doorway is within 2 inches of 41 feet in length. Every part of the walls, the pillars, and the roof is covered with coloured sculptures cut by the chisel of history and of religion, which, however, as far as we are concerned, belongs to history. The purpose of this hall was to provide a fitting place for the great religious diets of the nation. It must have appeared to the thoughts of those times that the gods had assisted the king, who was already becoming their associate, in designing and erecting such a structure. We, however, are aware that no people can imagine or undertake such structures unless they are inspired with the sentiment that they are the greatest among the nations and at the head of the world. Great things, it is more true of literature than of architecture, but it is true of everything, are not done by imitation but by inspiration, and nothing inspires great things but greatness itself. To the northwest of this stupendous and overpowering hall is an hypaethral court 100 feet longer, and of the same width of 329 feet. A double row of columns traverses its central avenue. It has corridors on each side. It was left incomplete. This is plain from the enormous pyramidal propylons by which it is entered, never having been sculptured. None who came after the great Rameses were able to rise to the height of his conceptions. In the unsculptured walls of these propylons are the sockets drilled horizontally through their whole thickness for holding the beams which supported the lofty staffs for the flags which were used on great occasions. These lofty towers and these far-seen flags connected the temples of Karnak with the temples on the western bank of the river and with the funeral processions to the catacombs of the kings in the opposite valley of the Libyan range, just as the southwestern propylons and the dromos of sphinxes connected them with Luxor. Though the name of Sesortosen or Osirtasen I is the first that appears on this series of temples, it would be a mistake to suppose that the date of the greatness of the city must be taken from his reign. This is impossible, for he was the founder of the dynasty which came from Thebes. Thebes, therefore, in his time, 4,500 years ago, had become sufficiently powerful to give a dynasty to Egypt. And when we look at its site, the island in the river, the great extent of fertile land on the east bank, with no inconsiderable extent also on the west, and the convenient approach of the Libyan hills to the riverside, we see that this was a spot designed by nature for one of the great cities of old Egypt. It was great under the old monarchy, and gave to the country the two last dynasties of that first monumentally known period of its history. During the succeeding 400 years of the Hyksos domination, a cloud of almost impenetrable darkness settled down upon it, as upon everything else Egyptian. It rose under and with the new monarchy. The disadvantages of the site of Memphis and the conveniences of that of Thebes had been discovered. It therefore now became unreservedly the repository of all the glories and the chief shrine of the religion of the country. The spoils of war, the tribute of subject nations, the rent of the royal domain, which comprised 1/3 of the land of Egypt, were spent here. Next to the court came the numerous and wealthy body of the priests, and they, too, were chiefly, though they had also other sources of income, supported by the rents of their estates. Besides these, there was the official class, which again we know was numerous and wealthy. Trade also must have largely contributed to the wealth of Thebes, for it was the emporium of the camel-borne produce of the interior of the continent, and for the water-borne commerce with Egypt of the east coast of Africa, of Arabia, and of India. We may form an estimate of the extent of this trade from the magnificence of the temples which, of old times in the east, was generally proportionate to the amount and value of the commerce carried on under their protection. From these sources the growth and splendour of the new capital were fed for many centuries. We see from the tombs that in its best days the wealthy were not afraid to use and to display their wealth. The arts that embellish life, and which had been inherited from the old monarchy, made great advances. Society developed tastes and arrangements not altogether unlike those of our own time. At last the thundercloud, which had long been gathering in the northeast, drifted down to Egypt, and the storm burst upon it. The Persian had come, and the grand old ship went to pieces. In Asia the days of Sethos and of Rameses had never been forgotten. The gods that had in their arks gone up with them to battle and to victory were now defaced and dishonoured. The temples which had been built by the captives, and with the spoils brought out of Asia, were now sought for at Karnak and dilapidated. The ruthless work the Egyptians had done was repaid ruthlessly. It was delightful to the soul of a Persian, now that his opportunity had come, to job the iron into the soul of the Egyptian. But such a civilization as that of old Egypt takes a great deal of killing. It is the working of a thoroughly organized community in which every man is born to his work, has natural instructors in his parents and class, and so knows his work by a self-acting law of society, which possesses the regularity and precision of a law of nature. It survived the Persians, it Egyptianized the Greeks. It was not stamped out by the Romans. Christianity gradually enfeebled, absorbed, and metamorphosed it. At last came the Mohammedan flood, and swept away whatever germs might have even then remained of a capacity for the maintenance of a well-ordered and fruitful commonwealth. End of section 16. Section 17 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke, Chapter 17, Thebes, the Necropolis. Haec omnis, quam cernis, inops inhumataque turba est, hi quos vehit unda sepulti, nec ripas datur horrendas ac rauca fluenta, transportare prius quam sedibus ossa querunt. Virgil. Hitherto we have been on the eastern bank. We now pass to the western. Here we find an historical museum, unequalled by anything of a kind to be seen elsewhere in variety of interest and in completeness. Nothing in the world except the pyramid region approaches to it. There the old primeval monarchy lies entombed. Here, in the western quarter of the capital of the younger monarchy, and which has now appropriated to itself the name of Thebes, we have the catacombs of the kings, the tombs of the queens, the tombs of the priests, of the official class, and of private persons, the wonderful temple palace of Medinet Habu, the Memnomium, or rather Ramesseum, again temple and palace, the old but well-preserved temple palace of Corneille, together with the remains of several temples, the vocal Memnon and its twin Colossus. These form a gallery of historical objects and of records of the arts, of the manners and customs, and of the daily life of one of the grandest epochs of Egypt. How can a few indications and touches convey to those who have not seen them any true or useful conception of the objects themselves, or of the thoughts they give rise to in the mind of a traveller who stands before them and allows them to interpret to him the mind of those old times? They are contemporary records in which he sees written, with accompanying illustrations, chapter after chapter of old world history anterior to the days of Rome, Greece, and Israel. The tomb of the great Sethos, Joseph's pharaoh, of his greater son Rameses II, and of Menopheres, in whose reign the Exodus took place, are all here. The tomb of Sethos reaches back 470 feet into the limestone mountain, with a descent of 180 feet. Coloured sculptures cover 320 feet of the excavation. The exact point to which the sculptures had been carried on the day of his death is indicated by the unfinished condition of the work in the last chamber. The walls had been prepared for the chisel of a sculptor, but the death of the king interrupted the work. The draftsman had sketched upon them in red colour the designs that were to be executed. His sketch had been revised by a superintendent of such works, who had corrected the red outlines with black ink wherever they appeared to him out of proportion or in any way defective. The freedom and decision with which the outlines were drawn exceed probably the power of any modern artist's or designer's hand. These sketches are quite as fresh as they were the day they were made. You see them just as they were outlined and corrected for the sculptor more than 3,000 years ago. It would be worth while going to Egypt to see them if they were the only sight in Egypt. In this, and several others among the royal tombs, we find symbolical representations of the human race. The Egyptians, the people of the north, of the east, and of the south, are indicated by typical figures. This is meant to convey the idea that Pharaoh was virtually the universal monarch. If he had not felt this, Karnak would never have been built, nor, I will add, for the sake of a contrast as well as the concatenation, would a humble East Anglian vicar have spent last winter on the Nile. The sculptures in these tombs may be divided under 3 heads. First, there are those which describe events in the life of the occupant of a tomb. Then there are scenes from common daily Egyptian life, in which he took such interest as to desire to have representations of them in his tomb. Lastly, there are scenes which illustrate what was supposed would occur in the future life of a deceased. In the tomb which bears the name of Rameses III, there are several chambers right and left of the main gallery, in each of which is represented on the walls some department of the royal establishment. The king's kitchen, the king's boats, his armoury, his musical instruments, the operations carried on upon his farms, the birds and the fruits of Egypt, and the sacred emblems, the 3 last symbolizing fowling, gardening, and religion. It is possible that the king may have buried here those of his household who presided over these departments, each in the chamber designated for him by the representations on the walls of what belonged to his office. If it were not so, of what use were the chambers? They could hardly have been excavated merely to place such pictures upon them. As this Rameses III was one of the warlike pharaohs and had, like his great namesake, led successfully large armies into Asia, we cannot suppose that he had these scenes of home life sculptured and painted in his tomb, either because he had nothing else to put there, or because the subjects they referred to were more congenial to his tastes than the pomp and circumstance of glorious war. He must, therefore, as far as we can see, either have been acting under the motive just mentioned, which, however, I cannot regard as a perfectly satisfactory suggestion, or he must have been influenced by some thought of what he would require in the intermediate state while lying in the tomb. Was there an idea that the mummy would, for a time, take delight in contemplating those scenes and objects, the fruition of which had contributed to its happiness during the earthly life? What we see in the tombs of the priests and officials almost leads us to the conclusion that these representations had not, necessarily, a direct and special reference to what had once been the occupations of the inmates of the tomb, but were placed on the walls merely as pictures, precisely as we hang upon the walls of our houses such pictures as please us. There was nothing in the aspects of a country which could have led the old Egyptians to wish to depict scenery. There were no charming bits of nature, no world of changeful cloudscapes, no suggestive winter, spring, or summer scenes. Nor, again, was the turn of their minds dramatic, or such as might have led them to desire to reproduce in pictures those human scenes which would recall the workings of passion or the poetry of life. And, indeed, their style of art would hardly have enabled them to deal with such subjects. They thus appear to have been confined to hard, literal, matter-of-fact representations of the arts of ordinary life, of Egyptian objects, of funeral processions, and of what, according to their ideas, would take place in the next world. With these they decorated their walls. It was Hobson's choice. They had nothing else for the purpose. They may have had a special inducement to represent the common arts of life, such as cabinet-making, glass-blowing, weaving, pottery, etc., because they took a very intelligible pride in contemplating their superiority to the rest of the world in these matters, which, at that time, when an acquaintance with them was regarded as a distinction, were thought much more of than was the case afterwards, when all the world had attained to proficiency in them. That these kinds of representations were sometimes looked upon merely as ornamental, or as such as any deceased Egyptian might contemplate while in the mummy state with satisfaction, may be inferred from the fact that it eventually became a common practice for an Egyptian to purchase or to take possession of a tomb that had been sculptured and painted for others, and even used by them, with the intention of having it prepared for himself, though probably this would not have been done in the early period of Egyptianism, when it was proud and pure. He merely erased the name of the original occupant and substituted for it his own. He did not feel that there was anything to render the pictures that had been designed by and for another inappropriate to himself. We know, too, that the pictures were often those of trades it was impossible the deceased could have practised. Still, they were pictures of Egyptian life it would be pleasing to contemplate. We had rather contemplate an historical picture, a tableau de genre, or a landscape, but as they had no idea of such things, and as civilization was then young, and the simplest trade was regarded with pleasure for its utility, and as a proof of what is called progress, everybody was at that time of day pleased with its representation. Though we have entirely lost this feeling, I believe uneducated people would still at the present day prefer, because it would be more intelligible to them, a picture representing the work of some trade to a landscape or historical piece. Of course, the delight an Egyptian felt in such representations did not in the least arise from his being uneducated, but from a difference in his way of thinking and feeling, and in a difference in what art could then achieve. In short, these representations were meant either for the living or for the dead, in either case to give pleasure, either to the beholder or to the supposed beholder, must have been their object. The valley which contains the tombs of which I have been speaking was devoted to the sepulture of the kings of the 19th and 20th dynasties. The greater part of them were found open, and had in the times of Ptolemies been already rifled. Their desecration and the injuries they received ought probably to be attributed to the Persians. I have already said something about the extent and the sculptures of the catacomb of Sethos. The chamber containing the sarcophagus of this great pharaoh had been so carefully concealed that it fortunately escaped discovery down to our own time. Belzoni, in his investigation of this tomb, finding that a spot which a happy inspiration led him to strike returned a hollow sound, had the trunk of a palm tree brought into the gallery, and using it as a ram, battered down the disguised wall. This at once revealed the chamber which, for more than 4,000 years, had escaped Persian, Greek, Roman, and Arab intrusion. In the midst of this chamber stood the royal sarcophagus. This sarcophagus, one of the most splendid monuments of Egypt in its best days, was of the finest alabaster, covered with the most beautiful and instructive sculptures. Who can adequately imagine the emotions of Belzoni at that moment? It had been reserved for him to be the first to behold, to be the discoverer of what had escaped the keen search of so many races of spoilers and destroyers, the finest monument of the greatest period of Egyptian history. That monument is now in Sir John Soanes's museum in Lincoln's Inn Fields. In the valley to the west of this are some of the tombs of a preceding, the 18th dynasty, that which drove the Hyksos out of Egypt. They have, however, been so dilapidated that not much is to be learned from them. Behind the great temple palace of Medinet Habu are the tombs of the queens and princesses. These too have been much injured, and have at some period subsequent to that of their original appropriation been used for the sepulture of private persons. Along the foot of the hills, from the tombs of the queens to the entrance of the Valley of the Kings, is one vast necropolis for the priests, the official class, and wealthy private individuals. All these fall within the new empire. Among them, however, are found some instances of royal interments, but they belong to the old empire. When we talk of the new empire, we must not forget its date. Its palmiest days belong to the time of the Exodus and of Abraham's visit to Egypt. As I rode through this city of the dead, visiting the tombs which possessed the greatest interest, I endeavoured, as I had done in the necropolis of the pyramids, to recall its pristine state, to see it as it was seen by those who constructed and peopled it. The tombs were then everywhere among the Hajer, that is, on the first rise or stage of the desert, above the cultivated land. Here, as generally throughout Egypt, vegetable life and the soil which supports it do not extend 1 inch beyond the height of the inundation, which brings the soil as well as the water. The stony desert and the plant-clothed plain touch with sharp definition, each maintaining its own character to the last, just as the land and sea do along the beach. From this line of contact to the precipitous rise of the hills, there is a belt of irregular ground. In some places this belt is a rocky level or incline, in others it is broken into rocky valleys, but always above the cultivated plain. The whole of it is thoroughly desert, and all of it ascends towards the contiguous range. It is everywhere limestone, and generally covered with debris from the excavations and from the hillside. Such is the site of this great necropolis. In the days when Thebes was the capital, the whole of this space was covered with the entrances to the tombs. Some of these entrances were actual temples. Some resembled the propylons of temples. Some were gateways, less massive and lofty, but still conspicuous objects. In every tomb were its mummified inmates. They were surrounded by representations in stone and colour of the objects and scenes they had delighted in during life. Their property, their pursuits, what they had thought and felt, what they had taken an interest in, and what they had believed were all around them. Objects of nature, objects of art, objects of thought, had each assumed its form in stone. Each was there for the mummy to contemplate. These were true houses for the dead. Houses built, decorated, and furnished for the dead, in which, however, the dead were not dead, but were living in the mummified state. We have rock tombs elsewhere, But where out of Egypt could we find another such city? It is a city excavated in the rocky plain and in the mountain valleys. It consists of thousands of apartments, spacious halls, long galleries, steps ascending and descending, and chambers innumerable. It is more extensive, more costly, more decorated than many a famous city on which the sun shines. It is peopled everywhere with its own inhabitants, but among them is no fear or hope, no love or hatred, no pleasure or pain, no heart is beating, no brain is busy. As we wander about these mansions of the dead, we feel as Abydos did when she found herself in the spellbound city. The inhabitants are present. Everything they used in life is present. Life itself only is wanting. Everything has become stone. The largest of the tombs now accessible is that of Ptahmenap, a royal scribe. It is entered by a sunken court, 103 feet in length by 76. This was once surrounded by a wall in which was a lofty gateway, the two sides of which are still standing. This court leads to a large hall, which is the commencement of a long series of galleries, apartments, and side chambers, all excavated in the solid rock. Omitting the side chambers and measuring only the galleries and apartments they passed through, the excavations of this single tomb extend to a length of 862 feet. The area excavated amounts to nearly 24,000 square feet, or an acre and a quarter. These are Sir Gardiner Wilkinson's measurements, which have been accepted by Lepsius, who also himself carefully inspected the tomb. The whole of the wall space gained by these excavations, which are actually more than 1/3 of a mile in length, is covered throughout with most carefully executed sculptures in the most elaborate style of Egyptian art. It is worth noticing that this tomb of a private individual exceeds in dimensions, costliness, and magnificence all the royal tombs, of course excepting the Great Pyramids, with which we are acquainted. We may infer from the costliness of these tombs, and from the length of time it must have taken to excavate and adorn them, that the Egypt of the time to which they belong was a wisely ordered kingdom, in which, to a very considerable extent, not the arbitrary caprice of kings and governors, but law was supreme. At that time the scene of such a history as that of Naboth could not have been in Egypt. It must for long ages have been in the very important matter of a man's doing what he pleased with his own, in a very unoriental condition. This tomb of Ptahmenap and thousands of others more or less like it could only have been constructed where and when subjects may acquire great wealth and display it with safety. We may also infer, from the size of the city under the new monarchy and the wealth of its inhabitants, from their mode of living, their tastes and pursuits, and from the state of the arts which ministered to the convenience and adornment of their lives, upon all of which points this necropolis gives inexhaustible and absolutely truthful evidence that a great part of the wealth of Thebes was drawn from precisely the same source as that of Belgravia, that is, from the rent of the land. An abundance of minor matters, but full of historical interest and instruction, may be gleaned from the same source. We find, for instance, that 3,350 years ago, the principle and the use of the arch were familiar to the Egyptians, for there are several arches of that date in the tombs. Glass-blowing was practised. The siphon was understood and used. In their entertainments, the presence of both sexes was usual, and perfumes and flowers were on these occasions regarded as indispensable. The shadoof, the simplest and most effective application of a small amount of power to produce a considerable result, was as universally at work on the banks of a river and of the canals as at the present day. Indeed, we cannot doubt but that it was much more so, but it is necessary to add here to these particulars. End of section 17. Section 18 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Chapter 18. Thebes, the Temple Palaces. Cur invidendis postibus, et novo sublime ritu molier atrium. Horace. We will now, having left the tombs, turn our attention to the temples. Some we find upon the edge of the Viager, others a little way back upon it. The greater number of those that were once here have been completely razed to the ground, nothing now remaining of them except fragments of statues, the foundations of walls, and the bases of pillars, all of which are buried in rubbish heaps. There are, however, some singularly interesting exceptions which demand particular notice. Fortunately, though it hardly looks like chance, the temple palaces of Sathos, of the great Rameses, and of Rameses III are still standing. These were built by the two great conquerors of the 19th and the great conqueror of the 20th dynasties. Why did not other pharaohs erect similar structures? The reason is not far to seek. It is here present in the case of these three kings, and is absent from the cases of other kings. The funds necessary for such structures had to be procured by looting Asia, and a great part of work had to be done by captives taken in war. And we know that at this time it was the custom for those kings of Egypt who contemplated great works to begin their reigns with raids into Asia, for the express purpose of collecting the gold and the slaves that would enable them to carry out their designs. It was the good old rule, the simple plan, that those should take who had the power. These great and famous expeditions, in truth, were only imperial slave hunts and imperial brigandage, in which not petty tribes of African Negroes, but the, for those times, civilized nations of Asia, and not a few travellers, but the inhabitants of great cities and kingdoms, were the victims. These great builders, administrators, and soldiers, who believed of themselves that they had already been received into the hierarchy of heaven, could not have understood in what sense they could have done ill in building themselves a wide house and large chambers, and sealing it with cedar, and painting it with vermilion, though they doubtless would have thought that it would have been ill, even for an Egyptian pharaoh, to build his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by wrong, to use his neighbour's service without wages, and to give him naught for his work. But how any question of unrighteousness and wrong could arise between Pharaoh and strangers, people who were not Egyptians, would have been something new and incomprehensible to Pharaoh. I once asked a fisherman's boy who was unconcernedly breaking up a basketful of live crabs to bait his father's dab nets if it was not cruel work that he was about. "No," he replied, "because it is their business to find us a living." Somewhat in the same way did Pharaoh think of the outside world, and in much the same way, too, did he treat it when he wished to build himself a temple palace. In these temple palaces one hears the groans and sees the blood of those who were broken up alive to build them. There are no buildings in the Old World so full of actually written and pictured history as these three temple palaces, for each of them contains records of the achievements and life of the builder, as they were regarded by himself, and of his religion, as it was understood by himself. The grandest of the three is the Memnomium, or as it ought to be called, the Ramesseum. Here lived the great Rameses. He designed it, built it, and made it his home. He built it after his great Asiatic campaigns. How often here must he have fought his battles o'er again. The Ramesseum bears the same relation to all the other buildings of old Egypt that the Parthenon does to all the other remains of Greek architecture. It was built at the culminating point of Egyptian art and greatness. The conception was an inspiration of a consciousness of excellence and power. Everything here is grand even for Egypt. The lofty propylons, the Osirid court, the great halls, and above all the colossal statue of a king seated on his throne, a monolith of red granite, weighing nearly 900 tons, and which is now lying on the ground in stupendous fragments, its overthrow having been probably the work of the vengeful Persians. Nothing can exceed the interest of this grand structure. It included even a spacious library, on the walls of which were sculptured figures of the god of letters and of the god of memory. Over the door by which it was entered was the famous inscription, "The Medicine of the Mind." and this more than 3,000 years ago, and yet we may be sure that it did not contain the first collection of books that had been made in Egypt, but only the first of which we have any record. We know that they had been keeping a regular register of the annual rising of the Nile then for nearly 1,000 years, and that their written law antedated this library by between 2,000 and 3,000 years. Both of these facts, to some degree, indicate collections of books. By a concurrence of happy chances, which almost make one regret that a grateful offering can no longer be made to good fortune, papyrus rolls have been found dated from this library, and in the Agère behind have been discovered the tombs of some of the royal librarians. The temple palace at Cornet of Sethos, the father of Rameses, though built with all the solidity of Egyptian architecture in its best days, is a very much smaller structure than the Ramesseum. What remains of it is in very good preservation. It stands about a mile to the northwest of a latter building, some little way back in the Agère, and on somewhat higher ground near the entrance of the Valley of the Kings. On one of the sphinxes belonging to it are inscribed the names of all the towns in the delta Sethos conquered. This is an important record, as it shows either that the Semites had been able to some extent to re-establish themselves in the delta, or that they had never been thoroughly subjugated in that part of the country before the time of Sethos. The work, however, was now done thoroughly, for from this time we do not hear of any troubles that can be assigned to them. The sculptures on the walls of this palace are in the freest and boldest style. They relate chiefly to religious acts and ceremonies. As Sethos was the designer and builder of a chief part of a stupendous hypostyle hall of Karnak, it was not because his architectural ideas were less grand than those of his son that his palace was so much smaller. I can imagine that the reason of this was that he was desirous that none of his attention and resources should be diverted from his great work, which was enough of itself to tax to their utmost all the powers both of the king and of the kingdom. It raises him in our estimation to find that his greatest work was not his own palace, but the hall in which the ecclesiastical diets of Egypt, of course the members were priests, were to be held. For though he was a pharaoh, and a conquering pharaoh too, he could see that the kingdom was greater than the king, and that to do great things well, one thing must be done at a time. A little to the south of the Ramesseum is the third of these temple palaces. It is that of the third Rameses. This, though not so grand and pure in style as the Ramesseum, has been better preserved. Upon it and within it are the ruins of a Coptic town. The crude brick tenements perched on the roof, and adhering to the walls of a mighty structure, reminded me of the disfigurements of the obelisk of Heliopolis and of the propylons of Dendera by the mud cells which insect architecture had plastered over them. So wags the world. Squalid poverty had succeeded to imperial splendour, but the same fate had waited upon both. The towers of kings and the hovels of the poor are now equally desolate and untenanted. One of the courts of the palace had been metamorphosed by the Copts of the neighbourhood into their church. From the expense which must have been incurred in effecting this transformation, it is evident that they once formed here a numerous body. The community, however, has entirely disappeared from this place, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has come in its stead. They say in the East that where the Turk sets his foot, grass will not grow, but this is true of El-Islam generally. It is great at pulling down and destroying, but not equally great at reconstructing. The Christian church and the Egyptian temple are alike deserted. The old Egyptian and the Coptic Christian have both completely vanished from this scene. It is curious, as we stand here, with equal evidence before us of the equal fate of both, to observe how little people think about the fate of the latter in comparison with what they think about the fate of the former, and yet there are, at all events, some reasons to dispose us favourably and sympathizingly towards our Coptic co-religionists. If the causes of the feeling could be analysed, would it be found to have arisen from a half-formed thought that there was no gratitude to be felt to the poor Copt for anything he had done, and that the world had no hope of anything from him? Or would it be because there is really little to interest the thought in the fortunes of a community of which we know little more than that, by having changed the law of liberty into a petrified doctrine, they had gone a long way towards committing moral and intellectual suicide? In one of the private apartments of this temple palace of Rameses III, the sculptures represent the king seated on a chair which would not be out of place at Windsor or Schönbrunn. His daughters are standing around him, offering him fruit and flowers, and agitating the air with their fans. He amuses himself with a game of draughts, and with their conversation. Somewhat in advance of these temple palaces of the two Rameses stand on the cultivated plain the two great colossi of Thebes. The space between them is sufficient for a road or street. The easternmost of the pair is the celebrated vocal Memnon of Antiquity. It is covered with Roman inscriptions placed upon it by travellers who were desirous of leaving behind them a record of the fact that they had not been disappointed in hearing the sound. That was an age when the love of the marvellous, combined with ignorance of what nature could and could not do, prepared and predisposed men for being deceived. There can be no doubt how the sound was produced. There is in the lap of the seated figure an excavation in which a priest was concealed, who, when the moment had arrived, struck a stone in the figure of a kind which rang like brass. The Arabs now climb into the lap in a few seconds, and will for piastre produce the sound for you at any hour of the 24 you please. The Emperor Hadrian heard 3 emissions of a sound on the morning he went to listen. This is a compliment we are not surprised to find the statue paid to the ruler of the world. This colossus was erected by Amenoph III, a name which, by an easy corruption, the Greeks transformed into Memnon, just as they changed Khufu into Cheops, Amenemha into Meris, and Sethos into Sesostris. Behind these colossi stood a temple which had been erected by the same Amenoph. Nothing now remains of this temple but its rubbish heap and its foundations. It was, however, once connected architecturally with the temple he had built at Luxor on the other side of the river. The street that connected them was called Street Royal. This was the line Sethos and the two Rameses must always have taken in going from their palaces on the western bank to Luxor and Karnak on the eastern side. It must have been about 3 miles in length. The line of this royal street is marked by the 2 still standing colossi. The fragments of a few others have been found. Those that remain are 60 feet in height. This must have been a grand street with the 2 temples at its 2 ends, and part of it, at all events, consisting of a dromos of such figures. I have already mentioned that a sphinx-guarded street about 2 miles long ran from Luxor to Karnak. I have also pointed out that the northwest angle of the great enclosure of Karnak was connected, to the eye, with the temples of the western Hager. The precise spot upon the Hager where a temple had been made conspicuous to the eye from Karnak was what is now called Asasef. Of course, from Asasef the lofty structures of Karnak were in full view. In order to place the temple at Asasef reciprocally in view to the spectators standing at Karnak, it was necessary to remove a part of a natural rock wall of the eastern side of the valley of Asasef, and this had been done. The distance from Karnak to Asasef is somewhat over 3 miles. From this point temples and temple palaces were continuous along the edge of the Hager, in front of the Necropolis, as far as the western extremity of the royal street. Thus was completed the grand Theban parallelogram. The circuit of the 4 sides measured, I suppose, about 10 miles. It included every one of the great structures of Luxor, Karnak, and Thebes. There can be no doubt but that the lofty propylaea and obelisks of Luxor and Karnak were intended to be seen from a distance. As the site of Thebes was of itself somewhat elevated above the sites of Luxor and Karnak, there was no occasion for obelisks at Thebes, as also they would have been backed by the mountains to one looking from the other side of the river. They would have been inconspicuous, and therefore this architectural form was not used at Thebes, though, indeed, I believe no instance remains to show that it was ever used on that side of the valley on which the sun set. The structural connection of all the mighty magnificent buildings throughout these 10 miles was the grand conception of Rameses the Great, of which I spoke some way back. There never were, we may be quite sure, 10 such miles elsewhere on the surface of this earth. It is rash to prophesy, but we may doubt whether there ever will be 10 such miles again. We may, I think, say there will not be, unless time give birth to 2 conditions. The first of the 2 is that communities should become animated with the desire to do for themselves what these mighty pharaohs did for themselves in the old days of their greatness. And as man is much the same now that he was then, and as private persons are capable of entertaining the same ideas as kings, there is no a priori reason against the possibility of this. The second condition is that machinery should eventually give us the power of cutting and moving large blocks of stone at a far cheaper rate than is possible with that already mighty assistant at present. For, as the world does not go back, we may be sure that myriads of captives and of helpless subjects will never again be employed in this way. It is quite conceivable that the mass of some community may come to feel itself great, the feeling being in the community generally, and not only in the individual at its head, and should they at the same time entertain the desire that the magnificence of their architecture should be in proportion to, and express, the greatness of their ideas and sentiments, then the world may again see hypostyle halls as grand as that of Karnak, and magnificence equal to that of the Osirid court of a Ramesseum, with, however, the difference that they will be constructed by and for the community. In this there would be no injury in any way to any one, and there would be nothing to regret, for those who had raised such structures, and were in the habit of using them, would perhaps on that account be less likely to be mean and little in the ordinary occurrences of life. At all events, there would be nothing demoralizing in making machinery the slave to do the heavy drudgery required in their construction. There is one source of interest which belongs to the study of the antiquities of Egypt in a higher degree than to the study of the antiquities of any other country. Every object on which the eye may rest, whether great or small, from the grandest architectural monument down to a glass bead, is thoroughly and genuinely Egyptian. Not a tool with which the compact limestone or intractable granite was cut, not a colour with which the sculptures or walls were decorated, not a form in their architectural details, not a thought or practice or scene the sculptures and paintings represent was, as far as we know, borrowed, or could have been borrowed from any neighbouring people. The grand whole and the minutest detail, everything seen and everything implied, was strictly autochthonous, as completely the product of the Egyptian mind as Egypt itself is of the Nile. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Egypt, of the Pharaohs, and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Rameses the Great goes forth from Egypt. Why, then the world's mine oyster, which I with sword will open. Shakespeare. Rameses the Great was the Alexander of Egypt. His lot was cast in the palmiest days of Egyptian history. He was the most magnificent of the pharaohs. None had such grand ideas or gave them such grand embodiment. He carried the arms of Egypt to the utmost limits they ever reached. As one stands at Karnak, Thebes, and Abydos, before the sculptures he set up, and reads in them the records of his achievements and of the thoughts that stirred within him, the mind is transported to a very distant past. But though so distant, we still may, by the aids we now possess, recover much of its form and features. Let us then endeavor to construct for ourselves some conception of his great expedition from the materials with which the monuments and history supply us. Egypt is very flourishing. Pharaoh has an army of 700,000 men and great resources, and so he becomes dissatisfied at remaining idle in his happy valley. There is a wonderful world up in the northeast. He would like to be to that world what we might describe as an Egyptian Columbus and Cortez in one. He wishes to signalize the commencement of his reign with some achievement that will be forever famous. But these distant people have never wronged him. They had never burnt his cities or driven off his cattle. If they have ever heard of the grandeur of Egypt, they can hardly tell whether it belongs to this world of theirs or to some other world. Considerations, however, of this kind do not affect him. But there are many difficulties in his way. The very first step of the proposed expedition will carry his army into a desert of some days' journey. How is this desert to be crossed? That is disposed of by the answer that his father Sethos, and even some of the predecessors of Sethos on the throne of Egypt, had crossed it. But how is his army to be supported in that unknown world beyond? How are provisions to be procured? For they cannot be supplied from Egypt. The people they will invade can support themselves. What they have must be taken from them, and war must be made to support itself. But supposing all goes well as they advance, how shall they ever get back? With their arms worn out, and their ranks thinned, and with a vengeful foe barring their return with fortified places, and swarming upon them from every side? They must, on their outward march, raze all these fortified places, and make as clean a sweep as they can of the population of the countries they pass through. And how shall the Egyptians live when nature shall assail them with frost and snow? Will their linen robes be sufficient? They must do what they can. They will be able to take the woolen garments of the enemies they destroy. The difficulties, then, could not deter him. He must see this great and wonderful world outside. He must flaunt his greatness in its face. He must collect the treasures and the slaves that will be required for building the mighty temples and palaces he contemplates. These monuments he must have, and he will record upon them that he did not, in raising them, tax and use up Egyptians. And so it becomes a settled thing that he and his army shall go forth from Egypt. It would not have been the East had not the host with which he was to go forth been a mighty one, as God's army the locusts for multitude. Everything must be on a grand scale, and everything must be foreseen and provided for, as is the custom of the wise Egyptians. Then began a gathering of men, of horses, of chariots, of asses, such as had never been seen on the earth before, as much greater than other gatherings as the pyramids were greater than other buildings. In those mighty structures they had had an example, now for 1,000 years, of the style and fashion in which should be carried out whatever Egypt undertook. Day and night were the messengers going to and fro on the bank and on the river. Many new forges were put in blast, many new anvils set up. Never had the sound of the hammer been so much heard before, never had been seen before so many buyers and lookers-on of the armorers' bazaars. There were canvas towns outside the gates of Thebes, of Thais, of Memphis, and of other great cities. Never had so many horses been seen picketed before. Men wondered where they had all come from. On the river there were boats full of men and boats full of grain to people and to feed the canvas towns. Never had the landing places been so crowded before. Many a river trader in those days had to drop away from his moorings against the bank to make room for the grain boats and the troop boats of the great king. Never had the temples been so full before. Never had there been so many processions and so many offerings. The gods must be propitiated for the great expedition. It must be undertaken in their names. Mightier temples and richer offerings must be promised for the return of the king and of the host when they shall bring back victory. Many said in those days of preparation, "The gods be with the king and with his armies." Many said in their hearts, "Who can tell? The gods had made Egypt great, but would they go forth from Egypt? The king was as a god, but could he do all things?" This was an issue that could not be forecast. Such was the talk of many in the mud-built villages, as well as in hundred-gated Thebes, in old Abydos, in discrowned Memphis, and in all the cities of all the gods, for every god had his own city. Nothing else had much interest, either in the mansions of the rich or in the hovels of the poor. The wives and daughters of the people while in the evening they walked down to the riverside with their water jars, or, when the sun was down, clustered together at the street corners and at the village gate sitting on the ground, had never tarried before so long at those watering places, those gates, and those street corners. And all the while the musterings and the preparations went on like the work of a machine. For the king had the whole people well in hand, and he bent all Egypt to the work as if it had been one man. And everything is now complete. The last processions and offerings have been made. The aid of the gods has been promised. The priests had thought that Egypt, at all events, would be secure, whatever might befall those going forth, that no abiding evil consequences could ever ensue to the country itself. In this they knew not the future. If all should not go well, Egypt, they deemed, could spare some of her soldier caste, and that her priests would in that take no hurt. As to the stranger, no matter what his thirst for vengeance, it never would be slaked in Egypt. And now the host has reached Pelusium, the place which, under the name of Abydos, had been fortified so strongly on the expulsion of the Hyksos. This was the great rendezvous. In that neighborhood the several army corps had been assembling for the last 2 or 3 months, and now it is near the end of winter. Water will still be found in the wadis of Mount Cassius, and they will be in time to reap for themselves the harvests of Syria, and, as the season goes on, of the countries further to the north. At last they advance into the desert, and the host is brought together for the first time. Never before had been seen such a host. All the might and all the glory of Egypt are there, all the discipline and all the forethought. These Egyptians, who are so fond of color and of flags at home, have not gone forth to show themselves to the world without this bravery. The desert cannot be seen for the myriads of men and animals that cover it. It has become as gay as a flower garden. The bright sun is glinting from untarnished arms. And so they crossed the desert and got among the cities which were afterwards known as the cities of the Philistines, the cities of the plain of Sharon. And now commenced their cruel work. Their 2 great objects were to provide themselves with supplies, and then to sweep away everything, both fortified places and men capable of bearing arms, that might impede their return, they knew not when or how. These people had never troubled Egypt, but most of them were akin to the hated Hyksos. No justification was needed, but that would justify anything. The Egyptian host must take all it wanted, though those from whom they take it perish, and they must leave neither foe nor pretended friend behind. And so they went on, clearing off everything, man and beast, fenced city and cornfield. It was done ruthlessly. Their swords and spears were seldom dry. You see on the sculptures the king set up when he returned home how he treated the people whose countries he passed through, for this was not an expedition against enemies, but against the tribes and nations whose countries he chose to pass through and desolate. And so they went on. They swept over the plain of Esdraelon, and they passed up by Lebanon and Damascus into Armenia. They then overran Persia and Media. At last they reached Bactria, the district of which modern Bokhara is now the capital. Here they effected a lodgment, which kept this region in subjection and tributary to them for some generations. It is curious that in this remote and almost inaccessible center of Asia, the Greeks also, in after times, succeeded in establishing themselves, and were able to maintain the position they had acquired in it for several centuries. This was the Egyptians' extremest point to the east. They now turned their faces westward, and having overrun Asia Minor, they crossed into Thrace. From Thrace they appear to have endeavored to make the circuit of the Euxine. This brought them into collision with the Scythians, whom they defeated. Among those peoples whose cities he destroyed and whose country he ravaged, Rameses had probably taken no especial notice of the Persians. They, however, were the people who were destined to retaliate the wanton and enormous cruelties of the undertaking, in the success of which he saw only the establishment of the glory and power of Egypt. In the days of their empire, they will not only repay Egypt for this expedition, but they will also follow the footsteps of Ramses through Asia Minor, across the Bosporus into Thrace, and through Thrace and across the Danube into Scythia. But from the wide, inhospitable steppes they will not bring back the barren victories, no others could be obtained there, which will enable the Egyptians to boast that the achievements of Darius had not equaled those of Ramses. At the eastern end of the Black Sea, in the district known to the Greeks by the name of Colchis, Ramses left a detachment of his army for the purpose of permanently occupying a position. Those thus left behind established themselves on the spot, and long afterwards, by their practice of the rite of circumcision, their language, complexion, and hair retained the evidence of their origin. As their hair was woolly and their skin black, they must have been detached from the Ethiopian contingent of the army. Everywhere throughout this great raid, Ramses set up statues and tablets with inscriptions upon them to commemorate his achievements, making many of them insulting to the people he had conquered and whose countries he had devastated. One of these inscriptions remains to this day on the living rock to the northwest of Damascus, near the mouth of the river the Greeks called Lycus, and which is now known by the name of El Kelb. Upon it are still legible the names of Ramses and of the gods Ra, the sun, and Amun, whom especially he served, as the gods of his great capital, Thebes. And so, after 9 years of such warfare as we have been describing, he returns to favored and protected Egypt to thank Ra and Amun for the favor and protection they had vouchsafed to him, and for all the mighty deeds they had enabled him to do, and to preserve forever the memory of those deeds on the walls of their temples. He brings back with him much treasure, the spoils of the nations, and multitudes of captives. Both this treasure and these captives he uses up upon the temples and upon the monuments, palaces, and cities he now builds. Without any possible provocation, and without any advantage to himself, if the wear and tear of his own kingdom be weighed in the balance against the spoil and the slaves he brought home, he had, like a lava torrent, passed over what were then some of the fairest portions of the world. His swarthy, bloodthirsty, destroying host must have appeared to the inhabitants of those countries like the legions of the lower world let loose. This was too dreadful a work even for those times ever to be forgotten. And it was remembered some centuries afterwards, when the tables were turned and Egypt was invaded by the Cambyses. In the Persian army were contingents from many people who had treasured up the memory of what Rameses the Great had on this expedition done to their forefathers, and of what several of the successors of Ramses on the throne of Egypt had in like manner done to many of the peoples of Asia. The day of reckoning came, and the reckoning was fearfully exacted. We see the marks remaining on the temples to this day of the retributive fury of the Persians against the gods of Egypt. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, January 2024. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive, by Foster Barham Zincke. Germanicus at Thebes. Tanquam tabula naufragi. Bacon. While I was at Thebes, the account often recurred to me which Tacitus gives of the visit of Germanicus to the monuments of that city. He was, being then about 30 years of age, the most accomplished and popular prince the family of the Caesars produced. His many civic and martial virtues had attracted to him the eyes and the hearts of the world. These high expectations, however, his foul murder speedily and cruelly extinguished. The attention he bestowed on the historical monuments of Egypt enhances the regard we feel for him. How many ingredients of interest would a picture combine which presented to us the young Caesar standing, as the historian describes him, in the temple palace of Rameses, by the side of the great king's prostrate granite colossus, attended by his Roman suite and some of the elders of the Egyptian priests, who are explaining to him the records on the monuments. A pendant to it, which would possess sufficient connecting points and contrasts of interest, would be a picture of his adoptive ancestor, the great dictator, in the palace of the Ptolemies, dallying with the Calypso of the Nile. Here is the passage from Tacitus's Annals I had in my mind. It was in the consulate of M. Silanus and L. Norbanus that Germanicus visited Egypt. He gave out that he wished to see to the affairs of the province, but his real object was to make himself acquainted with its antiquities. Starting from Canopus and ascending the Nile, he reached the vast remains of Thebes. Enormous structures were still standing, covered with hieroglyphics, which chronicled the bygone grandeur of Egypt. One of the oldest and most distinguished of the priests was ordered to interpret to him the record. He told him that it stated that the population of the country had, at that old time to which it referred, been able to supply an army of 700,000 men of the military age, and that, with that army, King Rameses had conquered Libya, Ethiopia, Media, Persia, Bactria, and Scythia, and the whole of Syria and Armenia, and of the neighbouring Cappadocia. That he had then added to his empire all between the coast of Bithynia on one side and that of Lycia on the other. They also read the amounts of tribute he had imposed on each nation, the weights of silver and of gold, the number of horses, and of different kinds of arms, the offerings to be made to the temples of ivory and of incense, and the quantity of corn, and of various kinds of vessels. The totals were not less magnificent than those now imposed by Parthian violence or Roman might. There were also other wonders to which Germanicus directed his attention. Among these were the stone figure of Memnon, which, when struck by the rays of the rising sun, emits a sound resembling the human voice. The pyramids, which had, in a region of drifting and hardly passable sands, been raised by the rivalry and wealth of kings to the height of mountains, lakes that had been excavated for the storage of the overflow of the Nile, perplexing intricacies and inexplorable recesses which in no direction could be penetrated by those who might wish to enter them. After he had visited these sites, he went to Elephantine and Syene, the gate formerly of the Roman Empire, which, however, has now been extended to the Red Sea. One would much like to know how Tacitus got these particulars of the prince's Egyptian tour. Romans were in the habit of keeping diaries, and we cannot doubt but that the practice was followed by one so accomplished and thoughtful as Germanicus. Was it then from the journal of the prince himself? The family might have allowed the historian to make use of it for the purposes of his forthcoming work. Or was it from the journal of some unconscious rustle of the prince's suite, or had Tacitus himself accompanied the prince? It may be worth noticing that the account the priests gave to Germanicus of the conquests of Rameses the Great was substantially the same as that which had been given to Herodotus 4 centuries and a half earlier. It was the same record, read from the same lithotome. Of course, Herodotus gives to him the name by which he was known among the Greeks, of Sesostris. All these monuments of early Egyptian history, for the remains of even the labyrinth, are still sufficient to enable one to make out the plan of the structure. Our English prince had an opportunity, a few years back, of seeing very much in the condition in which the Roman prince saw them 1,850 years ago. The empire which the world was expecting would have, under him, its eternal foundations strengthened, is now, like the Egypt he was studying, a thing of the past. We may be permitted to entertain the double hope that such precious records of man's history may, for other thousands of years yet to come, escape the common fate of man's works, and still not outlive the empire of their late visitor. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Thomson. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Section 21. Moses' Wife. Chapter 21. Moses' Wife. Black, but such is in esteem, Prince Memnon's sister might beseem. Milton. Whilst at Aswan, we received an intimation from the governor that, if agreeable, he would, at a certain hour in the afternoon, present himself to our party. It was impossible that anything in the world could give us greater pleasure, so at the appointed time he arrived, attended by a kavass and a pipe-bearer. The former he left on the bank. The latter came on board with him. The governor turned out to be quite as black as a Guinea negro, but there the resemblance ended. His face was a good, rather long oval, and his features as fine as those of a Greek Apollo. Off a straight forehead he had a straight nose with a thin nostril. There was no trace of coarseness about his mouth. His skin was as smooth and soft and thin as that of an Arab girl. He was above 6 feet in height and clean-limbed. His build conveyed the idea of strength combined with lithesome panther-like agility, though, as he sat leisurely smoking his pipe and sipping his coffee, he did not at all look like a man who was ever in a hurry. His manners were easy and dignified, full of grace and smiles. He was very intelligent and readily answered any questions that were put to him through the dragoman about the condition of the people and of the country. He had been born at Aswan and had never been out of the neighborhood. I regret now that I did not ask him some questions about his parentage. I suppose his mother, at least, must have been a Nubian or Abyssinian. The color of his complexion indicated rather the former, his features perhaps the latter. Possibly there had been a mixture of blood in his family for some generations, perhaps through odalisque channels, for the children of odalisques and of regular wives are treated as equal. A European might have made a companion or friend of this man, a footing upon which he never could place himself with a Negro. I have given the above account of our visitor for an historical purpose. We find that some of the queens of Egypt were black. So must have been the wife of Moses. Their physical and mental characteristics, then, I suppose, must have resembled those of the governor of Aswan. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Egyptian Donkey Boys. Alas, regardless of their doom, the little victims play. No sense have they of ills to come, no care beyond today. Gray. The donkey boys, the gamins of Egypt, are a quick-witted and amusing variety of the species. They are never sulky or stupid. A joke is not lost upon them, and it is pleasing to see their supple features lighting up at its recognition. They often originate something of the kind themselves. The detection of their attempted exactions and little villainies is to them a source of merriment that is inexhaustible. They have picked up some English. What they have acquired they teach each other, and are always on the lookout to add, from the talk they have with their customers, a word or two more to their small store. I was sometimes asked by the bare-legged urchin running by my side to teach him English. At Beni Hassan, having one of these volunteer scholars who was asking the English for all the objects we passed, I found it was some time before he could pronounce the NS at the end of the word beans with a single emission of breath. We were passing through a bean field. He endeavored to get over his difficulty by the introduction of a vowel, making the word beanies. I had observed that the Arabs at the pyramids dealt with the word sphinx in precisely the same way, disintegrating the x and introducing an I, thus making it sphinxis. So the captain of our boat, being unable to utter the letters CL without the intervention of a vowel, changed the name of one of our party from Clark into Kellark. The English expression best known and most used in Egypt is all right. With some this represents the whole language, and with the requisite variations in tone and gesticulation does duty on all occasions. I heard one evening a sailor on board the boat giving another sailor a lesson in our noble tongue. The whole lesson consisted of the two phrases, all right and damned rogue. At Karnak, the donkey boy, who happened one day to be with me, asked me to teach him something. I told him he must first say something himself in English, that I might be able to adjust my instruction to his proficiency. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave the following specimen of his attainments in the language. It may also be taken as a specimen of the progress his youthful wits had made in the civilized art of flattery. Englishman come see Karnak say, very fine, glorious. Frenchman come see Karnak say, God damn. Had I been a Frenchman, the national imprecation would have been assigned to its rightful owner. The following day, the youngster whose beast I was riding to the same place, after having endeavored to palm off upon me some Brummagem Scarabs, took from his bosom a half-fledged dove, and holding it up by its wings, said with a merry grin, Deso bono antico. Italians abound in Egypt, and many of the natives in the towns have picked up these three Italian words. Bono and non bono are in universal use. At Thebes, where the rides to the catacombs of the kings, and in the opposite direction to the tombs of the queens are long, and in the hot desert, you will probably be attended, in addition to the donkey boy, by a girl with a water jar on her head. The endurance of these little bodies surprises one. The same girl accompanied me 2 days consecutively, from about 10 a.m. till 4 p.m., running barefooted over the pointed and angular broken stones of the desert in the blazing sun, keeping up with the donkey and holding all the time the water jar on her head with one hand. She had opportunities for resting when we were inspecting tombs and when we were taking our luncheon. To an European, she would have appeared about 14 years of age. Perhaps she was 11. She would have made a very pretty watercolor figure, with her clear, yellow, ivory-smooth skin, large liquid black eyes, snow-white teeth, coral lips, and necklace of the same, the brown goulet on her head, and her hand raised to support it. She might have stood for her portrait, either at the moment when, replacing the water jar on her head with one hand, she was holding out the other, with an imploring smile on her face for backsheesh, or, as with a grateful and satisfied smile, she was depositing the piastre in her bosom. Her smooth yellow complexion had in it more of the crocus than of the nut, probably because she had more of the old Egyptian than of Arabic blood in her veins, though perhaps some sword-converted descendant of those Copts who had constructed their church in one of the courts of the neighboring temple palace of Medinet Habu. As to the water she carried, it had been dipped out of the muddy river, and having been churned all day on her head in the sun, could have possessed no merit beyond that of moistening a parched mouth and throat. As to myself, I had no need of the little body's water jar. On these occasions happy is the man whom nature has so compounded, or his manner of life so trained, that he can go a dozen hours together without feeling or fancying himself tired, hungry, or thirsty. Those who are always craving for a bottle of beer, and are only made more heated by the draught, are not so much their own masters as they might have been. I fell in with an amusing specimen of the Arab village girl at Beni Hassan. I had been to the tombs that are known by the name of this place. They are cut in the rock of the hillside, and are as interesting and instructive as any to be found elsewhere in Egypt, both architecturally and pictorially. They contain some arched ceilings, though not of construction, but excavated in that form, and 16-sided piers, each face being slightly concaved and closely resembling the Doric style. The illustrations on the walls of Egyptian life and the remote days of the primeval monarchy, to which these paintings belong, are varied and curious. They have unfortunately been somewhat injured, not so much, however, by time, as from the tombs having been used for human habitation. As I was riding back from an inspection of these antique monuments, an Arab girl, not of the crocus, but of the nut-brown tint, attached herself to me, and was very pressing for Backsheesh. Having for some time held out against her petition, she suddenly sprang forward a few paces and threw herself on the ground, exactly in the donkey's path, and became violently convulsed with a storm of uncontrollable agony. In her convulsions she shrieked and threw dust on her head. I rode on, apparently without taking any notice of the victim of overwhelming disappointment. In a few moments, she was up again and again at my side with the same petition. A few moments later, she enacted a second time the scene of distracted agony, but finding that one's flinty heart was not moved in the way expected by these harrowing performances, with nature's mother wit and arts well known before, for the remainder of the way she ran alongside, still holding out her hand, but now all open sunshine and winsome smiles. Her whole simple being was so entirely bent to the one point of getting a piastre that the little exhibition had an interest one was unwilling to terminate. Those who have hitherto seen only the muddy red skins and leathery mulattoes of the Western world will be surprised at finding the soft, smooth browns and yellows of the East so pleasing. They may almost come to think that these are the most natural complexions both for man and woman, and that in this matter the white of our lilies is, but such a heresy is inconceivable, rather the defect than the perfection of color. The Cairo donkey boy shows some sense of fun in the names he keeps in store for his donkey. If the man whose custom he desires to secure appears to be an American, the donkey will, perhaps, be recommended under the name of Yankee Doodle. No donkey, sir, like it in all the world. If an Englishman, it may become Madam Rachel. A donkey that is beautiful forever. This will be inappropriate to the gender of the beast, but that is a matter of no consequence. If a Frenchman, the French are very unpopular in Egypt, it will assume the name of Bismarck. A very strong donkey that can go anywhere. This must be meant to repel a badly paying customer, or it may be used to attract a German. The unmercifulness of these boys to their donkeys, travelers would do well to discourage it, arises partly from a wish that the present engagement should be got through as quickly as possible, in order that the boy and donkey may be ready for another, and partly from a wish that you should think so well of the donkey's pace as to be induced to hire it again. You see what is passing in their little minds, by their frequently asking you whether the donkey is not a good one. Should they carry their way of making their poor beasts appear good too far for your humanity, it may be allowable to administer to them the means for understanding that you think the donkey ill-used, and the boy bad, and that, for this purpose, it is the stick that is good. Theoretically, they may not disagree with you, for they hear at home a saying that the stick came down from heaven, by which is inculcated on the youthful mind the lesson that it is a great gain to get off a payment that is demanded of one by submitting instead to the bastinado. With this single exception of unmercifulness, I have nothing to say against these juvenile Mustafas and Mahomeds. They are always smiling and never tired. I had one run by my side from Beliane to Abydos and back, which I suppose must be 17 miles. They will gladly do you any little service they can, carrying anything for you or running a long way to get you what you may want, of course, for a few piastres. When we had got on board the steamer at Ismailia and were on the point of starting for Port Said, my companion found that he had left his binocular at the hotel. He told a donkey boy, who happened to be at hand, to ride off as fast as he could go to the hotel, and asked for the instrument. The boy went and brought it back as quickly as his donkey could carry him. Had he been dishonestly inclined, he might have ridden home with it, for he knew that the steamer was on the point of starting. With this probable piece of honesty in my mind, on the following day, while rowing about the harbor of Port Said, I asked the Arab boatman what his father had taught him. Had he taught him to be honest? Yes, he had. Had he taught him to speak the truth? No, he had not. And small blame to him for the omission, seeing that deception and endurance are the only means the people have for meeting the never-ending exactions of everyone in authority. End of section 22. Section 23 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Scarabs. His quondam signis atque hec exempla secuti esse apibus partem divini mentes et haustus aethereos dixere. Virgil. It would have been strange indeed if the Egyptians, who are so sharp-sighted in detecting what, from their point of view, appeared to be the fragments of deity scattered among the lower animals, birds, beast, fish, reptile, and insect, had failed to observe what we regard as the instincts of the common Egyptian beetle. Few people visit Egypt without bringing back an antique scarab or two. They are to be found everywhere throughout the country, and yet it must be nearly 2,000 years since one of these antiques was carved or molded. In what vast numbers, then, must they have been manufactured by the old Egyptians? The scarab is also as common in their hieroglyphics as it is in the rubbish mounds of their old cities. These facts give us the measure of the impression the habits of the insect made upon them. It is one of the commonest out-of-door insects in Egypt. At the season for depositing its eggs, it alights upon the bank of the river, where the soil is still moist, about the consistency of tough dough, or clay sufficiently trodden for brick-making. Upon this it lays its eggs, arranging them closely together. It then forms the spot on which it has laid them into a perfect sphere, by adding clay to the top of it, and cutting away the earth around and beneath it. The sphere being thus completed, it thrusts the extremities of its two inward curved hind legs into the opposite sides of it, and by pushing backwards gives it to a revolving motion, the inserted points of its hind legs forming the axis on which it revolves. In this way it pushes and rolls it back to the edge of the desert, often a long way off. Who could be so dull as not to see in this sphere, full of the seeds of life, a perfect symbol of this terrestrial globe, formed by creative wisdom and energy, and everywhere fraught with the quickening germs of endlessly manifold being? And so the beetle became the symbol of the Creator. But when the symbol of the Creator, with his burden, the symbol of the life-containing globe, had arrived at the edge of the desert, it there excavated a gallery a foot or two deep, a catacomb, a grave, into which it descended. What divine forethought in thus foreseeing the effects of the damp and of the inundation! And these primeval observers had not extinguished thought on these subjects by labeling such acts as instincts, and then putting them away on a shelf of the mind. This work also of the insects did not escape them. It had, as it seemed, buried itself. It thus, at all events, sanctioned their mode of burial, though perhaps it had previously taught them where and how to bury. in the dry desert in excavated galleries. It was in this way the young world learned. What they thought was what they had seen. But there was another lesson, or rather series of lessons, which through its wondrous transformations this beetle taught the old Egyptians. To begin at the beginning, the first period of its existence, it passed in a drear subterranean abode, with feeble senses, narrowly circumscribed powers, unloved and unloving, ungladdened by pleasant sights, only terrified by the unintelligible voices that at times reached it from the sunlit world above, its best pleasure to eat dirt, its only employment to grow into fitness for future changes. Having dragged out the time apportioned to that first base condition, it was translated into the second. Nature's hand swathed it into a chrysalis. Movement now ceased. Food could no longer be taken. The avenues of the senses were closed. The functions of life were put in abeyance. But life itself was not extinguished. It was only suspended, while new transformations were being effected to qualify the insect for its perfected existence. At last, when all was completed, from the swathed-up chrysalis burst forth a marvelously furnished body. What had painfully crawled in the earth now spurned the earth, and flew to and fro at its will in the air. It had passed into another and totally different stage of being, and too into a new world where life was bright and free. And besides, it was now full of divine sagacity, such as became its new life. All this was nature's triptych in illustration of the three stages of man's being. The earth-born, dirt-fed grub represented the first, the earthly stage, during which man is the slave of toil and suffering, the victim of groveling cares, the sport of ever-recurring accidents, a knot of troubles and incapacities, in which, however, are concealed the precious germs of eventual glory and blessedness. The chrysalis was an explanation which he that ran might read of the conditions and purpose of the mummy period, that middle stage without cares or wants or enjoyments, the long and dreaming sleep during which the incapacities of the first stage are transforming themselves into the capacities and powers of the last. It was so with the chrysalis, and they believed and taught that it would be so with the mummy, the first stage of whose course was now closed, and for that reason it was that they embalmed his body into a human chrysalis. The winged insect bursting from the cerements of its suspended into the happy freedom of its new aerial life was a type addressed by nature to the eye, and through the eye to the understanding, to prefigure the soul of man, at last emancipated from all earthly and fleshly hindrances, soaring to the empyrean regions of eternal day, for the full enjoyment of its predestined glory, for which all that had gone before, having been the long and troublous discipline, is now completely equipped. In that last transformation from the chrysalis to the winged insect was an assurance in nature's handwriting of the resurrection from the mummy condition in a higher form and with enlarged endowments. What volumes of profoundest doctrine, what revelations in this little beetle! For thought was not yet ossified as in after times into those rigid forms with which neither history nor our own experience is unfamiliar, and which oblige men to reject obstinately and to denounce loudly everything that does not support the existing settled system, but was still growing vigorously and assimilating freely what it fed on. And so the eye and heart were still open to the lessons of nature. The reason, then, why in modern Egypt you give an Arab boy no more than a piastre or two for an antique scarab is that when men began to observe and think 6,000, perhaps twice 6,000 years ago, the Egyptian beetle taught the Egyptians much. Therein was the reason why they loved to have the stones of their rings and seals cut into the form of this beetle. For this reason, it was that they used it for amulets. There was much of the divinity in it. This was why it became a favorite object for bearing an inscription that was to commemorate a royal hunt or a royal marriage. Probably a scarab, with an inscribed record of the event, was sent to all who had been present on the occasion. There are such now in our British Museum. It was for these reasons that the scarab with expanded wings was laid on the mummy, and I can imagine their having been used in many other ways, as New Year's gifts, as wedding presents, as mourning rings, such as were customary here a generation or two back, as tickets of admission to festivals and funeral processions, and even as tokens of membership in sacred guilds and other associations, each bearing its appropriate inscription, containing, of course, the name of some god, for that was a sanction that was sought for everything that was done in Egypt. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pipes, Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive, by Foster Barham Zincke. Egypt, Belief in a Future Life. All that are in the graves shall come forth, they that have done good unto the resurrection of life, and they that have done evil unto the resurrection of damnation. St. John. The ancestors of the Egyptians, when they entered the valley of the Nile, did not come either empty-handed or empty-headed. They brought with them their looms, their plows and seed corn, and their sheep and cattle, for what they had been used to in the old home was what they would wish to have in the new. They did this whether they came by land or by sea. None of the first European settlers in the New World found any difficulty in carrying with them their livestock across the broad and stormy Atlantic. They brought with them also, and which was of more importance than all the rest, their belief in an afterlife. We are as certain of this, whether they came in 10 or 20,000 years ago, as we are that at a geological epoch so remote from the present time that the organized life of Earth has since been changed again and again, there were winds and tides and sunshine and rain. Every branch of the Aryan family, from the Ganges to the Thames, participated in this belief. It had, therefore, existed among them at a date anterior to their dispersion. It occupied in their organized thought the position the vertebrate skeleton does in the animal organization. It was the governing idea. Everything contributed to it or was deduced from it, either went to feed it or grew out of it. Those races of animals which have not arrived at vertebration are the lowest forms, with the fewest specialized organs. Still, they appear to have a kind of tendency towards it, or virtual capacity for it. Just so of the mental condition of some portions of our race with respect to this idea of a future life. There are some whose thought is so rudimentary that it has never yet grown into this form, but they are the lowest minds. Still, even they have a kind of tendency towards it and a capacity for it, though indeed several such tribes and people have died out without ever having attained to it. And so will it be with many of those who, at the present day, are in this condition. They will be swept away by those who possess the higher form of organized thought, without their ever reaching this point in the progress of moral and intellectual being. If the question be asked, why we do ourselves believe in a future life, the answer is that we believe in it for the same reason that Homer and Virgil, Cheops and Darius, Porus, Arminius, and Galgacus believed in it. That is to say, because our remote but common ancestors had passed out of the state in which thought is chaos and had reached the state in which thought has begun to organize itself, and because the vertebral column of the form in which it had with them begun to organize itself was belief in a future state. None of all of us, whether dwellers on the banks of the Ganges, the Thames, or the Nile, could any more get rid of, or dispense with, or act independently of that formative column of thought than our animal constitution could of its formative column of bone. Belief in God, in moral distinctions, in personal responsibility, and the supremacy of intelligence, that is to say, that it is intelligence which orders and coordinates God, the universe, and man, would all be powerless and unmeaning were it not for this belief in a future life. These and other beliefs may feed and support it, but it acts in and through them and gives them their chief value. It puts man in permanent relation with God and the universe. Hitherto, with us, nothing else has done this. Without it, these other beliefs would have been mere chaotic elements of thought. We must see this in order that we may understand the life, the mind, and even the arts of the ancient Egyptians. Nothing about them is intelligible if their belief in a future life is lost sight of, for this it was that made them what they were and enabled them to do what they did. The connection with it of their greatest achievement is close and evident. As an instrument of human progress, language, of course, takes precedence of everything. Nothing would be possible without it. But if man had stopped short at the acquisition of language, not much would have been gained. Something more was needed, and that something was the art of writing, which is that extension of the uses of language without which no serviceable amount of knowledge could have been attained or retained. Without this, little could have been done. With it, everything became possible. The further we advance by its aid, the longer and the broader and the more glorious are the vistas that are open before us. Now of this we are certain, that the ancient Egyptians discovered this art. The idea of the possibility of speaking words to the mind through the eye and rendering thought fixed and permanent and portable and transmissible from generation to generation, of committing it not to the air, but to stone, or still better, to paper, first occurred to the Egyptians, and they were the first to give effect to the idea, which they did in their hieroglyphic form of writing, out of which afterwards grew the hieratic and demotic forms. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of this discovery. It contained in its single self the possibility of the whole of science, art, law, religion, history, beyond their merest rudiments, which were all that would have been attainable without it. It contained all this as completely as the acorn contains the oak. Where and what would any and every one of them now be were it not for that discovery? Indeed, what does it not contain? There are now 31 million souls within the United Kingdom. Had it not been for that discovery, probably there would not have been 3 million. Neither the readers nor the writer of this book would have existed. None of the existing population of Europe would have seen the light. Other combinations would have taken place. Europe would be sparsely tenanted by tribes of rude barbarians, only a little less rude in its favored southern clime. The New World would be still unknown. On the day some Egyptian priest, perhaps at This, thought out a scheme for representing words and sounds by signs, Christianity, the British Constitution, and the steam engine became possible. With respect to so great, so all-important a discovery, one on which the destinies of the human race so entirely depended, every particular of its history must be deeply interesting. Of one particular, however, at all events, we are certain. We know where it had its birth, and this is what has made so many in all times desire to visit Egypt. It was that they wished to see the land of those who had conferred this much-containing gift upon mankind, not all of them seeing this distinctly, yet having a kind of intuition that the wisdom of the Egyptians was a mighty wisdom to which civilization, through this discovery, owed itself. We know, too, another particular, and that is, that this discovery was first used for sacred and religious purposes, and it must have been invented for the purposes for which it was first used. We can imagine what prompted the thought that issued in the discovery. We can trace out what it was that set the discovering mind at work. It must have been some idea in Egypt that was more active and so more productive than ideas that were stirring in men's minds elsewhere. It must have been some need in Egypt that spurred men on more than the needs felt elsewhere. And this idea could only have been that of the future life, and this need that which arose out of this idea, the need of recording the laws it prompted, and the ritual which grew out of it, and of aiding, embellishing, and advancing in their general laws, their religious observances, their arts, and what afterwards became their science and their history, the whole life of the people which was struggling to rise into higher conditions, more worthy of their great idea. But we must give some account of what the Egyptian doctrine of the future life actually was. Fortunately, in the Book of the Dead, we have, for its historical reconstruction, the identical materials the old Egyptians had for its construction in their own moral being. This Book of the Dead was one of their sacred scriptures. Its contents are very various and comprehensive, and are quite sufficient to give us a distinct idea of what we are in want of here. It is divided into 165 sections. Its object is to supply the man, now in the mummy stage of existence, with all the instructions he will require in his passage to and into the future world. It contains the primeval hymns that were to be sung and the prayers that were to be offered as the mummy was lowered into the pit of the catacomb or grave, and the invocations that were to be used over the mummy, the various amulets appended to it, and the bandages in which it was swathed. These bandages had great mystical importance. Some of them have been unrolled to the length of 1,000 yards, and we are told that there is no form of bandage known to modern surgery of which instances may not be found on the mummies. What has now been mentioned forms, as it were, the introductory part of the book. The rest is devoted to what is to be done by the mummy himself on his passage to and entrance into the unseen world. It taught him what he was to say and do during the days of trying words and on the occasion of the great and terrible final judgment. An image of the rendering of this awful account had already been presented to the eyes of the surviving friends and neighbors at the funeral. It was a scene in which the mummy had often taken part himself in the days of his own earthly trial. The corpse, on its way to the grave, had to pass the sacred lake of the Nome, or department. When it had reached the shore, there was a pause in the progress of the procession, and 42 judges, or jurymen, stood forward to hear any accusations that anyone was at liberty to advance against the deceased. If any accusation could be substantiated to the satisfaction of the judges, whether the deceased were the pharaoh who had sat on the throne, or a poor peasant or artisan, the terrible sentence, to an Egyptian beyond measure terrible, was passed upon him, that his mummy was to be excluded from burial. The awful consequence of this was 3,000 years of wandering in darkness and in animal forms. But supposing that the mummy had passed this earthly ordeal, he was then committed to his earthly resting place, and this book of the dead, either the whole or what was deemed the most essential part of it, was placed on or in the mummy case. Sometimes it was inscribed on the sarcophagus. These were the instructions which were to guide him on the long, dread, difficult course upon which he was about to enter. He will have to appear in the hall of twofold divine justice, the justice, that is, which rewards as well as punishes. Osiris, the judge of the dead, will look on as president of the court. He will wear the emblem of truth and the tablet breastplate containing the figure of divine justice. The scales of divine justice will be produced. The heart of the mummy will be placed in one scale and the figure of divine justice in the other. The mummy will stand by the scale in which his heart is being weighed. Anubis, the guardian of the dead, will watch the opposite scale. Thoth, who had been the revealer to man of the divine words, of which the sacred books of Egypt were transcripts, will be present to record the sentence. The book contains, for the use of the mummy, the 42 denials of sin he will have to make in the presence of this awful court, while his heart is in the balance, and the 42 avenging demons, all ape-faced, symbolizing man in the extremity of degradation, with reason perverted and without conscience, and each with the pitiless knife in his raised hand, will be standing by, ready to claim him or some part of him if the balance indicates that the denial is false. These 42 denials have reference to the ordinary duties of human life, such as all civilized people have understood them, though, of course, as might have been expected, the forms of some of these duties are Egyptian, as, for instance, that of using the waters of the irrigation fairly and without prejudice to the rights of others, an application to the circumstances of Egypt, of the universally received ideas of fairness and justice, which the working of human society must, everywhere, give birth to. The denials also include, as again we might be sure they would, the mummy's observance of Egyptian ceremonial law. There is still a great deal more in the book. The mummy will have to achieve many difficult passages before he can attain the Empyrean gate, through which those who have been found true in the balance, for that is the meaning of the Egyptian word for the justified, are at last admitted to the realms of pure and everlasting light. This gate is the gate of the sun, and this light is the presence of the sun god. There will be many adversaries that will be lying in wait for him, seeking to fasten charges of one kind or another upon him and to destroy him. The book tells him how he is to comport himself and what he is to do as each of these occasions arise. There are certain halls, for instance, through which he will have to pass. These halls he will find inhabited by demons, but they are a necessary part of the great journey, and the entrance to them he will find barred and guarded by demon doorkeepers. Here, mystical names and words must be used, which alone will enable the mummy to get by these demon doorkeepers and through these demon-inhabited halls. These names and words of power he will find in the book. We here have traces of the thought of primitive times, when men regarded with wonder, deepening into awe, the supposed mysterious efficacy of articulate sound. One demon in particular will endeavor to secure the mummy's head. In a hellish place he must cross, a net will be spread to entangle him. He will have to journey through regions of thick darkness and to confront the fury of the great dragon. He will have to go through places where he may incur pollution, through others where he may become subject to corruption. He will have to submit to a fiery ordeal. He will have to work out a course of carefully and toilsomely conducted husbandry, the harvest of which will be knowledge. He will have to obtain the air that is untainted, the water that is of heaven, and the bread of Ra and Seb. The book will give him all the needful instructions on these and on all other matters where he will require guidance. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress enables us to understand this Book of the Dead. The aim of both is the same. Each presents a picture of the hindrances and difficulties, both from within and from without, and of the requirements and aids of the soul in its struggle to attain to the higher life. The Egyptian doctrine places the scene in the passage from this life to the next. The Elstow tinker places it, allegorically, in this life. But this is a difference that is immaterial. The ideas of both are fundamentally the same. The consciousness to which they both appeal is the same. The old Egyptian of 5,000 or 6,000 years ago received the teaching of his book on precisely the same grounds as we ourselves at this day receive the teaching of the pilgrim. With how much additional authority does this discovery invest these ideas? The mind must be more or less human that arrays itself against what has, so overwhelmingly, approved itself semper ubique et omnibus. The antiquity of the book is very great. Portions of it are found on the mummy cases of the 11th dynasty. This shows that it was in use 4,000 years ago. But this was very far from having been the date of its first use, for even then it had become so old as to be unintelligible to royal scribes, and we find that, in consequence, it was, at that remote time, the custom to give together with the sacred text its interpretation. All collections of Egyptian antiquities contain copies of this book or of portions of it. Several are to be seen in our British Museum. Of course, this abundance of copies results from the nature of the book and the use to which it was put. It was literally the viaticum, the itinerary, the guide and handbook, the route and instructions for the mummy to and through that world from which no traveler returns. Each of its sections is accompanied by a rubric and generally illustrated by a vignette, directing and showing the mummy how the section is to be used. I know nothing more instructive and more touching in human history than one of these old Egyptian books of the dead, with its doctrine, its invocations, its hymns, its prayers, its instructions, its rubrics, its illustrations. All its images are of the earth, earthy. How could it be otherwise? The soul that has kept all the commandments, that has been tried in the balance and not found wanting, that has fought the good fight to final triumph through all the dangers and temptations and pollutions that beset its path, reaches at last only a purer ether and eternal light. It is easy to endeavor to dismiss all this with cold indifference or with a cheap sneer, but those who placed this book by the side of a departed relative had hearts that were still turned toward those they could never any more behold in the flesh. All their care and thought were not for themselves, and, too, they believed in right and truth, in justice and goodness, and because they believed in them, They believed also in a world and in a life of which those principles would be the law. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Why the Hebrew Scriptures Ignore the Future Life. Veritas Filia Temporis. Bacon. It is impossible to become familiar with the monumental and other evidences of the position which the idea of a future life held in the religious system, and in the minds and lives of the Egyptians, without finding one's self again and again occupied with the inquiry why the Mosaic dispensation rejected it. To pass over a matter of this kind is to reject it. If a code makes no reference whatever to the idea of inheritance, but provides for the appropriation and distribution of the property of deceased persons in such a manner that the idea of inheritance does not at all enter into the arrangement, as, for instance, appropriating it all to the state, or distributing it all among the inhabitants of the neighborhood, it is clear that the author of the code rejected the ordinary and natural ideas of inheritance. In this way, the Mosaic dispensation rejects the idea of a future life, an idea which was the backbone of organized thought in Egypt and among all Aryan people. It does not reject it in the sense of saying that it is false, but in the sense of omitting it as unsuitable for the purposes it has in view. It adjourns the consideration of it to another day and to other conjunctures of circumstances. But this is only a part of the wonder. Solomon, one of whose wives was an Egyptian princess, and who possessed so inquiring a mind that it is absolutely impossible he could have been unacquainted with the idea, nowhere in what has survived of his ethical, philosophical, religious, poetical, or practical writings thinks it worth even a passing reference. On the contrary, like his father David, he emphatically speaks of death as the end. The former had asked whether God shows his wonders among the dead, or whether the dead shall rise up again and praise him? Shall his loving kindness be showed in the grave, or his righteousness in the land where all things are forgotten? The wisdom of the latter promised length of these subsolar days only. Our surprise, already great, is carried to a still higher point on discovering that, for the 6 centuries which followed the time of Solomon, the Hebrew prophets, men of the profoundest moral insight, and whose very business it was to put before their countrymen's minds every motive which could have power to induce them to eschew evil and to do good, pass over in their teaching, just as Moses, David, and Solomon had done before them, this paramountly influential and to us morally vital idea. If one had been called upon to give an a priori opinion on the subject, it would have seemed, I think, utterly impossible that such an omission could have been made at the beginning, considering the nature of the work that had to be done, or for some exceptional but decisive reason it had been made at first, that it could have been maintained throughout. We must remember that the word throughout here applies to the whole course of a national literature, embracing history, legislation, philosophy, poetry, morals, and above all, religion through a range of 1,000 years. The idea was all that time all about the people, and those who contributed to their literature in Persia, in Egypt, and in Asia Minor. In Europe, every tribe of barbarians and of semi-barbarians, and every civilized people possessed it. It was the source of their respective religions. It made them all what they were. But in this all-embracing, vigorous, and long-sustained literature of the Hebrews it has no place. It might, for some special reason, have been excluded at one epoch, but why through all? It might, for some special reason, have been ill-adapted to some departments of Hebrew thought, but why to all? And the manner is as singular as the fact of the rejection. It is simply passed over in silence. No reference is made to it. It is not discussed. It is not denounced. It is not ridiculed. It is not insisted on. That is all. Here, then, is an historical problem than which few can be more curious and interesting. We may not yet be in a position to answer it completely, but it is evident that the first step towards doing this is to set down all the reasons that appear to us possible, and to weigh each with reference to the mind, and the circumstances of the times. We may not be able to divine all the reasons, or indeed the right one, but still this is the course that must be pursued. The right answer will depend to a considerable extent on dates, that is to say, on the preceding and contemporary history, on ethnological facts, and on a right appreciation of the mental condition of the people. We shall have to ascertain the dates of the Exodus, who the Hebrews were, or to be more precise, who the Israelites were, and what were the popular beliefs and forms of thought that bore on the question before us. With respect, then, to the date of the Exodus, we shall, if we confine ourselves to the Hebrew accounts, find the inquiry beset with great difficulties. It is evident from their character that those accounts were intended primarily for religious and not for historical purposes. Had history been their object, we should have had some Egyptian names, the absence of which, however, from the records alone throw some light on their purpose. The name, for instance, of the pharaoh under whom the Exodus took place is not given, nor the name of the pharaoh whose minister Joseph was, nor that of the pharaoh who reigned when Abraham came down into Egypt, nor indeed of one of the kings who reigned during the sojourn of the Israelites in Egypt. Nothing is told us of the internal condition of the country, with the single exception of the success of Joseph's plan for enabling Pharaoh, in a time of famine, to become the actual proprietor of the whole of the land of Egypt, save what was held by the priests. Nor is anything told us of its external history, notwithstanding that was its most eventful and important period. For Egypt happened, just at that particular time, to be, having recently culminated in the very zenith of its power, the wonder, the terror, and the glory of the Eastern world. It was the period which had seen the conclusion of the long struggle between the Egyptians and the Semitic invaders, a struggle in which the latter, having at first been victorious, had overthrown the native dynasty, got complete possession of the country, and ruled it for some centuries, but had in the end been expelled. This struggle, which had terminated when the connection of the Israelites with Egypt commenced, was followed by a period of unexampled greatness and prosperity. To it belonged the reign of the Sathos, whose minister Joseph was, and of Rameses II, the son of Sathos, and the oppressor of the children of Israel. These two greatest of Egyptian conquerors, both of them, overran Syria and the neighboring countries, the latter carrying his devastations even as far as Persia and Asia Minor. They had permanently occupied positions on the Euphrates, and were keeping open their communications with them through the seaside plains to the west, and through the countries to the north of the district the Israelites conquered and took possession of. Sathos had been a great builder, but Rameses was the greatest builder the world has ever seen. All the chief structures at Karnak, Thebes, Abydos, and in a multitude of other places in the Delta, as well as in Upper Egypt and even in Nubia, were his work. What he had done in this way was so far in advance of all that had ever been done before that it must have been the talk of all that part of the world. Of all these great names and great events, no mention whatever is made in the Hebrew Scriptures, although, during the sojourn, Egypt was actually the scene of the sacred history. The omission is very similar to that which is the subject of this chapter, and almost as difficult to explain. If, then, we were confined to the Jewish accounts, it would be impossible for us to assign to the date of the Exodus its place in the history of Egypt. There is, however, one name occurring incidentally in the account of the oppression, which, in conjunction with monumental evidence, enables us to fix precisely this indispensable date, so precisely as that we are sure it took place in the reign of Meneptah or Menephi, the son of the great Rameses and the grandson of Sathos. I shall reserve the demonstration of this till I have occasion to mention the canal of Ramses. I said that the date of the Exodus has an important bearing on the inquiry of why the doctrine of a future life was excluded from the Mosaic dispensation. It has this importance because it enables us to know what had been going on in that part of the world for some time immediately preceding the promulgation of that dispensation. Knowing the date, we know that reciprocal barbarities,
such as this age, can fortunately form but a feeble conception of, had for centuries been the order of the day between the Egyptians and the Semites. At last the Egyptians had got completely the upper hand, and had driven out the main body of the Semites from their country, had devastated in a most sweeping and ruthless manner neighboring countries, and most frequently and most completely those parts of Syria which soon afterwards fell into the hands of the Israelites. We can form but
a feeble conception of the barbarities of those times.
We can perhaps form only a still less adequate conception of that which prompted them, the gluttonous hatred that animated these two races toward each other. No amount of blood, no form of cruelty on any scale could satiate it. There is nothing in the practices, the history, the religion of the modern world which enables us to understand their feelings.
We see much evidence of them on the Egyptian monuments and some indications of them in the Hebrew scriptures, and these, of course, must be translated not in accordance with our ideas, but with the ideas of those times. Every shepherd was an abomination to the Egyptians. The Hebrews took the opposite view and regarded the first tiller of the ground as the first murderer. The Hebrews might not eat with the Egyptians, for that was an abomination to them. It is the date which enables us, in some measure, to understand the feelings that underlie these statements. The next question is, who were the Israelites? We are now regarding the question singly from the historical point of view, just as we should the question of who were the Lydians, the Etruscans, the Dorians, or any other people of antiquity. There is no question but that they were substantially a Semitic people, mainly of the same race and of the same dispositions and capacities as the other branches of the Semitic stock, as for instance the Phoenicians and the Moabites of the old, and the Arabs of the modern world. It is clear, however, and this is a point of some importance, that they were not of unmixed Semitic blood. Abraham came from Ur of the Chaldees, and was therefore a Chaldean, whatever that appellative stood for at the time. The Hebrew Scriptures describe him as a Syrian. He can, therefore, hardly be regarded as of pure Semitic descent. Furthermore, when the people left Egypt, they must have had in their veins a large infusion of Egyptian, that is, old Aryan blood, somewhat mixed with Ethiopian. This must have been the case because during their sojourn in Egypt there had been no disinclination among them to intermarry with Egyptians. Joseph had for his wife a high-caste Egyptian woman, Amenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, and the wife of Moses is called a Cushite, or Ethiopian woman. Besides this, we are told that when the people, their blood being already mixed in this way with that of the semi-Aryan Egyptians, went up out of Egypt, there went out with them a mixed multitude, which can only mean Egyptians, who cast in their lot with them, or a remnant of the Hyksos, who had stayed behind at the time of the expulsion of the main body, or the descendants of the Asiatic captives of Sathos and Ramses, and their predecessors. I need not go to the Egyptian accounts. The above facts will be sufficient for our present purpose. They enable us historically to understand the people. They were of mixed descent, of very composite blood. The preponderant element was Semitic, but that had been enriched by large additions of better blood. Still, however, not to such an extent as to the efface, or even to any decisive degree alter the Semitic characteristics. The mental capacity and vigor, the apprehensiveness and receptiveness of the people had been increased, but still they were in the main Semitic, in language, in sentiment, in cast and direction of thought. At that particular juncture, then, in the history of that part of the world to which our attention has just been recalled, Moses had to deal with the material we are examining. Still limiting our inquiry to historical objects, historically investigated, what he had to do at the time was to make these mixed and unpromising materials into a people, a work that was from first to last entirely a moral one. As hard as a task was ever undertaken, the very idea which has no place in the minds of us moderns. He was thoroughly aware of the difficulty of his task. Had it ever been heard before, and after some thousands of years, we may add, has it ever been heard since, of a nation taken out of another nation, and according even to the Hebrew accounts, the object of which is not historical, taken chiefly from the servile class of another nation, and yet welded into a true people with the strongest, the most enduring, and the most distinctive characteristics? What material was ever more unlikely, and yet was ever success more complete? A scion, not a vigorous and healthy offset, but a bruised sprout, was so planted and surrounded with such influences as that it took good root, grew vigorously, sent forth strong and spreading branches, and bore, and even still bears, its own peculiar fruit. Nowhere in Europe in these days, except it may be to some extent in northern Germany, is any attempt made to fashion in this way the mind and sentiments and instincts of a people, which, and not the amount of population or of wealth, is what truly constitutes a people. Why, then, did Moses in this great attempt omit entirely the one thought we consider the most potent of all? His object was to make a people. It was not primarily to reveal a religion. We come to this conclusion from an observation of the facts, from an analysis of the dispensation, and from taking into account the principle that religion is for man and not man for religion. But a nation, especially such a nation as he contemplated, is made only by moral and intellectual means. The revelation, therefore, of a religion was not at all an accident, or in any sense something which might be, according to circumstances, included in or excluded from his plan. It was a necessity, a necessary part of the one means for the one object. These materials could not have been made into a people without a code, nor could they have then been a code without a religion. The question then before him was not simply, as it is generally supposed, to promulgate a religion, but to make the mass of living integers before him into a nation by a code, sanctioned by a religion. The religious part of the question, therefore, was limited to the consideration of what form of religion would best effect this. One indispensable requisite was that it must be a religion that would never take them back in thought and heart to Egypt. With Egypt he must break utterly and forever. This was a most difficult task. The thoughts of the people went back to the flesh pots of Egypt. They remembered the fish and the leeks, the onions, the cucumbers, and the melons they had eaten in Egypt. But more than all this, they remembered the palpable and intelligible religion, the magnificent and touching ceremonies and processions, the awe-inspiring temples, all that had satisfied at once the eye, the heart, and the thought, while they had sojourned in and served the gods of Egypt. They even recurred to the worship of the bull Mnevis, the divinity of Heliopolis, Joseph's On, at the very foot of Sinai. Everything, therefore, that could recall Egypt and its religion, everything that might present a point of contact between the thoughts, the worship, the lives of the new people, and of their old masters, was to be studiously avoided. The dividing lines must everywhere be deep and sharp. There must be no bridges from one to the other. So it must be. But the doctrine of the future life was the very kernel, the heart itself, of the religion of Egypt. There was therefore no choice. This must be utterly abandoned and excluded. To admit it would be to admit Osiris, the judge of the souls deceased this world, his assessors, and his array of avengers, and the whole apparatus of the lower world. As to heaven, too, or the place of the blessed, the Egyptians had already appropriated the sun, which, in that material age, must have appeared as the best, indeed the only suitable, locus in quo. That was already peopled with Egyptians, and it could, therefore, be no heaven for the Hebrews, for Semites. Or, if they were, in the end, to inhabit the same heaven, sympathy for the Egyptians and for their ideas would be kept alive, and if so, then the design of forming a peculiar people, separate and distinct from all other people, must be abandoned. It would be impossible to carry it out. This view of the reason for the omission of the great doctrine has in it, I think, some truth, though it is far from being the whole truth. Moses may have seen clearly that it would have been impossible to carry out his paramount object if this doctrine was allowed a place in his system, but this view falls short of what is required. It does not account for the whole of the fact. It does not account, for instance, for the doctrine not having been admitted into the system in after times, and no explanation can be complete or satisfactory which does not include that. We know also that Moses did not reject absolutely everything that was Egyptian. He retained, for instance, circumcision and the Egyptian division of the lunar month into 4 weeks of 7 days each, etc. Another conceivable supposition is that, if the doctrine of a future life had been admitted, it was foreseen that the priestly caste, instead of remaining the ministers and servants of the congregation, would have become its masters as in Egypt, and that the law would then have been wrested into an instrument for giving them undue power and domination. It would have given them the lever for moving this world at their pleasure and for their own behoof, and so its primary object, which was a moral and political one, would have become only secondary to the maintenance of a dominant privileged class. This supposition, when applied to those early times, is not, as the history of Egypt shows, altogether an anachronism, and it is evident that dangers of this kind were foreseen, and to some extent provided against. We see an indication of this in the intentional absence, during the earlier periods of the history of the nation, of monarchical institutions, which, in those times, were externally and politically almost necessary and, consequently, almost universal in the outside world. We trace, also, this thought in the comment made on their adoption, when it had become impossible any longer to dispense with them, and again in the fact that the prophets, who were the authorized expositors and maintainers of the law, were not priests. But of this supposition also we must say that it does not explain the whole of the phenomenon, for there were periods when, notwithstanding the amount of truth and force contained in the reason it suggests, the great doctrine might have been, but was not, introduced. Or was it, and this I propose as a third conjecture, that the Hebrews were too unimaginative a people to realize in thought the conception of a future life? And, therefore, was this one instance amongst others of the progressiveness of the revelation, which had spoken in one mode to the fathers, and which spoke afterwards, of course within certain intelligible limitations, in a diverse manner to their descendants. This progressiveness everyone is aware of, but I do not think that the Hebrew was quite so unimaginative as the supposition implies. The Semitic race is imaginative in its way. It is and was a gross race, which of course implies grossness of imagination, but we can hardly suppose that the Hebrew of old would have been less capable of imagining a future paradise than the modern Arab, though we may be sure it would have been assumed, like this, very much of an earthly character, and that earthly character would not have been of the highest and most refined kind. Feasting, for instance, would have been an ingredient in the future bliss of a healthy and hungry people, who in this world had very little to eat. And here it would be interesting to ascertain what, on this subject, was the belief of the Phoenicians, Canaanites, Moabites, and ancient Arabians. It is to the point also to remember that the Hebrew system had a paradise. It was, however, one which came at the beginning and not at the end of all things. It was also an earthly paradise. In this I see implied contradictions to the Egyptian doctrine on this subject, and I believe that there are other similarly implied contradictions without direct references, and that there are such points of elusive protest and of intended contrast is of importance. For instance, I am disposed to think that the comment on the 10 Commandments, "These words and no more," is an implied contradiction of the divine authority of the 42 Commandments, with reference to which the Egyptian believed that he should be tried at the day of judgment, an article of Egyptian faith with which Moses and the people who were listening to him must have been quite familiar, and which could hardly at that moment have been absent from their minds. But as to the supposition before us, I think to whatever extent we may be able to allow it to be true in itself, we shall still be unable to accept it, just as was the case with the 2 others we considered before it, as a sufficient case for the phenomenon we are now investigating. But I have not yet exhausted all the light that can be brought to bear on this difficulty. I can see a 4th solution. It occurred to me at Jerusalem. I there said to myself, let us endeavor to look at it in the form in which it appears to have presented itself to the Divine Master. He brought life and immortality to light to his countrymen, and, in the highest sense, to us. He must, while engaged in this work, have seen clearly the very difficulty that is now before us. It was, in fact, the difficulty that directly, or in its logical consequences, stood up before him on all occasions of his teaching. How, then, did he meet it? How did he deal with it? I will now proceed to propound the answer that this way of contemplating the difficulty evolved in my mind. I assume that the first step towards finding the way to the true answer to our question was to ascertain what was precisely the work Moses had been called to do, and what were the conditions under which he had to do it. In order to reach a right understanding of these matters, it was necessary to know the date at which his work was done. Without that, we should have been quite unable to reconstruct in our minds the conditions under which he had done his work, the very chief of which were the nature and composition of the human materials, out of which he had to form a people, which was his great task. A similar process must here be repeated with respect to the work of Christ. We must now make out distinctly what it was that he had to accomplish and what were the obstacles in the way of his accomplishing it. Hitherto we have been endeavoring to make out what had to be done at the first establishment of and throughout the old dispensation, and we have summoned before us successively 3 reasons which might be imagined and alleged for the omission in that dispensation of one particular doctrine we might have expected to find it in. This we did with a constant reference to the times, circumstances, and conditions of the work. We saw, however, that not one of these reasons is sufficient and admissible. Not one explains all the phenomena. What, therefore, we are endeavoring to get sight of is still in obscurity. The answer sought has not yet been found. What we now propose to do, still for the purpose of obtaining this answer, is to recall what he taught and what arguments he used, who brought life and immortality to light, and how in doing this he dealt with what Moses had taught and with what he had not taught, and how he dealt with the thoughts that were in the minds of the people he was addressing. If this inquiry shall enable us to see that it was precisely the doctrine of the future life, what Moses had abstained from teaching, which overturned the old dispensation, what he had taught, and at the same time to see how and why it had this effect, then we shall know why Moses and the prophets had not taught it. 1500 years had elapsed since Moses' day. What we have to set before our minds now is the conditions under which the new work had to be done. It was new because it cancelled or supplemented what was old. It did both. How did it do it? What were the difficulties it had to contend with? What were the obstacles that stood in its path and had to be surmounted? Of course, they must have been the creation of the foregoing state of things. Let us then be sure we understand the antecedent times and events. The object of Moses had been to form a people in the ordinary sense of these words, a people, that is to say, who would be well ordered at home and able to hold their own among their neighbors. For this purpose, a code was the first necessity, and indeed it might effect all that was required. But even a somewhat superficial acquaintance with the history of those 15 centuries shows us that this code must come from God. That was a necessity. A law from man would at that time have been useless and even inconceivable. There was, however, no difficulty about a law from God. In the spontaneous apprehensions of the people at that time, God was the source of all law directly and immediately, as distinctly as he is to our apprehensions the source of all law, immediately and ultimately. We must make out the effect of this difference. Theirs was the case in which the intervention of God is not confined to principles, it being left to human legislators to apply those principles, but it was the case in which he gives necessarily the letter of the statute. Of this it is the natural and logical sequence that he should be the administrator and executor of his own law, even of what we call civil and criminal law. Human agency, when employed, was employed only mechanically in the same way as a famine or pestilence. There was nothing in the mind of the people that could dispose them to reject this conclusion, for they had already accepted the premises. They saw God standing behind the law, which is regulative of society, and dictating its letter, and because they saw this, they could not, also, but see him standing behind the course of events, and bringing about the rewards and punishments the law required. But furthermore, it is evident that law, civil and criminal, must be executed here in this life. This is a concern of existing human societies that must be attended to. The more instantaneously punishment overtakes the offender, the better. The more completely, then, will the very object of the law be carried out, that which is the whole of its raison d'etre. It always has been so all over the world. To be effective, to answer its purpose, to do what it aims at doing, its action must be certain, speedy, visible. Punishment has two political objects: to rid society of those who are disturbing it, and to strike terror into and so deter those who might be disposed to disturb it. The object of law, therefore, cannot be attained without present immediate punishment. The more immediate, the better. It has been so everywhere and always. Moses' law, therefore, required the sanction of direct, immediate, mundane rewards and punishments, just like any other code. We see then at once that there was no absolute need for future rewards and punishments. We can even already imagine that they would have had a weakening and disturbing effect upon the system. At all events, we shall eventually find that they were, precisely as a matter of fact in history, the very solvent that was used, designedly, for the very purpose of disintegrating and destroying it. As it was a system of statute law, what was needed was that the offender should be punished here at once. Moses had no concern with the world to come, or with the unseen world at all, excepting so far as it could further his great object. No code of civil and criminal law that ever was heard of could be maintained if it relegated the punishment of the offender to a future life. And furthermore, as God was the primary giver of the law, and the actual source of it, so must he be the actual executor of it. It was his own law. This was intelligible and logical. And furthermore, it was in perfect harmony both with the physics and the metaphysics of those ages, among the learned and the unlearned alike. To their apprehension, everything good in nature, in society, in the mind of man, came direct from God. God's arm, therefore, was ever bared and visible. Every offense had its penalty, whether the offense of an individual or of the nation, and that penalty was visibly exacted at the time, that is to say, in this life. The idea of future rewards and punishments would have been antagonistic to this. It would have been an element of confusion and weakness. There was no place for it. It was practically and logically and philosophically excluded. The one thing that was paramount and indispensable was thoroughly attended to. What would have acted injuriously on that imperious necessity was set aside. All this is clear abstractedly, and in the concrete history it comes out with perfect distinctness. During the 1500 years the law is in force, we have not one syllable about a doctrine of a future life. It was so because it was absolutely logical and quite natural that it should be so. Nothing else could account for the fact. It was just what ought to have been the case. It was excluded not so much designedly as spontaneously. There was no more place for it in the teaching of the prophets than there had been originally in the code itself, because it would have been destructive of the system they were expounding and enforcing. It could not, therefore, have occurred to them to teach it. But at last, for certain reasons, the time has come for teaching it. What now, therefore, we have to do is to mark the way in which the law was dealt with in order that it might be taught. The object of the light of the world was not, as that of the Code of Moses had been, to form a people in the ordinary sense of those words, that is, to make and maintain in the world that political organism we call a nation, but to form a peculiar people that would belong to all nations. His kingdom was not to be as the separate kingdoms of the world, but a universal kingdom constructed out of all the kingdoms of the world. It would differ from the ordinary kingdoms of the world in the source, in the purview, and in the object of its law. It would reject everything, however necessary for national purposes, which conflicted with the idea of the universal brotherhood of mankind, the only conceivable principle for a universal voluntary society. And its law, for obvious reasons, would not be a written law. It would not require that its members should pay taxes, though it would require that they should tax themselves to satisfy the claims of fraternity, nor would it require that they should fight. God would not be to them the Lord of hosts, but the universal Father. The working of the community would give no occasion for the use of arms. It would be composed of Jews, Greeks, and Scythians, of bond and free, of all peoples, kindreds, and languages. Nothing could bind together this unlocalized society but their morality. And the only sanction, looking at mankind generally, for the morality of an unlocalized society would be the rewards and punishments of a future life. The principles, therefore, of a universally applicable system of morality, binding together a people taken out of all nations, must be made the law of this peculiar people, this unworldly, universally diffused community, and they must believe in the rewards and punishments of a future life. Their law must find both its source and its sanction in themselves, that is to say, in what they felt and believed, whereas both the source and the sanction of the old law had been ab extra. We can see no way which this could have been done except by terminating that part of the old system which made the letter of every statute, that is to say, the whole organization of society, and every provision of every kind for the maintenance of that organization of divine institution, and which therefore required that God should execute his own law himself here in this life. Here were two ideas, distinct but necessarily connected, and now they must be annulled, both of them. Both the legislation and the enforcement of it must be transferred from God to the state. Indeed, the state, it had been Greek, and now it was Roman, had already got them absolutely into its own hands. The old law had now no existence except on sufferance, and that only to a limited extent. Legislation could never again be got out of the hands into which it had fallen, and it was in itself far better than it should remain in them. Of course it could not have been so with God's people of old time, but for the future it ought not to be, and it could not be otherwise. Henceforth God would be the source in men's hearts of the principles only of right. Legislators must themselves apply those principles to the varying circumstances and needs of their respective times and countries. They must also themselves provide means for enforcing the observance of their applications of these principles. But of course, though this might answer roughly the purposes of human societies, it would be altogether imperfect and inadequate as a machinery either for fairly and completely rewarding and punishing individuals, or for making men good, or for keeping the heart pure and gentle and loving. All this must still result from the relation in which man feels that he stands towards God. Man could have little to do with these matters and his fellow man. This world, in which some rise by sin and some by virtue fall, was clearly not the place for the perfect adjustment of compensations and retributions. The balance for weighing the things that are seen cannot be exactly trimmed here. How, then, could there be any pretense of weighing the more important things, those that are set in motion the whole life that cannot be seen? This necessitated a future life. The world had passed into a state in which heaven-sent, heaven-administered codes were impossible. But religion itself had not become impossible. It would, however, be obliged henceforth to address itself to what God has willed should be the general conscience of mankind, and to find its sanction in what God has enabled man to anticipate of a life to come. This was a higher form of religion. It belonged to higher conditions of humanity. What was now required was not that law or that the principles and foundations of law should be overthrown, but on the contrary, that these principles of morality that are universal and are commonly recognized among mankind should be made, with the most searching and binding force, the law of the new society, and that the sanction of this law should be changed from the present to the future life. Much that had necessarily been incorporated in the Mosaic dispensation, because needed for its limited, national, mundane purpose, must now be held to have answered its purpose, and to be terminated as far as the new universal society was concerned. Everything that was special belonged to this head, and, offertory, everything that was exclusive and so conflicted with the universal law, which was, above all things, a law of brotherhood. It could be nothing else. In this view, the mother idea of Christianity is the substitution, as the rule of individual life, of the universal natural law for the positive written municipal law of the Hebrews and of every other people. It has no written law of its own. It appeals to the unwritten law, which is inscribed not on tables of stone and brass, but on the fleshly tables of the heart, that is to say, to what is in man. And this, we may observe in passing, it is which enables it to live and grow, and to develop and accommodate itself to every increase of knowledge, and to the advancing conditions of society. Still, local mundane governments must be maintained, and this also would require a law. Law was, therefore, henceforth divided into two parts, that which is universal, natural, unwritten, which God reveals to men's hearts, and for the observance of which they will hereafter be accountable to God, and that which is shaped by the wisdom and the folly, the knowledge and the ignorance, the necessities, the circumstances, and the interests of human legislators, and of separate, often hostile nations. For this latter men would be accountable, primarily to the state. The state would enact and must administer and execute it. Only in cases in which the state was Christian, none such then existed, but the time might come when the kingdoms of the world would be the kingdoms of Christ and of God, would the principles of the municipal law not conflict with the principles of the divine universal law. But even in cases where they were in conflict, the Christian, as human society is ordained of God, would, as a matter of conscience, even when not of right and reason, submit to it. This, however, would be understood as having its limits, for there would be cases in which we must obey God and not man. These ideas, by the way, neither condemn nor commend to us the principle of the establishment of national churches. That is a question of times, of circumstances, and of expediency. We can imagine conditions under which the advantages of such an arrangement and others under which the disadvantages would preponderate. Of course, at the time of the promulgation of the religion, the idea of anything of the kind was impossible. What has been before us has, however, obviously a bearing on the questions of what establishments, where they exist, should teach, and of how they should enforce their teaching. As to the law, for which a man would be accountable to God, that would be taught him by God. The knowledge of it and the desire to fulfill it would result from the working of a divine spirit within his heart. The teaching of that spirit would be always in harmony with the knowledge to which man has been enabled to attain, and with the social conditions to which he had been raised. That knowledge and these conditions are progressive, so therefore would be the teaching of this spirit. We know in what mode it spoke, in old times through prophets and holy men, and what it was at a later period in the words of Christ, whom God sent. Under the Mosaic dispensation, it has been promulgated municipal law, which requires in all cases, and has required in an especial degree, in the case of so rude a people as the Hebrews, immediate rewards and punishments, and this under the circumstances, the most important particular of these being that God was himself executing the law here and now, had excluded the doctrine of a future life. Under the Christian dispensation, it promulgated natural, universal, unlocalized law, and so required the doctrine of a future life, and this necessitated the abrogation of the doctrine that God is himself executing the law here and now. The argumentative position and aims of the Divine Master cannot be understood unless these differences are attended to. He taught that his kingdom was not of this world. It could not have been so taught by them of old time. He taught that men must render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Formerly, it could only be taught that God was all in all. When these and many other similar statements of Christ and of his apostles are interpreted in accordance with the then existing condition of the chosen people and of the world, we see that they involve the entire abandonment to the civil power of the whole domain of positive legislation, and of the entire and unqualified right of maintaining such legislation, of course, without at all exempting legislators or magistrates from obedience, in the exercise of their legislative or executive functions, to the principles of right, and from ultimate accountability to God. The authority of the old civil and criminal code having thus been transferred from God to man, that of the ceremonial code followed the same rule, though indeed these are distinctions which were hardly recognized in early times. The law was not hereby absolutely and necessarily abrogated, but only the idea that it is imposed, enforced, and maintained by God in this life. That was the idea which had given its form and character to the old dispensation, and upon which it had been founded, and to which the multitude, learned and unlearned, clung because they could not understand either how politely religion or morality could be maintained without it, or how, in these matters, there could be any advance. What, therefore, the promulgators of the new dispensation had to show was that the abandonment of these old ideas about law was not tantamount to the abandonment of law itself. Man did not cease to be accountable and accountable to God. The old form of law, as a heaven-originated code, and for that reason containing religion, was abolished, but a higher and better form of law was substituted for what had been abolished. The thing intended could be now fulfilled more completely than before. An expansion and elasticity were given to it, which might enable it to keep pace with every enlargement of our moral consciousness and of our purest and loftiest aspirations. It was exalted, perfected, and made of universal application. What, though necessary in its day, had all along been crippling, distorting, and obscuring it, was now annulled. What was abolished was the old letter and its sanction, the old heaven-sent, heaven-administered, heaven-executed code. Life and immortality could not be preached nor understood if that were maintained. What was not abolished, but to which a freer and more enlarged course was given, was the living and life-giving spirit, the consciousness of right that is in man. That had been in bondage until the old letter. It must now be emancipated, otherwise it would die altogether. There was now, in the observance of that old letter, a veil over their hearts. That must be torn away, and then life and immortality would become distinctly visible. True, henceforth man would not have to give an account here in this life to God, receiving his punishment or reward in this life very imperfectly. The perception, however, of this would make visible the necessity of his having to give an account in the world to come in an afterlife, when not a few overt acts, which are all that can be attended to in this world, and those few only very inadequately either rewarded or punished, but when even every word and every thought, as well as deed, could be called into judgment, when everything could be fully revealed and known, and exact recompense and retribution assigned. In this way were things revealed, some of which had been kept secret from the chosen people throughout the whole of their national existence, and some of which had been kept secret from all people from the foundation of the world. In this way would every scribe, who was fully instructed unto the kingdom of heaven, bring forth out of his treasures things new as well as old. This was the connection and the opposition of the two dispensations. Divine wisdom was justified in both. We have now before us the very pith and marrow of his teaching. It is not in this world, as it had been taught by them of old time, that God's assize is held. It was not because those Galileans whose blood Herod had mingled with their sacrifices had been greater sinners than other Galileans that they had suffered those things, nor had those 18 on whom the tower of Siloam had fallen been sinners above other men that dwelt in Jerusalem. Then follows the parable of the unfruitful fig tree, which, instead of being destroyed, was spared again and again. God's arm is not now ever bare and visible to execute judgment on the evildoer. The parable of the wheat and the tares is to the same purpose, only more explicitly. What? Does God not punish now as of old? Is the Almighty's arm shortened? Can he allow the wicked to prosper in the earth? The answer is the end. The day of account and settlement is not now. The meaning of the prosperity of the wicked is not that they are being set in slippery places in order that they may be suddenly and fearfully cast down, for the present God does allow the tares to grow together with the wheat. There was more in this than met the ear. Let him whose ears have understood hear it. For them it had an inner and a historical, and in the religious order, both a destructive and a reconstructive meaning. And so we might go on with other forms of the great lesson. The affliction the poor blind man labored under was not a judgment. Neither he nor his parents had sinned. This is not the life for judgment. And so does God make his rain to fall on the land of the just and of the unjust, and his sun to shine on the good and on the bad indifferently. The rich man, though most undeserving, had possessed and enjoyed undisturbed and to the full all of the good that this world can give, while Lazarus, though most deserving, had suffered without any mitigation all of evil this world could inflict. The balance of condition and desert had not been adjusted in any sense or degree here, but was completely and thoroughly in the afterlife. It had not been so taught by them of old time, nor could it have been. Such teaching was directly subversive of, and, as a matter of historical fact, did subvert the old doctrine, for the indispensable sanction of that law was its immediate execution here in this world. Then God could only make his rain to fall and his sun to shine on the land of the just, and must withhold them from the land of the unjust. It could have been maintained by no other teaching. Complete execution of the law was removed from this world. A foundation was thereby laid for the establishment of the great but omitted doctrine, and together with it of its corollary of time and motive for repentance being in God the reason, and for man the use of this forbearance and of this even-handed goodness. The above statements contain, I submit, the fundamental governing ideas of Christ's teaching, as it is set before us in the Gospels. No surprise need be felt at finding that these ideas are not presented in the sacred documents categorically. The reasons for their not having been so propounded were quite insurmountable. It is enough that they are the substance of them. That we should clearly apprehend that it is so, it is necessary to a right understanding of the documents, of the religion they offer to the world, and of the history of the religion. They will also often show by an easy and sure test what doctrines of particular churches are execrations on the religion of Christ, and what are contradictions to it. So also was it with the teaching of St. Paul. He made the enlightened moral consciousness of man the source of the law of religion, as distinguished from municipal law, and he taught that the sanction for this hard-inscribed law exists in the rewards and punishments of a future life. For this reason the resurrection was his cardinal doctrine, for, if there be no resurrection, he had but little, in what would be the sentiments and opinions of the mass of mankind, on these subjects, to support and enforce his teaching. It is evident that he could not have maintained either of these 2 points if he had maintained that the old dispensation was of perpetual obligation. With respect to it, all he could maintain was, that morally and practically, it had its legitimate issue in what he was teaching. Logically and implicitly, its requirements had necessitated its contradicting both his 2 above-mentioned great points. At all events, with respect to both, it had taught something very different from what he was teaching. To the conjoint consideration of what it had formerly taught, and what he had to teach now, he addressed himself, and we find that all that he said upon these subjects was in perfect accord with what had been said and implied by his divine master. End of section 25. Section 26 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Why the Hebrew Scriptures Ignore the Future Life, continued. And now that we have collected our facts, let us proceed to combine them into a regular and synoptical argument. If in my endeavor to establish them I may have been too concise, I beg the reader to call to mind the title of this work. These are matters which here I can neither pass over altogether, nor yet treat as fully as I might think desirable. For the purpose, then, of his great work, that of forming a people, the municipal law, this we must endeavor to separate in thought from the religion, had occupied in the minds of Moses the first place. Subordination of the religion to the law is evident, because the object and use of the religion were to sanction and enforce the law. Law is nothing unless there be force to maintain it. In ordinary cases, the requisite force is found in the majority, or in the strongest class, or in an individual stronger than the community. In this case, it was sought ab extra. The religion was to supply it. In the dispensation, that was to be the place and the use of the religion. It had no ulterior nor collateral objects, because it did not include in its purview the future life. These ideas belong to an early stage of knowledge and of thought in which municipal law and religion are inextricably entangled. We at this time are able to disentangle them, and while keeping them in thought distinct from each other, to make out in any case that may be before us in what relation they are standing towards each other. But municipal codes have always required, and must from their very nature and purpose require, immediate rewards and punishments. This is common to them all. Moses, as the legislator, had little or no concern with anything else. His code, however, required them in a somewhat greater degree than others, because it was to be applied to a singularly rude and intractable people, and where the code is in advance of the general manners and sentiments of a people, as was his, speediness and severity of punishment are needed especially. So would it have been with his code had it been merely as others are. On that supposition, he would probably, just as other legislators have done, and for the same reasons, have abstained from putting forward the sanction of future rewards and punishments. As far as his business and object were concerned, they would have introduced considerations which, while they were irrelevant, would also have been confusing, and must have weakened the appropriate sanction of his law, which was so essentially his main reliance. He could not afford to risk its being at all weakened. Indeed, we see that it was a great object in the code to intensify the sense of the severity and of the speediness of its punishments. So it would have been if the code he delivered had been his other codes. On that supposition, he would probably have confined himself to the rewards and punishments of this world. There was, however, one supreme peculiarity which distinguished his from all the municipal codes of civil and criminal law people in this part of the world have ever had to do with. That was, it came direct from God, and it came in such a manner and sense that it required that God should see, more or less immediately, to its execution. It was his law in such a sense that he must be its executor. This meant that God did actually superintend the distribution of the rewards and punishments it required. This was a structural necessity. At all events, it was recognized as such and was logically carried out in the system. It will enable us to see this more clearly if we consider in what way and on what footing could have been introduced the doctrine of future rewards and punishments, had they been superadded to these immediate ones, the distribution of which was superintended by God and which Moses was compelled to insist on. It could, as far as we can imagine, have been done only in one or other of the two following ways. Either he and the prophets after him must have said, and this was what they did say, "This is God's law, and God rewards and punishes all violations of it here in this world, so that you get here and now the rewards and punishments he himself assigns to your actions, and which he himself actually apportions." But they must then have gone on to add, "You will have the same process repeated in a future world." Had this been announced, it would have been equivalent to saying that the omniscient and omnipotent judge, having, according to his own law, unerringly tried and adequately compensated every act, would repeat the process a second time. That is to say that every case, having been already adjudicated upon, without any possibility of error, or of insufficiency of award, or of miscarriage of any kind, would be adjudicated upon again by the same judge, who had in the first instance known every particular, and had, in accordance with his own law, thoroughly dealt with it. No man in his right mind could have propounded such a system. And in these matters, Orientals, down to the very bottom of society, are far more logical than ourselves. Jesus, precisely because he taught that the transgressor is not tried by God in this world, could teach that he would be tried by God in the world to come. But this was just what Moses and the prophets could not say, because their system rested on the opposite assumption. Or, and this is the only alternative, they must have said, "This is God's law, and he executes it here." But though it is God's business and in God's hands, still, notwithstanding, it is executed in a very incomplete and insufficient way. Many escape punishment, and many do not get rewarded at all, and those who are rewarded and punished here are rewarded and punished in very inadequate measures. In every instance there may be, indeed there is, more or less of a miscarriage of justice, but there will be future rewards and punishments which will set all this right. Suppose this had been what had been said, and then see what would have been the consequences. It would have suggested to every man the thought, even the hope, that he might escape in part, perhaps altogether, in this life, the punishment of any crime he was contemplating. But what was most vitally needed was, that it should be seen and felt by the people, that punishment would be quite unerring, and as severe as unerring. This way of introducing the doctrine would have been thoroughly illogical, and not more illogical than, morally and politically, bad in its effects. It would have been illogical because it would have been in direct contradiction to the idea that it was God who was seeing to the execution of his own law, a point that was as clear to the people as that intelligence governs the universe is to us, and which was the very thought that gave authority and force to the law. And it would have been morally and politically bad in its effects, because the vicious and the ill-disposed, and the would-be criminals of all kinds, are not withheld from doing evil so much by the fear of the punishment in the world to come as by fear of punishment here in this world. Nothing encourages them so much in their evil courses as the expectation of present impunity, and this was peculiarly applicable to the people for whom Moses legislated. They were, throughout the whole of the earlier part of their history, ever ready to forget and abandon God, and their temper required in the highest degree immediate punishments. Neither, therefore, could the doctrine have been introduced by Moses in this fashion. Looking, then, at the circumstances, I cannot imagine how the two systems of present and of future rewards and punishments could have been taught together under the old heaven-given, heaven-administered, heaven-executed law. A choice had to be made between teaching, on the one hand, what was logical and in conformity with the instinctive beliefs of the people and might prove to be politically sufficient, and, on the other hand, what, equally in whatever way it might have been put, would have been glaringly illogical and full of contradiction, and could only have caused confusion of ideas, and enfeeblement of the system. This brings me to the conclusion that it was the doctrine that God was seeing to the execution of his own law in this world and in this life, this law being also at the same time a code of municipal law, which in the main decided Moses in making his choice, that is, in leading him to restrict the sanction of his law to what was mundane and immediate. The three other conceivable reasons we at first examined and rejected as being inadequate to account for all the phenomena might have had and perhaps had some weight in influencing his decision, but that decision was, I believe, arrived at mainly on the ground of the reasons I have just now been pointing out. No legislator could have overlooked them, and they must have presented themselves with peculiar force to the mind of Moses. They were reasons, too, the force of which was never at all abated as long as the dispensation continued in existence. Just as they has affected the teaching of Moses, so did they the teaching of the prophets. So it was at the origin of, and so was it throughout, the old dispensation. It is the object and the character of the dispensation which explain to us the omission. If, then, we were to conclude our inquiry at this point, we might feel pretty well satisfied that we had discovered what we were in search of. But we will proceed farther, because by doing so we shall find what will confirm our discovery. At last the time came when the old dispensation, though still apparently maintained and in force, had, in reality, through the progress of events, been completely worked out, both in respect of its moral ethics and of its sanction. It had been intended for a certain condition of things. The world had advanced into a totally different condition, and the spontaneous teaching of the new condition of the world brought conviction to every enlightened mind that the old state of things could never be reverted to any more than manhood can revert to childhood. The old dispensation had been worked out morally because it had issued in a narrow and dead formalism. Another reason was that the human heart had begun to repudiate exclusiveness, which had been one of the requirements of the old dispensation, and to catch glimpses of and to yearn for universal fraternity. A higher form of religion and of morality could now be imagined, indeed, was suggested by the condition and the circumstances of the world, and was seen to be within men's reach. A morality and a religion which would take their start from the idea and sentiment of the brotherhood of mankind. And in morality and religion, as soon as anything better begins to appear, that which is not so good, ex rerum natura and ex vi termorium, begins to lose its hold, to decay, and to cumber the ground. And as respected its sanction as well as its morality, had the old dispensation been worked out. Centuries of foreign domination, and that of Rome was now the apparently immovable order of the world, had rendered impossible the supposition that the law was being executed here and now by God. For that supposition, national independence was the primary and one absolutely indispensable condition. But God was no longer supreme, administratively and executively, among his own people. That position was now occupied by the Roman governor. Under these circumstances, a new religion in the old form of statute law, and supported by the old sanction of immediate rewards and punishments, the execution of which was superintended by God, might conceivably have been at that time promulgated, though with certainty of failure, from imperial Rome, but not from subject and provincial Jerusalem. That was inconceivable. For these reasons, then, it was that the new dispensation could not be cast, as the old had been, in the mold of, and be made dependent on, statute and municipal law. The same conclusion resulted also from the fact that it was foreseen that it must be of its very nature and essence that it should embrace all people, whatever their statute and municipal law might be. That this feeling was springing up, coupled with the fact that the old dispensation was evidently worked out, both morally and in respect of its sanction, is the meaning of the statement that the fullness of time had come. It was evident, therefore, that no further use could be made, either at the present, or as far as could then be seen, for the future of the sanction of immediate rewards and punishments, which fall entirely within the sphere of statute and municipal law. The only rewards and punishments the new doctrine could resort to as sanctions must be those of a future life. It was to this state of things that the teaching of the Savior was addressed. And as his teaching grew out of, when founded upon, and was logically deducible from, the existing state of things, to see this will also be to see why what he taught had not been taught 1,500 years earlier. The old dispensation could not be revivified. It was indeed the very reverse of desirable to revivify it. It could not even be maintained. If it was not dying, it was because it was dead. It had been good for its own day, but it was now an anachronism that was both undesirable and impossible. The new doctrine, then, not being able to cast itself into the form of municipal law, must appeal to the enlightened consciousness of man. Neither could it have any municipal sanctions. The only sanction at that time and thenceforth imaginable was that of future rewards and punishments. Still, the old dispensation stood in the way. It was, without being at all adapted to existing requirements, occupying the ground and hindering the erection of the structure that was to take its place. It must, therefore, be got rid of. Under the conditions of the case, that could be done only argumentatively. But what process of reasoning would serve the purpose? We cannot see any way in which it could have been done, except the one in which it was done. The author of the new dispensation addressed himself to the establishment of the proposition that God is not, here and now, the executor either of the municipal law, or even of that which would be the law of the new dispensation. The end is not yet. It was a corollary to this, which did not escape observation, that the municipal law is Caesar's concern, that is to say, that it falls within the sphere of the state. Everything Jesus said in establishment of his main proposition, and by implication of its corollary, was in direct contradiction to the fundamental ideas of Mosaic dispensation. In fact, the direct opposites of his proposition and of its corollary were the old dispensation itself in its simplest expression. The whole of that dispensation, just as it stood at work amongst God's people, and just as it is presented to us in its authentic documents, being only the concrete enlargement or organized embodiment of these opposites, with a view to the maintenance under existing conditions of the order of society. The reason why Christ denied and disproved the proposition that God is the executor, here in this life, of his own law, the proposition of which the old dispensation was an expansion, was that it hindered the perception of and barred him from teaching the doctrine of future rewards and punishments. Moses had seen precisely the same point, only reversely, for he had seen that the doctrine of future rewards and punishments would have barred him from teaching that God is the executor here, in this life, of his own law. He, therefore, and the prophets after him, had not taught it. Christ was restricted to the promulgation of a law which is not directly but mediately from God, the mediate stage being the moral consciousness of man, and therefore, if we may so put it, he had no choice but to insist on the demonstration of the fact that God does not himself directly execute the moral law here, for his not executing it here is the only logical basis of the doctrine of a future life. And he had no choice but to establish the doctrine of a future life, for the rewards and punishments of that life are the only sanctions of the law written in the heart. And again, he had no choice but to promulgate that unwritten law, for it alone could be the law of his kingdom, of the kingdom of heaven as distinguished from the kingdoms of the world. First, then, an examination of the position and aims of Moses, and of the means at his disposal, or at all events, which he was led to adopt for effecting his work, tells us why he did not teach the doctrine of a future life. And then we see that Christ could not logically teach this doctrine till he had undone that part of the work of Moses which had been a bar to his teaching it. The work of Moses, when analyzed and questioned, gives itself and alone the answer we are in search of. The work of Christ, when similarly analyzed and questioned, confirms the answer the work of Moses had already given. It makes clearer what was clear enough before. In order that the intellectual or scientific structure of morality and of religion might stand, instead of collapsing, and be enlarged and rendered more commodious, and be made suitable to the new conditions and requirements of the world, Christ had to take out a part of the foundations of Moses, and to substitute other foundations for them. The foundations he took out were what had hindered Moses from teaching the great doctrine. Having taken these out, he could, as he did, insert the great doctrine in their place as a foundation for the new religion. He abrogated two ideas that God does in this world give and execute the municipal law. Those two ideas, being indispensable for the works Moses had to do, contain the reason why the Hebrew Scriptures ignored the future life. The supersession of the old by the new dispensation is, at all events, an historical fact, and if our explanation of that fact is satisfactory in the historical, it cannot be unsatisfactory in the religious order, because all truth, which is only the ascertained order of the world, or sequence and relation of things and of events, is coherent and beneficent. The following are the particulars of the fact, and all of them appear to be sufficiently intelligible. The law of the old dispensation had been regarded as given and executed by God. Under the mental conditions of the times, it could not have been regarded otherwise, and that view of it was true in a general and absolute sense, because everything in the universe and on this earth is a link in the order of things, which is aboriginal and external to man. the existence of the material universe itself, of this world of ours, of all natural phenomena, of man, of the order of society, and therefore of law and of the execution of law, are all in this sense from God. It was true also in a relative and particular sense, because the human mind was then, and especially was it so throughout the East, in that state in which no conception has as yet been formed either of the existence and action of general laws in nature and in human society, or of the spontaneity and freedom within certain limits of human action. Everything, therefore, is unavoidably and honestly referred to God, and in a special degree the giving and execution of the law. And so did it continue in after times, so long as the dispensation stood, with respect to everything that was said or done on its behalf, or that in any way bore upon it. Every word that every prophet uttered in exposition, enlargement, or support of it was regarded by the congregation, and too by the prophet himself, as coming from God. And every event also that occurred in connection with it was brought about by God. At that epoch, we have in our hands the evidence for the period of the Homeric poems. It was so in Greece, and doubtless it was so then in Italy and all over Europe. Such ideas belong to a certain stage in mental progress, the stage in which the world was then. This was the natural philosophy, this was the metaphysics of those times. But to go on in chronological order with the particulars of the general fact, at last advancing knowledge and the progress of events began to give form to the ideas of order in nature, and of spontaneity and freedom within certain limits in man. The collapse of their own theocracy and their long subjection to the Greek and Romans had obliged the Hebrews to understand the latter of these ideas. For those, therefore, among them who could understand facts, it was an impossibility any longer to suppose that God was the sole, immediate originator and executor of the law. In the minds of all such, the intellectual supports upon which that idea had rested had been completely cut away from beneath it. Still there was, but now removed back a step, an originator and governor of the universe, and of all that it contains, and of the moral sense among its other phenomena. This moral sense, therefore, must henceforth be the ground of religion, for that could not be found any longer in municipal law, which had become to their enlarged experience only a human manifestation of the divinely ordained working of society. There was a divine purpose and element in it, but in the results were blended so many elements of human error and wrong, especially when men were legislating, not for, or through inspiration from, the idea of God, but for themselves, and through the inspiration of their own supposed interest, as was the case with the heathen, that those results could not be accepted as the frame of religion. The moral sense must therefore be recognized, called forth, instructed, enlightened, purified, strengthened, and appealed to, and all this with a constantly understood reference to the knowledge of the day and to the existing conditions of society. But there could be no sanction for this moral sense excepting that of future rewards and punishments. They therefore must be recognized. They must be brought to the front. Belief in them must be laid in men's minds as a foundation, the only foundation with the mass of mankind for the desired structure. This implied that the idea that God gives and executes here, the law, must be abandoned, and with it must go the idea of his maintaining by any means of this kind a kingdom of this world, such as the old Jewish polity had been. Thenceforth God's kingdom would be within. Its law would be found in the moral sense, and the conscious in the moral consciousness of the God-respecting, and so of the God-taught individual. The old kingdom had been external. The new would be internal. It would come without observation. Its citizenship would not be of this world. This is the interpretation of those chapters in the history of religion which are contained in the whole range of the old and in the inception of the new dispensation. God has ordained progress in human affairs. We are sure of this, for history demonstrates it. Those affairs mean ultimately in their highest form morality and religion, towards the perfecting of which further approximations are ever from time to time being made, and these successive approximations are the steps of true progress. The most conspicuous instance of these progress, in the historical period, is Christianity itself. Progress means, when we look backward, a lower precedent condition of things, just as much as it does, when we look forward from any point, a higher subsequent condition. Of any particular time, it means what was, in the progressive order of things, possible under the circumstances of that time. That was what was ordained for that time. The Mosaic dispensation, therefore, was just as much ordained of God as the Christian, and the Christian as much as the Mosaic. Each, looking at the contemporary condition of the world, was from God in the same sense, and on analogous grounds. Moses was not wrong in allowing facilities for divorce. Under the circumstances, polygamy was one of them. He was right. Just so with his abstention from using the sanction of the rewards and punishments of the future life. The promulgator of the old dispensation, we may suppose, felt and understood that mankind would attain in some coming time to a higher law than that which he was himself delivering, when he spoke of a prophet like himself, that is, a moral legislator, who would some day arise, and to whom it would be the duty of God's people to hearken. Christianity did not contemplate the abolition of slavery, yet its abolition was a logically and morally right deduction from an evolution of Christianity. It was done rightly on Christian principles. If, for argument's sake, the world should ever grow to a higher moral condition than that apparently contemplated by the first promulgators of Christianity, that would be no proof that Christianity had not been ordained of God as a step in the foreseen and appointed progress of humanity. Just the contrary, it was necessary for that condition, which would not have been possible without it. So it was with the old dispensation. It may in passing be noticed that the foregoing argument appears to throw some light on the much vexed question of the historical relation of the New Testament to the Old. It also almost brings one to suspect that there must be some error in that teaching which supposes that in respect of the doctrine of a future life, and of the closely connected doctrine of divine interposition, particularly of a retributive character, in the ordinary course of human affairs, the two are in perfect accord. Of course they are in accord, though, it would seem, not in the way popularly taught. Their accord consists in the fact that each treats these doctrines in the way that was logically necessary for its own objects. Its own requirements, which were very much those of the knowledge and circumstances of the times, is the point of view from which each regards them. Here I would ask leave to remark that doctrines, or different ways of stating some particular doctrine, which, from some points of view, or to some minds, appear discordant and contradictory, may, from other points of view and to other minds, appear quite the reverse. That is to say, in a higher and profounder sense, they may be eminently accordant. It is so, for instance, I believe, with the doctrines or doctrine, for it may be only the same idea stated reversely, of a particular providence and of general laws. Our popular theologians on one side, and our men of science on the other, speak of the two as irreconcilably hostile and exclusive of each other. But is there not an eminence higher than that occupied by either of these two classes of expositors, from which the two doctrines are seen to be identical? Does not, in fact, the doctrine of general laws imply and necessitate provision of, and provision for, every particular case that has ever arisen, that is now arising, and that ever will arise? If so, then it contains implicitly the doctrine of a particular providence. And does the doctrine of a particular providence at all imply that God ever acts otherwise than in conformity to the dictates of complete knowledge, perfect wisdom, unvarying justice, and unfailing goodness? If so, then it contains implicitly the doctrine of general laws. The two doctrines, therefore, must be mutually inclusive. Each presupposes the other. In fact, the two are one and the same thing. If in some points the preceding statements and conclusions do at all diverge from anything that is popularly taught on the subjects to which they refer, there need be no attempt here to gauge and discuss such divergences, because all that the inquiry that has been before us calls upon me to consider, in a work of this kind, is the higher question, which, in fact, embraces and is decisive of the minor ones, of what in this matter is historically true. We have been endeavoring to ascertain the right interpretation and the real connection of some particulars in the history of our religion, regarded as a part of general history, that the conclusions we may be brought to have an important bearing on morality and religion themselves, which are the chiefest concerns of mankind, ought to have the effect of making us only more careful and more determined in our search for the truth. We are all agreed that truth, together with the effects it has on men's hearts and lives, is, or at all events ought to be, religion, not what any person or persons at the present time think, or at any past periods may have thought, but as far as is attainable, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We owe no fealty to anything else. Any error in this matter, just like any mistake in the statement of an arithmetical problem, must vitiate every step that follows. If any mistakes exist in the data, either of the arithmetical or of the religious problem, it cannot be worked out to any useful conclusion. From the beginning, it was apprehended that religion was the truth. In this sense, it was that it was described as the knowledge of God. In no other sense can it be the inspiration of God's Spirit. We at this day, looking back over the pages of history, can see that wherever this knowledge was clouded, or something else mistaken for it, The result was bad, and as far as it went, destructive of religion. However venerable any mistakes may be, and however useful they may appear, supposing they are such mistakes, it is to our interest as well as our duty to rid ourselves and the world of them as speedily and as completely as possible. I hardly need say that there is nothing in the foregoing argument, or in any of the remarks that have arisen out of its course, which militates against the ideas that God has so ordered the course of this world as to show in which side he is, and that he has made doing right to be good in itself and good in its general and final consequences, and doing evil to be evil in itself and evil in its general and final consequences. In fact, as much as assumed in the argument. But, however, if the discussion we have been passing through supplies a true and complete solution of the interesting question this chapter propounds, and I cannot but think that it does, then one of its consequences will be, though indeed it is a consequence in which the world will not, now, take much interest, that Bishop Warburton's much-bruited theory of the divine legion of Moses, as a schoolboy I rejected it, but I could not then answer it, will prove to be but an escurial in the air. That the Mosaic dispensation made no use of the doctrine of a future life does not prove that it was upheld by a daily renewed miracle. With contemporary and subsequent history before us, we can see that the omission was originally made on logical and administratively wise grounds. We ask permission for one remark more. It will be observed that the foregoing disquisition assumes to some degree that there is a logical basis for belief in a future life. It is an argument which arises in the bosom of social development. It is not precisely the same process of thought as that which appears to have first implanted the idea in the mind of the Aryan. That was, in some measure, founded on a sentiment which arose from the bosom of nature. But, however, the old Aryan sentiment, which through a sentiment had its logic, combined with a distinctly logical argument founded on the recognition and eternity of justice, which there is no possibility of working out on the stage of this world, where the same act carries one man to the gallows and another to the throne, and which argument social development makes palpable and intelligible, will satisfy many minds and must have weight with every mind. Something, and even that much, can be said on the other side is a remark of no weight. It is merely an assertion that, in this respect, the question before us does not differ from other moral and religious questions. The same observation may be made of every one of them, for this is a world, as all must see, in which belief, just like virtue itself, which is the matured fruit of belief, can be the result only of a right choice, after honest deliberation, between conflicting considerations. This is of its very essence. The great argument, however, itself and everything that depends upon it are lost to and obscured by those who have persuaded themselves and are endeavoring to persuade others to accept precisely what Christ overthrew, and which he overthrew precisely that he might establish belief in the future life. I have dwelt on the question of this chapter not on account of its intrinsic interest, although that is great, but because it is a necessary part of the survey of old Egypt. The history of Egypt must include some account of the influence it had upon the world, and a great part of that influence had to pass through and be transmitted onward by the Hebrews. It was imperative, therefore, in a work of this kind, that some attempt should be made to obtain a true conception of the relations of Israel to Mizraim, and the most essential part of those relations is that which is intellectual, moral, and religious. This appears to be the only intelligible meaning that can be attached to the reference, "Out of Egypt have I called my son." His capital doctrine was what had been the capital doctrine of Egypt. If, however, the reference was not intended to have any meaning in the intellectual, moral, and religious order, this passing comment is non-suited and must be withdrawn. But whatever may be the value of the explanation I have been just attempting to give of the particular question that has been before us, the fact itself remains, standing forth on the long records of history, as one of the most important they contain, that, while the belief in future rewards and punishments was the motive power of morality and religion in Egypt, among a neighboring people who had in some sort been a secession from Egypt, and always continued to be more or less affected by it, morality and religion were able, under most adverse circumstances, to maintain themselves for 15 centuries without any formal or direct support from this belief. Verily, we are debtors to the Jew for the great lesson contained in this fact. Another religion, that one indeed which at the present day commands the greatest number of believers, does, as some of its own doctors tell us, leave open to a considerable extent this extension of future rewards and punishments, contenting itself with teaching that virtue is its own sufficient reward, and that should it have any consequences in a life to come they cannot be evil, and the bearing of this evidence on the point before us is not unimportant. Those, however, who are in the habit of passing by unheeded what more than 300 million of the human family have to say on such questions will not think it immaterial what the Jews believed, and never had any people more unclouded faith in the eternity and ultimate mundane triumph of truth, of right, and of goodness than the Jews, although they seldom had any thought, and then only very dimly, that they should themselves participate in or witness that triumph. They lived and died in the faith of it, never having been supported and strengthened by the sight of it, but only by the desire to see it, the better condition which was to make perfect theirs having been reserved for other times. Never, however, were any people more ready to sacrifice everything, even to life itself, in proclaiming and endeavoring to carry out what they believed. It was this that prompted and made successful the Asmonean insurrection against Greek domination, and which afterwards impelled them to challenge single-handed the world empire of Rome. Contemporary history, like much that has been written subsequently, did not understand, indeed quite misunderstood, their motives, and what was stirring within them, and so failed to do them the honor they deserved for their heroic efforts to prevent the extinction of their religion and morality. We, however, can now at the same time both do them justice and acknowledge our obligations to them, for having taught us that the moral sentiments have such deep root in man's nature, and can maintain so vigorous an existence by their own inherent power, without aid from other world hopes and fears, and against all of force or seduction with which this world can assail them. This, I submit, throws light upon much that, at the present day, and amongst ourselves, stands somewhat in need of proof and distinctness. It shows, I think, that they are in our composite mental and bodily constitution principles, or laws, of morality, which, as they are indestructible and capable of maintaining themselves, and of acting vigorously, under even the most adverse circumstances, must be regarded as inseparable and essential parts of our being. This fact in the natural history of morality may be illustrated by an analogous fact in the natural history of language. A man cannot but use language, and he cannot but use it in conformity with certain rules and laws. He cannot alter one law of language any more than he could invent a new language. He can even hardly add a single word, deliberately and designedly, to an existing one. And he must not only use language in conformity with its natural laws, but he must also use that particular form of it which the working of general laws has developed, necessarily both for him and in him. Just so it is with morality. Indeed, the parallel is so complete as to lead one to suspect that morality must to some considerable degree be dependent upon language. Man seems to invent it, and so he does in a certain sense. But, however, he cannot help inventing it, and he must invent it in conformity with certain laws. Over these he has no control, for though he must use, yet he does not invent or originate them. That falls within the sphere of a higher power. In some form or other, better or not so good, and in some measure more or less, morality is a congenital necessity of our being, and if society be fairly and wisely dealt with, but of this when we speak of the wisdom of Egypt, and again in our summing up, there are grounds for disposing us to believe that moral and not animal instincts may in any people be made the lords of the ascendant. It will be enough to say here that extremes, then, appear in some sense to have met. We believe just as distinctly as the Jew or as the Egyptian that the law came from God, that in it God speaks within us and through us, and that our part is to hearken to bow down before, and obey the divinity. This involves morality, religion, responsibility, conscience. They say this through moral intuition. We see it also through history and science. The primeval intuition and the modern demonstration, constructed out of the materials with which our hordes of experience and observation have supplied us, are in perfect accord. Intuition prior to knowledge and accumulated knowledge reasoning out the problem have both arrived at the same conclusion, and so we have sufficient grounds for believing that no other conclusion is possible, and that what history has demonstrated to be inseparable from the working of society and from the being of man will endure as long as society and as man shall endure. End of section 26.